particularly on a political stage, it's always been dog whistles for racism. And I think the problem that conservatives sometimes don't understand is that they stand on a lot of ideas, and a lot of those ideas aren't necessarily bad ideas. The ideas can be corrupted. It's the same thing when someone says that someone's being Christian, and they're still using racist terms. In fact, if you look at the Ku Klux Klan, that history, there was a real good mix of Christianity with racism, the idea that we were destined to do this. So and he didn't distance himself from that. That's a big part of the problem. So when people are upset, particularly now, it's those statements plus where we are within this country. The idea that we are sort of re-litigating racism at a certain level. Keep in mind, Kirk made $300,000 a year. And it's really almost saying he made it's $300,000 a year on conservatism, but it's also $300,000 a year on racial attacks that were not really structured in a way that I would call even intellectual, to be quite honest. It was done to get the people that they wanted to get, and I don't think it's really. I think it's hard to ask people to be calm about that when these are dog whistles that have traditionally been used for racism, and no one separates that out. And the same thing we talk about LGBTQ issues as well too. So I hope that builds on the conversation. Thanks for hearing me out. The top of the rising to you all.
Good day, top of the rising, brother.
How are you feeling this morning?
Hey, all smiles, brother. Despite the mainstream news, I am surrounded by.
Once you ever here with Congressman, I didn't try to use your page mine. I'm also not act impulsive with this. I also didn't enlist Max Rice to attack you. All lies.
Likewise, beloved. And to the room, First Lady, and all those responsible for keeping a strong social political network going here. I think Clubhouse is a great room. Well, I assume the unmistakable 10,000-pound gorilla hanging upside down on the ceiling. It's hard to miss the Charlie Kirk story and his wife and Donald Trump.
The greatest thing about this room is it goes all day long.
Orchestrators. And this all be fake news. It's a pertinent cross-examination question. Given the light of 9/11 and other catastrophes, and when you connect the dots, Howard Hughes' network at TWA didn't fly the 767, they flew a 747. That was a raggedy. Because the other one was not disposable. But nevertheless, we have so much going on here with Charles Kirk. This is a guy that wanted to fan the flames of diversity and not having any form of inclusion. So you understand, and I think he could have been well paid by the Donald Trump network or Netanyahu's network. They want to give this guy the Freedoms Award, one of the highest awards that he could pass out to anybody. You want to say this man is baby Jesus, the white Jesus. So all of the motives are questionable, and the news could be potentially fake, because just like if you remember Teddy Olson, his wife was on the 9/11 flight and disappeared and reappeared. And some folks are saying that this guy has reappeared somewhere. There's I don't know if it's fake news, all of it, some of it, but those things are definitely in the news. And I think we're just set out to vilify we the people in a subtle manner. They would vilify our people to keep us out of the mainstream of operations in America. That's been my take. I'll have my plan with facts, as I always do, to say my mind.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot going on. That's the route it is. Looking at somebody's people. I'm 100% with the culturally, like,
I didn't try to use your opinion.
I don't understand. People are, you can't force people to care about something.
I also didn't listen to
People
trash
can
to attack
feel
you.
like
All
this is the
lies.
right to kill someone on a public. I don't think that's right.
No, but Patty, it's almost like they're baiting someone to say something negative, right? Like the one saying something negative, everyone is like, okay, the guy passed away, it's unfortunate. But what else do we want to say? And that's the part I don't like, Keisha. It's like, okay, well, you can't say how he was, or we gotta ignore the things that he said himself. It's given like Nazi Germany for real, because it's like you need to say this and make sure it sounds. Why would I do that? Yeah, and then if you're just saying, you don't agree with that type of violence, then it's like, oh, you guys said this, motherfucker, you didn't hear what someone said? It's weird, bro. I'll put it this way from my end of it too. The whole disagree thing works only if you can really, number one, if you can even know what's the shared value. When Kirk is spouting racism, and again, like I said, clear dog whistles.
Oh, hail, fam.
And
Welcome to my incredible production of super stupid people wasting all their time talking about nothing. Post the receipts in the chat, oh fellow.
Whether you build a highway across the state, or whether you build a data center, things that involve infrastructure that might impact several things down the line, a little more strategic. The sad part about that whole disagreement thing is that we don't apply that to those instances. We try to apply it to things that are unethical. And I think that's a big part of the problem as well. And last thought before I land, I'm particularly interested in hearing what the motivation that gets assigned to Tyler. I'm not sure. I appreciate Cox for trying to kind of match the moment. Governor Cox from Utah, but I don't entirely buy the idea that credit is necessarily the reason why this person would go and kill somebody. Social media can be bad, but it requires engagement. And I don't feel like they really are getting to it, but at the same time, the suspect is also not cooperating. So it'll be a while before we get to that point. But I'm more interested in the motivation, because I think that would help guide the conversation further about, how do we get past this moment. I'll land there. Is it going to be like a public, I'm assuming public everything? The services?
The what?
We're talking about the service?
The service? Yeah, I think, not the service, I think. I know,
There's a live stream today, I think.
This room.
I think there's a live stream today. I know that there's a service in Arizona at the Cardinal Stadium, like a public, yeah. So that part I've read online. The continuity of fake news is that the winner of Charlie Kirk. Could you imagine the assassination of John Fitzgerald Kennedy? And Caroline Kennedy comes to the mic and rocking the mic, and Robert Francis Kennedy or Dr. King, any of those there attempting to equate. Immediately she runs to the mic and says, we're going to build this movement, or we're going to have a continuity, using the blonde hair and the blue eyes to say, petrify those that may
So that's production.
criticize these actions of Netanyahu, especially
That's a
with
projection.
fake news saying that the guy was
So that
Israel.
is your idea.
Many times criticized Israel, and he labeled him as the guy that was so pro-Israeli. So, but then he buys time immediately with all that war going.
We have reached critical mass and done it again.
Prime time television, worldwide television.
Enjoy the show,
Especially
man.
American television, to tell us that this guy was his man. That was his point guard. So him and Donald Trump share a point guard in Charlie makings of fake news. And of course, we know that Donald Trump is the inventor, the producer, the orchestrator
of the fake news.
And the attempt of the fake news.
Donald Trump created the fake news.
As the master of deception.
The master.
Deception is one of the highest crimes that you could do as a public official, right next to malfeasance and violating or
No, that's a good point you raised there, brother.
Thank you so much.
And his wife, that we've never seen a 180 like that in politics, especially in like a JFK like assassination.
And then here comes the widow. Oh, man is a good man. Let's build him up. That's a mark.
Anything to deflect from Epstein, anything to deflect from Gaza, anything to keep them out of jail, because they're gonna go to jail. Both of them.
This potential is great. Possibilities may be exception. That was spotted after 9/11. She was a CNN reporter who happened to be the wife of Teddy Olson, who happens to be the Solicitor General or the big-time lawyer for the standing President George W. Bush at that time of the 9/11. And there was so much fake news from there. Just the faking about the building crumbling, the faking about the airlines and the connection, the faking at the Pentagon, and saturated with fake news. As well, this is saturated with fake news. And I think just have to expose these facts and check the wicked, because expose their wickedness and their attempts at being a fulfillment decoy, that we will see their futile attempts to manipulate the masses of the people is a high crime for real. I'll lay my plane on that fact. And I want to show you some of these are the real criminals that the national guard should be going after at this hour.
It's very powerful of his wife, though, to come out and say what she said, how she said it. I know she didn't name names, but it definitely took a lot of guts to get out there and do that. But you gotta go all the way. You gotta name names, or else, now you're a target.
morning. I'm sorry. I had to get my car parked. It's hard for me. Y'all can't hear anything. But what was talking about the last comment?
Just speaking on Erica and how brave it sensitive time frame. First 48 type shit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, she just lost her husband, so she's going through a lot. She's trying to pick up the pieces and try to figure out where they're gonna go forward, at least with their business.
Yeah, that wasn't easy getting up there.
I agree. So let me see if I can find some other. We need to focus on other news for now, at least until the podcast come on. There's more than just Charlie Kirk going on in the world, y'all. So, breaking. Let me see what's going on. NBC. BC. Okay, so this is some news. South Korea is probing for human rights abuses in the U.S. And U.S. raid as Trump insists foreign workers are welcome. So, this article says South Korea said Monday that it would investigate whether its workers suffered any human rights violations during a raid by U.S. authorities. Foreign workers are welcome in America, Trump said on social media Sunday, after the emotional return of 300 workers to South Korea. Their detention following a raid by immigration authorities at a Hyundai plant in Georgia has stunned the key U.S. ally. I understand the government is conducting a more thorough review with the companies to determine whether any human rights violations occurred, presidential spokesperson Kim Young-jung said in a press briefing Monday, according to the Yonhap news agency. The foreign ministry is looking at whether our demands were properly addressed, and the companies are still conducting their own reviews. There is a clip. Yeah, South Korea is not playing by their people. Not their ass up, and yeah, because they were there illegally. But how you treated them while they were in prison, they're not playing that shit. No, that's not what they did. So let me go ahead and play this clip real quick. At least until we're able to listen to this podcast.
Arriving to applause and dozens of cameras. Officials here telling journalists to not film workers' faces at the airport to protect their privacy. But away from the terminal, where workers reunited with family, how does it feel to be home? Some spoke publicly for the first time about the immigration raid in Georgia that ignited a diplomatic crisis. These workers said it was like being in a movie, with armored vehicles and guns pointed at us, he says. There was no way we could resist, nothing but joy to be home. The drama started September 4th, when armed agents with ICE stormed a $4.3 billion battery factory being built by Hyundai and LG. 475 people were rounded up there, accused by immigration officials of working illegally in the U.S. What type of visas they were on, or if they had visas at all, still isn't clear. U.S. authorities saying using foreign laborers hurts American workers.
We are sending a clear and unequivocal message that those who exploit our workforce, undermine our economy, and violate federal laws will be held accountable.
But the images of Korean workers carted off in handcuffs were on news channels everywhere, sparking outrage here over their treatment. South Korea's government chartering a plane and making a deal to bring them back. A lot of attention is being paid to these images of the South Korean workers arriving home safely and with dignity after an ordeal that could threaten relations with the U.S. The raid has set off alarms at South Korea's biggest companies that are pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into U.S. manufacturing, the sort of foreign investment President Trump has demanded in trade talks. The problem is visas. Companies here often use short-term B1s or B2s or visa waiver programs to get skilled workers onto projects. Even South Korea's president said there needs to be a better system, or companies here might hesitate to gamble on the U.S.
They're not there to take American jobs away, but semiconductors, electric batteries, there's not that much domain expertise in the U.S. right now. And for the Korean companies who invested a lot of money in the U.S., they need to send people there to execute on the business plan.
There's political fallout to deal with too, given how upset many South Koreans have been that an ally would treat their workers the way they did. I felt like this wasn't something that would happen in the America we know, he says. Even if perceptions of America change here, she says, I'm not sure that would actually affect the United States. Already, LG has confirmed that the opening of that battery factory will be delayed 2 to 3 months. One challenge, convincing the technicians building it to go back. Nobody is going to stay and work when it's like this, says this engineer. For now, the returning workers have been urged to rest. I'll cook something delicious to make them feel better, says this mom. And with that, he was heading home. Janice Becky for ABC News, Incheon, South Korea.
People say that it looks like you're average.
So, Patty, from what I read, a lot of them came they had visas, but they didn't have the correct visas because the wait list was so long. So they came up on business travel visa or business visa that doesn't necessarily allow you to work. But that's because, and I believe like the company warned them, or a warning was made to the company. Like, I think they were aware and they took a risk. The company was like, look, we're sending you out here. We need this done. And from what I read, they were actually training American workers on how to do these electric batteries. And those workers are not going to be trained anytime soon. Who knows if it will, I'm going to assume it's going to resume in a few months. But actually, the administration or Mark Rubio was trying to get them back. So, but they already left.
And this caused a domino effect because LG, another South Korean company, actually pulled out investment in America. So it's other companies in South Korea, they're paying attention.
Jeremy, you beat me to it. Yeah, like this is a slippery slope of fuckery, unfortunately. Our partners who are leading manufacturing on the global stage is, I can't even fathom, but yeah, Jeremy, that's exactly where I want to come up with. But I don't think your middle America, suburban, make America white again understands that caveat of the scope of things, Jeremy, because I don't know if you've seen the lady on TikTok who was, praising herself for the whole raid in Georgia.
Yeah, she was gloating about it. And there's a lot of people in the comments from Georgia that have family members that were supposed to be working at that factory, getting trained, getting paid, and have like a future career, long-term career in that area, that it was in the comments. So it was, she shot herself in the foot when it comes to her campaign. If you're trying to be part of politics, you already lost a bunch of jobs before you even got into the job. So congratulations, she can. How do you lose before you even start the competition?
Yeah, I thought that was crazy. And she's a Republican, so she stopped the project that Donald Trump had been begging for. And now they're pulling out. Yeah.
Here's what you want to put on a t-shirt. Racism is expensive. That's what it is. All the racism is costing hell. It costs how many billions of dollars in investment from Hyundai? paying attention and they're pulling out too. Like, you know what? I'm not gonna put my employees at risk. My employees don't even want to go anymore. They're like, fuck this. I don't want to go there and train people. But to get arrested and put in like a piss smell cell, you know what I mean?
I mean, well, who was working at the facility? Like who was working at the facility? Is what I just want to cause I understand there was a raid, right? But I'm saying I have friends who work at Tesla. There's no raid on Tesla though.
It's like, are you not listening to the?
You understand when a company starts, like a factory starts?
He's not, Jeremy. He's not listening to the conversation. He's not understanding the
I
conversation.
just got in the room. I'm just trying to get a little bit of context because I'm scanning like, yo, is there a reduction?
Rashad.
Wait a minute,
Rashad.
I know, wait, let me clarify the question. Let me clarify the question before everybody go crazy. Niggas like, oh, he ain't listening. He ain't, oh my God.
You bring that for
I know, let me finish the question before y'all go retarded. I understand there was a reason. I understand there was a reason. I understand that. I'm saying, like, I got friends who work. I have a friend who works at the Panasonic facility, right? They make their batteries.
Repeat what you just said.
Yes, I'm repeating what I said.
I'm sorry.
I'm repeating what I said.
We all have ADHD.
I'm repeating what I said. I'm repeating what I said. I'm gonna finish it.
You're not gonna tell me what you're gonna finish because you're gonna be in a goo.
I'm gonna finish the sentence. I can't finish my sentence.
Your sentence to the goo. So, Miss Hip Hop, go ahead. What were you saying? Would you like to explain it to him? Maybe.
Yeah, so Rashad, the point of view you were getting to explain has nothing at all to do with the raid that just happened in Georgia. And I was watching the stage in the conversation you came in, so it was just picking up. The raids in Georgia was because of a local white woman found out about some South Koreans working there. She made a big hoopla. ICE raided them. Lo and behold, those workers were here on visas to train Americans on how to build batteries so that way Hyundai can hire and employ them. That's what we were talking about.
Don't call it. Just wasn't paying attention.
But you know, Jeremy, first lady put him in the group because.
Hello, hey. How is it? Welcome to my room. We're holding Black America and gay men accountable. Finally! Thank you for joining us, Lily.
They wouldn't know that. She wouldn't know that because in her white mind, I have a bunch of Asian migrants who were in my community taking jobs for my fellow white Americans. That's how that looked to her. She didn't like it. And it wasn't on brand for what her administration, what their policies and what their America to look like.
clout right now. So that's why she put on TikTok that I'm the one that called ICE on that big raid.
She was bragging about it.
Yeah, she was bragging about it. She was gloating. She was saying, I'm the one, I helped catch, 33, 300, 400, illegally immigrants. And it turns out they all have visas. They were
I
training.
told y'all that day. I was like, they had, some of them had visas or something. Because that's what they were suggesting, but it was some kind of confusion. So now I'm glad the whole story has come full circle. And now we know, because at the end of the day,
Projection
some of these
loser.
situations, we don't have all the information, but everybody just starts going crazy. And I'm like, this lady, that's exactly what she did. So do you think she did some investigation, or she just got whipped up it from somebody else?
I don't
Like,
think
did she explain that?
I don't think she had much information, but another layer to this. Why didn't ICE do an investigation first? Right. That's establish a rate. You don't just be like, oh, hey, this is the new location. 30 minutes, guys. You guys ready? No. You gotta get, how many people do you have to have ready with ICE in order to arrest 400 people?
If I'm not mistaken, they were supposed to have done some investigation. That was part of the report in the beginning, saying that they were, villains in this place for a while.
So stupid. Why was fake?
They never put us a bunch of immigrants working in the
What?
second part of the state for about 3 years.
Go ahead and tell us.
Someone's life living.
Hi, Emily. I did read it. I did read it, and that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think to Jeremy's point, which I love that he raised it up. If somebody's coming into a plan, we talk to the managers or somebody
Please be specific.
who's managing that plan. That's not something that you
Thanks,
go and
John.
say, okay, let's plan a raid, without having any conversation at all with the company at all. I think that shouldn't be making sense at any level. You scope it out first, right? I mean, if you're a cop and you're trying to do a raid, you want to make sure you got the right house. To be like, oh, you're a good cop, right?
That's what I'm asking. Please be specific. Thanks, John.
Line up. Otherwise, you're going to put your people at danger, right? You get the wrong house, and the homeowner is going to
If you watch the interview here with candidate Congressman John Kitover, then challenges your PAU's mind. I'm also not a road. I'm not actually posted the next project. I also did a mismatch for us to take all lives.
Internally within the U.S.
I mean, I do really, that's why I'm asking you.
those are
Please be
That's
specific.
literally an immediate fire.
Well, so what about the people that they were training? Are you saying that they're out of a job? Like, what's going on?
They're not getting trained right now. They're like, everything's on hold.
They can't train themselves. They don't have anybody left over to train. Like, you only need one.
Korean, that's not Korean. All this stuff. They were training the first round of people to train them like Americans.
That's
So
cool.
they're training everybody that's American because everything is in Korean. Everything is this. They're coming over and putting faith in America that hey, we're gonna train in American way. We gotta at least train the first round of Americans so that way they can train the rest of the people. So they're translating basically all the training
Penny? Yeah. Yes. So investigate how they did during that period of time that they were locked up. Welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Politically Correct. If you have been here throughout the day that we started, this wonderful Monday, yes, it is September the 15th, 2025, and we are approaching the 12 o'clock hour, midday, and we'll be having, we will be listening to a podcast where they will be, what are they doing, Patty? It's dance hosting, and they're gonna be guests. Yes, I think it's. I don't know if it's gonna be his last podcast. It's probably his first podcast. Okay, so I'm sure the wife is gonna pick this up moving forward. Well, according to her words, I don't know if she's gonna, continue, but it sounds like she definitely has that thought in mind. Do you think so? Yeah. Okay. Well, the interesting thing about him, sorry, hey everybody, is that his whole thing was about women shouldn't work, right? They should be dedicated to their family and have more children. So I don't know how that's gonna work if his audience, he's built his audience on that women shouldn't go to college and all of that stuff, right? Because you don't need it, because you're gonna be at home tending to the children. So will his audience accept his wife taking over? Maybe some will, maybe some won't. But his whole thing was about men, in power and the old school family structure of women staying at home.
I think it's ironic. I think it would be. Go ahead.
One second. Who else is trying? So we got Pierre, Michael trying to speak. Okay. So that's a really good point. I think we need to have a further discussion about that after we listen. Because I really like to know what people would think about that. One mic on. Was it me? Okay, Michael.
Yeah, I was going to speak and get in the mic.
Yeah, I think it's ironic that people like that, advocate for, women staying in the home, but they don't also advocate for the situation that made it to where women could stay in the home back when they could, and that is really good paying jobs where one income could support an entire household. And then the one of the ways that made that happen was they had a 90% tax on the over wealthy, and I want to say a 50% corporate tax. And because they had these high taxes, corporations and individuals were incentivized to spend money so they wouldn't pay taxes, and so they paid people a lot more. So it's kind of ironic that they want one side but don't want the side that actually makes that side work.
Okay, Pierre.
I think Sid raises a very good question. I think it's going to be a split. I think the men who want women to work at home will not follow her. That's more of a manosphere type problem. But I think that Kirk has sort of attracted that. Charlie Kirk has attracted that. And then Trump
pastor there a couple of weekends ago, and their parking space is just as big. And I only saw 50 cars, so I guess those were the people they were training. But I said that to say there's no amount of the job that won't even, I don't know, this area I live in been agitated recently. And this area was elected before she was re-elected. And then the second time she was re-elected, it pulled down a lot of money because a lot of the construction that was going on came to a close. They also built a Microsoft facility here. So I don't know what kind of impact they would have, but seeing the facility and knowing that the raid had happened, it just, it touched me because I saw how massive and the money that they put into building. That's all I have to say. Thank you for that. But they're not going to close it, right? So I don't know what the plans are, but I'm sure they're going to be able to continue to use it. They're going to. I'm not sure if they're going to close it now, but like you said, they were in your training, and I can tell you the population up here, the education, as far as younger kids is very good, but as far as getting trained older people, their population, education population is not very good. Oh. Okay, then on to meta news. I don't like the fact that they put the 18 plus Clubhouse. If you're listening, she shouldn't have the 18 plus on there. That's a nice little cute little icon for yourself. Yeah. Did you report this? We did several times, but I really response probably no. Well, I don't get the response that you need. So, thank you for taking. You should come on stage more often. We don't get to hear from you. Yeah. So let me check in with my friend Pate. Sister Pie, are you there? Yeah.
We're going to see what comes up to you up for us.
I just want to let y'all know that the pastors are fighting. So it's 3 pastors. So obviously we all know Pastor Brian. So one pastor from Chicago is defending Mr. Charlie Kirk. And then Brian, another black pastor, is giving him the smoke. Oh no. Yeah. And why can't we just sit this one out? I just don't know. Pastor Brian was. Now that she's closing. Oh yeah. Just be quiet. I'll definitely have all 3 of the links whenever y'all ready. Why we want to get back home today? It's 3 different pastors. So I can play the Chicago pastor, which is speaking down on the Charlie Kirk situation. So he's speaking down about Pastor Brian and another pastor in regards to them saying that this young man is racist and all this stuff. And Pastor Brian, he goes and tells Pastor Brian, post a video of this young man being racist. So, Pastor Brian, he gave him a few videos. And then there's another pastor, but it's 3 different pastors. That's why there's a fight going on with the pastors. Yeah, because they're all black. And all 3 of them are black.
Everybody want to try to be all sympathetic. Just don't trust nobody. Let me tell you something. This is why I can't stand clones. Because of all that. Oh no, we okay, Master. We love you, Johnny.
Yeah, that's how the Chicago pastor sounds. He sounds like that. But is it possible that they didn't have to say anything at all? Like that they didn't have to touch it? So this is the thing, right? As a pastor,
you gotta speak on it.
Not only you have to speak on it, but you ain't gotta worry about nobody fucking firing you. You already have your members, right? And nobody can fire you as a pastor. The members can fire you. That's his church. The members could what? Exactly.
I don't know. I just feel like that whole to each his own.
No, but I'm just saying that I don't feel like as a pastor you have to be worried about, oh my God, my job. I can't say this because I'm gonna lose my job.
I mean, when Jesus backed down from the debate, he called the spirit of
But I would definitely, I would want you guys to hear all three people and then for us to speak about it whenever you guys do. Right, so let me
Just let me just finish what I'm saying. Everybody gets well, maybe we gonna die doing that. We're really gonna die trying to be like, well, let's just see what they saying. We're gonna die. And I really hope y'all stop that, because that makes me so. I'm not saying.
that's not
I don't care. I'm not finished talking. So the whole weird sea and let's find out. Let's just give them a chance. So many black people in this country have gotten killed doing that. And also, so many black people have gotten killed fucking with the Bible in this country. Now I'm in there.
So is the Spotify? Is the Spotify? It's going. I don't know, because I'm never been to the Charlie Kirk show. I think too many people trying to talk. So, okay, keep trying to let us know. Sandra, go ahead. So,
No, I was just saying that Gemini came out with the same type of report after he came back from church Sunday, saying that the pastor that he's known forever and ever and ever was doing the same thing. So he said he had to think about it and pray about it and decide whether he was going back.
okay, so that's what the pastor was doing, what the Chicago pastor was doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so not what Brian or the other black pastor was doing.
Yeah, you're right, I'm saying that you know.
I asked the question, did they have to touch it at all? If I were a pastor, I could just touch on it from the aspect of, hey, listen, we saw some horrific stuff happen when, live streaming, and I know some families may be impacted by it, some families may not, but we are praying for the family of their lost one, seeing something so horrific in this day and time. It can definitely be troubling to everyone, right? So with that being said, we're just going to keep the family in prayer and hope that they get through this. And we're praying for the nation. We don't want to see fights and things like this break out. We're praying for peace, and we're just going to keep everybody lifted up. That's how I would have spoke on it. I don't have to go into detail. I don't have to say all this stuff. What I did was I was able to recognize it, touch it, give love, as well as spread love for everybody. That's it, that's all. Yeah, First Lady, but this is the thing. Not everybody knows how to handle their emotions, right? So when the emotion is sad, hurt, or anger, so when you see something like this happening, that everybody's standing by this man and making it seem like, oh yes, he's all this, praise him, he's almighty. And they don't do that for the other side. When they lose a life, that anger comes out as of, it's 2025, we're tired, when the fuck is this shit gonna change? We're gonna continue. So that's why I say that everybody's going to react in a different way. Whether they regret their reaction later on, or they don't regret it, they still are going to react how they choose to react. Absolutely. And what I just gave was what I would have hoped all the people who are responding, but the people who are saying additional things that might hurt the other side. Instead, finding ways to move neutral. That's what I was talking about. I'm talking about the previous step that got us to this now. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. This is what happens. Obviously, we have online church. Things go viral. So Pastor Brian had his service this past Sunday. What he said went viral. The other pastor, what he said went viral. Now this guy from Chicago decides to respond to viral from these two pastors and say, no, you guys are wrong. You guys are the wolves. You're this and this and this and that. Got it. That's exactly what went on. Gotcha. When I decided to tell my congregation and speak in my church, you cannot tell me what to speak in my church. This is my church. So it's not like he went on a live feed and on a rant and saying, oh, this and this the way you guys are acting. No, it was a preaching. And he put it in his preaching for that Sunday. Got it. That's how it
So
then you hear, because he even said it, he said, I do not condone this. Anybody losing their life this way. Right. Okay, sure, yeah, let's listen to it. Originally, when you were first saying the story, I thought Brian was responding to him and what he said. Oh, no, the Chicago guys responding to them. Exactly. Okay, got it. So which one are we listening to first? I'm listening to. So we're gonna listen to the Chicago. So I don't know. That's why I just thought that he first and started speaking because you said you wanted to listen to Chicago. So I was like, oh, okay. So I thought he kicked off the beef, but you're saying that he's ending the beef by responding to these other pastors that have preached. Right. All right. Hold on. Let me see.
I'm exhausted.
Don't be exhausted because our heart is beating, so we can't be exhausted. We can't give up.
Yeah, but every time something happens, you got people telling people, right? So be nice. Be nice to them. And then you show love to them. And then fuck all rats. This is why black people got attitudes in this country all the time because shit goes to hell with us. And then people always want to tell us, all right, so y'all gotta be nice. Turn the other cheek because Jesus said, and bitch, I do not give a fuck. I really don't. And I understand why niggas be on edge because since we have had this, that's the first thing they did. Turn to black people. All right, y'all gotta feel this one. Bitch, we ain't even do shit. I hate this country.
I got a podcast. I had to go to YouTube because it's like crashing on his website. So let me go ahead and play this.
She's an incredibly brave soul. I'm not sure if you saw her remarks after Charlie died. If you haven't, I would encourage you to go and see them because you see this raw grief and incredible courage all in the same moment. And that's what we need right now. We need to grieve, but we also need this courage in this moment more than we've ever needed it. She gave me a hug, and she was heartbroken, as of course she would be. And she said that she loved him so much. And I said, Erica, he loved you so much. He died way too young, but he died a happy man because of you, because of the family that you gave him, because of the home and the life that you guys had built together. And we sat for about an hour and we talked about Charlie. And, you know, in these moments, you don't know what to say. I'm a person who literally speaks for a living, and I had no idea what to say. And I didn't try to console her because how can you console a person who just lost a loving husband and father? But we just talked about Charlie. We talked about who he was. We talked about some of our favorite stories. We talked about some of his idiosyncrasies and all the things that made Charlie Kirk who he was. And she said something to me that I will never forget. My wife was there. It was just me and my wife on my side, and then a lot of people from the Turning Points family, a lot of people from Charlie's family. And she said to me that Charlie never raised his voice, that he never cussed at her, that he was never cross or mean-spirited to her. And look, I'm a husband. I'm proud of being a husband. I think that on the great balance of things that I'm a pretty good husband, but I can never say that I was never unpleasant with my wife. I can never say that I've never raised my voice to my wife. Like most husbands, even the good ones, were sometimes imperfect. And I took from that moment that I needed to be a better husband and I needed to be a better father. Because of all these moments that I shared just the last few days, the books that I've read to my kids, going up to their bedroom and kissing them and hugging them before bed, I just realized that all of these moments that I get to have, Charlie is not able to have them anymore. And Charlie's kids and his beautiful
And maybe the best way that I can contribute and the best way that I can honor my dear friend is to be the best husband that I can be, to be the kind of husband to my wife that he was to his. We talked all the time about the most important thing you could do is not vote for a particular candidate. It was to become, if you were a young man, a husband and a father. He talked about the joy that came from fatherhood, the joy that came from raising a family and being part of their growth and their development and all the incredible things that happen when you get to be a husband and father. And that is the way that I'm going to honor my friend, is to be the very best at that most important job that I can be. But that way, that I'm going to honor Charlie. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next 2 hours of this radio program about what exactly that looks like. It's important, and Erica asked me this, to make sure that his movement, the movement that Charlie started, has to keep going. We have to build upon it. We have to add to it. We have to make sure that the next generation of young people feels confident and courageous to speak their mind and to speak the truth. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why we do this. Of course, we do this so that we can enact good public policy and take back our country. We're going to talk with senior officials of the administration about what we're trying to do to honor Charlie's legacy in that way. Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice. And importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years. And I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle it.
Nobody interrupt. We're going to do 60 seconds of time now. Spread a little light and then start world. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me?
John.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Having a problem with the phone.
Can you hear me now? Okay, this is your 60 seconds of Tanya. This is chapter 9, The Secret Yearning for the Good. You have two natures, physical and spiritual, and each has its own voice. The physical speaks as self-serving passion through the left side of your heart. The spiritual speaks as awakened intellect through the right side of your heart. As it is written, the heart of the wise is on the right. These two natures battle to control your body, like two armies besieging a city, for the body is called a small city. While the physical resists the spiritual embraces the physical, as it is written, and you shall love Yahweh your God with all your heart, the left and the right. This all-encompassing love is called infinite. In such love, even the inclination towards selfishness is redeemed. For even it desires what it perceives as good, and when filled with infinite love, it comes to know the true good, and so turns away from evil and does good. Hence, even the inclination towards selfishness and the bounded separate self desire to serve God, even as they entice you from such service. In this, they are like the seductress of the Zohar.
You want to say something? Okay, Mac. Oh, no, exactly. Go ahead.
I was just saying, no, just go.
Perfect. Mac, mic's on you, bro. I just don't want to go back and forth where it's just me and you talking, because we could do a one-on-one with that. But, you know, you want to engage with everybody that's in the room. And everybody has a difference of opinion. Everybody has a right to speak on the mic in my room for like 60 seconds. And allow other people to speak, you know what I mean? So I just don't want us to get caught up in where we're going back and forth, and it becomes boring for everybody else. So I want everybody to be involved and engaged. And like we just let up John and to do 60 seconds of Tanya, I think it's important that we all spread a little bit of light everywhere we go today, each and every day. Open the door selflessly. Don't look for a pat on the back, man. Do it for the goodness of, because you wanted to do it. Do selfless acts, and Hashem will bless you in abundantly. And for those who don't know the word, that Hashem is God. But will bless you if you do. You know, the best thing I ever see is when I see donations and the plaques on the walls, and it says, unidentified person or whatever. They just don't identify themselves on the donation. I mean, I'm so proud of that person. I'm like, good for you.
Hey,
We need more and more of that in this world.
BB, I heard McZed say once that the reason why we see, society falling down is because the moral education isn't there. The moral understanding and comprehension isn't in the society. So McZed, I mean, you think that's the primary reason why we see people, cheering Charlie Kirk's death, calling him a racist and a sexist, could care less that he was murdered?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Cheering on someone's death does show like a gap in the training of murder being bad. But we already have school shootings. Someone tried to kill the president. We're currently engaged in multiple wars. It's not so clear people understand the law against murder, and while the law against murder has been on the books since time immemorial, so too has the existence of wars. I feel like a lot of people have never really thought through how that has always been the case. And they just don't know what the difference is between murders and wars.
Well, why don't you educate us and tell us what is the difference between murders and wars?
Well, that's a good question. Murders are the result of a legal code within a community that has a shared language. They communicate with each other. They're humans, and they're mortal, all of them. So they make certain rules. Murder, right up there with number one on those rule charts. They usually put in some other ones like theft. They have various ideas on property. Usually hitting each other, again, pretty universal. But they develop and it becomes like a rule system. But war is not about the agreed consensus of a communal order amongst cousins. War is the interaction between these units, these different legal regimes. When different legal regimes have control over this peace and security of their citizenry, and that necessarily disavows the peace and security of non-citizens. It's not their concern. And they have a primary concern to take care of their citizens. As a result, those interests, let's say, conflict with other states that have similar interests in trying to protect their citizenry. That's what war is. And what war is, more than murder is bad, war is the lack of law. It's literally taking the youngest people of a community and sending them to go steal, kill, and destroy for the good of their society. Not at all murder. War is a dangerous, poetic, artistic, human expression of the breakdown of a legal system. Right? That's why it can be a civil war, a revolutionary war, but it's not the same as a murder. Murder has the pretense of civilization behind it. Order, normalcy, propaganda about moral relevance. War is not that. War is when you take whatever you can.
I read it in a book once that war is two sides proceeding over a funeral service. Do you agree with that sentiment?
No.
Why not?
Acknowledge and respect the effect that war has had over history are deluding themselves. They're just crying over dead bodies, which yeah, fine, everyone cries over dead bodies, but you're not acknowledging how humanity has made progress. I'm not saying wars are good for society, but they are not foolish engagements. These are complicated affairs that involve numerous different generations of people, for their own reasons, volunteering to engage in these political actions. War is not just foolish people marching to their own death. It's people pushing in one direction or another the direction of the future.
What war did you fight in?
Hey, Achek, I got a follow-up question from Exet. So Exet,
Go ahead, ask me what war we fought in. So be like, check out about it. What the fuck does it matter, bro? What's your fucking beef? Every day you come in here and start a fight. Like, honestly, what's your beef, dude? What war did you fight in? No, you're annoyed about life, bro. You're annoyed about women. You're annoyed about mothers. You're annoyed about fucking, like, every people speaking. Nah, man, I got no patience for you, dude. Constant, every fucking day.
Okay, let me ask this
You'll
follow.
sit patiently for like an hour and then come up like you fucking hungover or something. So you just woke up and you just like, let me shit on everybody. Fuck off.
So Exet, Machiavelli talks about ruthlessness. Sun Tzu talks about strategy. Where's the moral? Is it a moral index of what you can and can't do to your enemy to win the war? You know, where do you stop, or how do you determine a moral index in war?
Yeah, sure. It's simple. Warfare, in my opinion, is won through primarily hearts and minds. I think it's the conviction of the belief of the army that endures. So to me, it's more about aligning yourself, your own civilization, towards your conception of what is the ultimate good. And why is this person standing in the way? Why is it that you're killing this person? Why are you moving into his house and setting up a camp? Why are you taking land and setting up barracks? What good is this for you in the world? If you don't inculcate that in your soldiers, you're setting them up for a life of tragedy and horror.
So Sun Tzu says all wars won are fought on deception. How can you rationalize insane propaganda, you know, in 2025? If you know,
I don't think that all wars are built on deception. I think that in war it's difficult to see what is true, but I don't think that people are always deceiving each other in warfare. I think there are a lot of wars where people operate openly and honestly, and yeah, there like within fighting there is deception, right? You're killing a person. Lying hardly feels like a moral failing.
Well, it's asymmetrical, meaning that if you
in the end, war, like I said, since it's really just multiple civilizations that are preserving their own peace, interacting with each other, the primary goal in the end is communication. It's some kind of a dialogue and a concession, a surrender, a development, a revolution, some kind of a change. It's just a primitive means of communication with a more primitive component of human civilization, i.e. the civilization. Humans might be able to communicate with each other slowly and capably, but because of our complex systems and technologies, we're not yet effective enough at communicating with each other in large numbers.
Yeah, I find pointing back to the law is the quickest way to resolve conflict, surprisingly. Or not back, but to the law. I mean, I'm being attacked on social media, but I just keep referring back to the law. And, you know, I don't want to do ad hominem. And there's a quote, I think, by Socrates that when slander becomes, you know, the communication, the debate is lost.
Right. And, that's the point. There's always propaganda. There's always lies told from multiple different perspectives, some of which are worthy of investigation, right? Like, different perspectives are good. But that doesn't deter the well-orchestrated war from an alignment of national focus. What are we doing? Why are we doing it? If that is clear to the people, the war will be victorious. Whether to the soldier, the guy working back at home, or running the buses at home, a secretary, as long as they know who they're fighting, why they're fighting, that war will be won by those people. That's why the Nazis lost, because it was a crazy idea. And not everyone was fully on board with the let's all just genocide the Jews, even though they went along with it.
So is the danger today, you think, lone wolves and mind viruses?
No, it's just like a symptom of opening the Pandora's box of everyone's perspective is published and recorded forever.
Isn't that what's happening on the internet today?
Right. It opens up the demons. like there in every generation there have been people that thought exactly like all of these people, but now the Walmart is selling a rifle, and I see on TikTok exactly who the targets should be. Oh, and look, here's his schedule, all in the palm of my hand.
So, I mean, do you think it's capping Pandora's box, concealing Pandora's box?
Listen, if you really wanted to put cap on Pandora's box, you'd end the free speech regime of America and say, we don't want to hear crazy, outlandish views. We don't want the Nazis to march in Skokie, Illinois, right? We want to focus on the good ideas, the ones that we've all agreed to, like, let's say, our laws or constitutions. We can focus on those published ideas. But we have decided to do otherwise here. We let every idea free.
And my question is to Achek. So, if McZed has never fought in a war, he's not allowed to have a moral perspective on how.
My good friend Ben. You're such a regular, Ben. You should introduce yourself.
I just think in the comments it's just like you can't say like some women that I think you connected and Megan's get so sensitive. So when you say the word,
Over here, it's on Fritz.
and I'm seeing on this and I'm just like.
No, but you say.
Who are you, Ben? Long time listener, great silencer. Ben, who are you, Ben?
Just May. It's just May, bro.
It's just May?
Just May, yeah.
Oh, you just May. Everyone's Charlie Cook. I'm Charlie Cook. I'm Charlie Cook. Oh, nice. Yeah.
That's as loud as it's screaming and as loud as it gets. Apparently we had I didn't even hear about the shootout in our own country of this young fella that tried to take out a cop. And the cops killed him. And that was last week in our own country, but I didn't even hear about it. But that's big news for us. But this has been spread, it's either we hear about it, there's the most extra we go on. But I think this fella's been lifted up to a platform. He's his own Jesus,
Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday. It's, you know what? I think that's actually like a mythological motif that we humans just keep playing over and over again. And so I don't think you can actually escape it because I think it's like embedded in the programming almost.
Yeah, I'm definitely. You've been following this more than anybody else. I love diving in with you, and I love you reached out and the way you punched it out. And you're on. I don't know. You're interesting to me and amongst it. So I enjoy it. And I don't know what else you can do to align with people, and stimulate, motivate, whatever. I just even know. I used to listen to Charlie Kirk on those shorts, those YouTube shorts, man, and I sort of give up. And in 10 seconds, I had no idea what he was talking about, but obviously he seemed to know what he was talking about, and I guess he had a bit of knowledge about the understanding of, the angle of encouraging people to talk, and that's great. And I think it's sad that just, but I think because he had the youth together, so I saw that he had a lot in him.
He created a system.
I've never had for a long time. I've never seen that. But I never used to understand what the hell his narrative was, or his take.
able anyway. But now that he's gone, it's like he had some angle, you know. I'm there with all 1,000. I'm just not in a week, so I'll probably cut out at some point.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for being here. This is the John Kitover podcast, Murder vs. War. We're listening to BB's Room, and we've been asking questions to McZad. This is what they're talking about now.
But that's what the left does. And I'm going to call you that you guys do that dumbass shit. And after you want to try and insult people, because the problem with Clubhouse is people don't know how to say, I don't know. So what they do is they spread misinformation. They read a TikTok, they watched a TikTok, they read some bullshit fucking news article that some man wrote with a bias, and they believe that to be facts.
Yeah, outrage and shit.
Got a lot of work to do, but
Kept trying to come
Outrage that people don't have a moral compass and that they're mentally ill. And I'm outraged that people are sick.
You literally kept having to make modifications because you were coming to the realization that shit, this is a false equivalency.
Because you fucking fell for it right away and said, yes, I would be to blame.
It's nothing.
Because I had to draw it like crayons because you're wearing a fucking helmet. You showed up to this room in a yellow short bus. And I'm sorry, but you forgot to wear your knee pads and you probably scraped your knees walking into this fucking room. And I needed to draw it on a fucking chalkboard with fucking melted crayons for you to understand. And I had to dumb it down. And once I did, you're like, yes, you're right.
Right, that's how I see it. It's all right. Not exactly dying on that help. It was just me and you.
I don't need help, homeboy. I don't need help. That's the difference between me and you. But the problem is you go on rants for 20 fucking minutes and you get lost in your own bullshit. That's scary for me.
it's like
if you don't have to talk to somebody, you can tell me what area you are in the world. I'll find the kids helpline. You can call them and you can talk to them. They probably help you out better than this room.
hey Mackendall, can I ask you a question, Mackendall?
Yeah, thanks for coming. Put on those knee pads, buddy.
I hear you. Just like your rabbi.
There we go. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
You don't need shit. I mean, like, buddy, land your plane. Just not on the side of a building, you fucking coward.
With the circumcisions, you know.
Yeah, with
They don't
the
get that.
Yeah.
They don't get that.
Well, it is a beautiful Monday morning still, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Safe for Jews and Israel, debunking all Palestinian lies and propaganda once and for all. This room will culminate your Clubhouse education. After this room, I doubt there will be any more questions, any more concerns, and all of your issues and opinions will be completely resolved. You will learn the truth here today, ladies and gentlemen.
The problem is people don't listen. They listen to speak. They're not actually soaking in it. That's the problem. That's how disingenuous people are. They're not actually.
I don't know what is up with these
They're
mics
waiting
today.
for you to shut the fuck up so they can speak their bullshit. They don't give a fuck what you have to say.
You know, this new account, Jaya.
Are you already?
This account, Jaya, is also tied to a new Instagram account, and I started following Greta Thunberg. There is a huge industry dedicated to Free Palestine. It's a clothing industry, it's a media industry, it's a news industry.
It's all money. You think they give a fuck about Palestinian children? They don't give a fuck about Palestinian children. They don't give a fuck. This is all for the sick-minded to jump on a booty clap bandwagon. They couldn't give two fucking shits. If they really cared, why aren't they advocating to release the hostages? Listen, the smartest thing, whatever happened, would be if, okay, let's release the hostages, let's not have Hamas. If Israel drops one bomb after that, then it's a huge fucking problem. afraid of?
What
are you afraid of?
What I'm trying to say about the Free Palestine movement is it's not just a movement; it is a platform. So the algorithm is some people are just completely in a Free Palestine tunnel vacuum. And there's no getting out because it's all coming to them from their cell phone real time from the ocean as Greta sails the seas and keeps taking selfies in the sun. They are emotionally tied to the journey. So it's all spam and they just keep recycling it. So that's part of, in my opinion, this situation because it's all self-feeding. It's like a snake eating its own tail, and they'll never be able to escape it unless they actually just toss their, cell phone in the ocean and get a new profile because it's all tied into your cell phone and mainstream media and social media and connecting with your brain. And people are just, in a way, they're almost lifeless because they're technically just completely absorbed by their algorithms that keep feeding them their reality.
I'd like to call a moment of silence for Matt's dignity. BB just fucking destroyed him. He walked into it acting like he had nothing to learn. And I could tell the palpable moment when he recognized that he actually was agreeing with BB. And he was actually learning something. And only then did he flip and go back to his old, tiresome bullshit arguments that now had no relevance because BB had fucking flattened them. Just like those buildings in Gaza. I want to welcome my good friend and amazing person, JB, Harry, they're here, Shadiqua, Grace, Juhadish, George, Jaya, Rondell, Mike, Layla, Samson, Varden. Yeah, you're all welcome to come on up and speak. But it was the funniest shit, man. I had to use fucking crayons to paint out a story for him. And it was too easy. It's just the weirdest shit. The weirdest shit that they are that easily manipulated. You know what I mean? And the number one, listen, I'll tell you the number one problem with Jews today. It's either fucking weak Jews. It's scared pussy Jews. That put us in the most fucking dangerous position. Because they talk shit. Because they don't know what they're talking about. And like I said earlier, it's a problem that people just don't say, I don't know. I don't know. It's okay to say, I don't know.
Hey, George.
Not well versed on that. Explain it to me.
Hi, George.
Well, they're living in lies. They're not looking for truth. They're looking to propagate their lies. People want to get cuddled and they want to be elites and they want to be elites and they want to be the gatekeepers of the community and they know what's good and basically the Jews that are doing the dirty work. You're like basically the sand ninjas of Judaism, and a lot of Jews are being used and treated like shit and then they'll go and cuddle and then they'll sit in other rooms with fucking dirt bags and then they'll sit there and have this almighty fucking Jew. And they're giving power to the enemy inadvertently.
Again, I do not appreciate.
And you have like people like, Buttercup that run around this app.
Attacks or slander.
Fuck, the allergies are not here. But are going in and hyping these people up. And then the funniest thing is, I was in a room the other night in Rouge, and they were attacking the shit out of her. And she don't care, but she's like, but I love you guys. Like, I love you. I think it's more of an identity crisis that they're going through, a superiority complex as well, where they're like, I'm the superior Jew, because I can talk down to other Jews. And it's like, it's almost like a Willie Lynch syndrome. I swear. It reminds me of, just don't kill the room, bro. Keep it upbeat, man, because I'm fucking so ADHD today. Like, I need it. I need high stimulation. Yeah, I'm about to get some
I'll let your audience.
It reminds me of
my character.
Cousin who was a vegan and her husband who was a hunter.
Ideas, opinions, and goals.
That think. God bless you. Yeah, thank you. Ace, you want to come up? Mac, honestly, bro, I couldn't waste any more time with you, man. I proved my point. You fell for it. It wasn't that I was trying to trick you. I was trying to dumb it down so you can understand it. And you did. And you said, you agreed to everything. And then you're like, oh, fuck. Then I'm intellectually fucking inept. I'm dumb. Because you got squashed. It's okay. Listen, I agree that everybody should go around their house and squash all the insects and termites. Like, you know what I mean? If you got cockroaches in your house, you should squash them. You should clean your house. And I think this is the problem with the world today. Everybody's looking at the grass is greener on the other side. Yes, motherfucker, it is. You know why? Because you're not watering your own fucking grass. Charity starts at home. Love starts at home. Protect your kids. Raise your kids properly. Give them morals. If you got to give them tough love, don't be that pussy parent. Give them that tough love so you can have your most prized investment, which are your children, to be blooming, and they can flower into something amazing that you've taught them. You know what I mean? People think I'm crazy. I teach my little daughters dominoes. Dominoes. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I just wanted to jump in while I can. Bro, you spot on. The elitist motherfuckers on this app, excuse my language, ladies, right? That think that they're gonna determine what we should and shouldn't say. And I'm talking about our community specifically. I'm over it, right? Then they play dumb when you call them out. And here's what I think, DB. It's just my opinion, obviously. That we need to put headshots on these people and call them out. Stop pat dancing. See, they play on the fact that we're forgiving people. But, you can only shove shit down somebody's throat until you say the full. Like, I'll tell you right now, Rohan's a piece of shit. Right? I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And what happened yesterday in my space, another piece of shit move. But still, people always expose themselves who they really are. Don't sit there and see full biology. Just give it a little time, though. Because we give it a little fucking time, they're going to expose themselves. Thank you, BB.
Absolutely, and 100%, I totally back exactly what you're saying. And I always give credit, and I hate it, but fucking Harry, he fights you all the time. He's like, baby, they're pieces of shit. He calls around like, Harry, you're too fucking hard on them. What are you doing? Stop, man. You're ruining the stage. He's like, fuck you. And I always have to go back and say, Harry, you're right. I apologize. How the fuck did you know? It's the funniest shit. Now I just sit back because he's right. He smells it. They open them up, they say 2 sentences. He's like,
thanks again for the great interview. However, I do not appreciate attacks or slander against myself.
Now he lets them speak.
Perhaps
But he
you
says,
have
you're
mentioned
a
my
piece of shit, but go ahead, speak.
We'll let your
And
audience discover my
so
character
many
that
times
was
was saying,
composed as the Congressman.
Stop, Harry. What you're doing is wrong. And now I'm saying, Harry, fuck, how did you know? You're right. And I give him his flowers, man. And what happened yesterday in JP's room was completely wrong. Absolutely. People can play stupid about it. And Rohan and all these fucking scumbags that are going around here and trying to gatekeep Jews and doing this whole elitist bullshit. Fucking wrong.
Rohan, that works to me. I am the gatekeeper of the Jewish community. Because I guess God appointed him. He gets to talk over all of us down to us. Fuck him and his bullshit and his phony.
I agree, bro. And yeah, even like fucking years ago, man, Harry's phony. Careful, this guy's a piece of shit. But, yeah.
But like the conversation we had earlier, sorry for jumping in, I'm trying to jump on the camera. Like the conversation you and I had earlier this morning, I said, yeah, sincerely, I believe there'll be another October 7th somewhere in the future, and these fucking elitist assholes won't be the ones that'll be the first ones to stand up and help you. They'll talk about it, but they won't. So, I haven't done a fucking single thing for the Jewish community on this app, and I'm pretty sure in real life he wants to be the fucking gatekeeper, right? So guys, if you want a boring ass time, go listen to Rohan.
Hey JB, this is Jaya, aka John Kitover, and you're my #1 donor. I'm not trying to upset you in any way. What I do want to tell you is that Rohan, who I have recorded quite a bit of here on Clubhouse,
he absolutely detests me because I've made recordings of him. And I will just say that if what you're saying is accurate and truthful and transparent, then most of those people have no problem being recorded. They don't have a guilty conscience. However, if what you're saying is misinformation, lies, propaganda, bullshit, and what you're trying to do is gaslight, and you're an immature child, it's those people who are the ones who push back the hardest against me for making recordings of them in clown mode.
Here's the thing, John. I don't give a fuck. I never have. But I also think there has to be a level of respect when people don't want to be recorded. I feel that people that don't want to be recorded usually have something to hide, right? But here's the thing. There's other people that just don't want to be recorded. So why can't you bring that level of respect to people? If there's like, hey man, I'm not comfortable with this. But you think you have this sense of entitlement that you can do what you want because it's not even a free app anymore, John. Why don't you just respect people?
Listen, JB, you're my number one contributor, so I do want to take your advice. And I'll be honest with you, running, you realize it's a network. I have people gathering signatures for me right now that I would give full-time positions to because they've done the heavy lifting. So I respect you. You're part of my network. I hope to be a part of your network. And any warnings or heatings in the moment, I will take note and I'll do what you ask me to do or consider what you ask me to do. Is that respectful enough for you?
I appreciate that. Here's the deal. Last night when you were in my room, recording my room, I know you did because you were live streaming it. And people came out and said, we do not want to be recorded. You still did it, and then you played a buzzing sound when they played the music. So when I say to hey, John, can you not record this room, please? No, because I'm not. I say what I say, I believe. I back up what I say. I'm not one of these fucking shills that hide in the fucking shadows. But if I ask you to do it, bro, just for me, do me that solid. And I have no problems with you doing what you do on your own time. Thank you.
Sounds good. I will respect that, and I hear you. And I will just say that buzzing sound was me doing the
I like you, baby. I just fucking almost choked.
Wait, John, did you just say that you would respect that and not record?
Yeah, JB's my number one campaign contributor. Until somebody else steps up, I'm taking his advice.
Wow, that's awesome.
Amazing.
I love that.
Because the answer to that question not too long ago was an unequivocal no.
Well, maybe now you learn how politics works. Sometimes campaigns or people running or people in office, they take the advice of their donors. Oh my God, I can't believe that's how it all works. Thank you, JB. I respect JB because he gave me his money. That's respect. Now I'm returning the respect. That's how politics works.
I gave you money too, though, John. Hello?
Hello?
Not enough.
Apparently.
Okay, so we got somebody else that come up that he can never maintain decorum. Go ahead. You got 30 seconds. Yeah.
Indeed, okay. Now everybody needs to understand one thing.
Yeah.
That's it. You're not threatened.
Everybody needs to understand one thing that if you can click on a speaker and you're in a mod, you can move them to the audience. Thanks, man. Anyways. My whole point is people need to take accountability for their actions and realize what you do in life, there's consequences and repercussions. And if you get called out by people, it's usually for a good reason. It's usually for a good reason. What's up, Moore? How you doing, brother? I don't know if you're here. Holly, how are you?
Hey, sorry, I just took a bite. I was listening for a minute.
What are you eating?
I'm eating a just a decent, not great sandwich from Arby's. I took a chance on something different. Should have just gotten the classic.
Baby, let me just say this, man. The thing that I'm most fed up about, I really don't give a fuck. Talk about me, don't talk about me, is the hypocrisy that people speak. It's done without, just come real, come to rest. We talk about fixing the problems in this world and all this other kumbaya bullshit, but them motherfuckers are just fake. Excuse my language. Thank you.
Well, I had a conversation at a bar once with a guy, and this is after coming off of years of having clubhouse conversations, and I realized that I became a hypocrite and he became a hypocrite. And so ultimately I realized the longer the conversation goes on, everyone will become a hypocrite if the conversation just goes on forever. Because truth be told, the peace and the stillness and the resolutions that people are looking for comes in silence and acquiescence to one another and putting each other on a pedestal or taking each other off of the pedestal. So
I disagree, man. People that become hypocrites are the people that have FOMO. They're fear of missing out and they want to be accepted. I don't want to be accepted by anybody. I don't give a fuck. Either you're my friend or you're not. Either you want to hear what I have to say or you don't. I'm not going to go and chase you down to make sure that you can hear what I have to say. And I don't want you to like me because of anything. I want you to like me because you genuinely like me.
Right, but
what I do today is going to affect me tomorrow, so I always maintain the same code.
Well, what I'm saying is one of the.
I'm trying to get rid of friends, to be honest.
Well, what I'm saying is one of the parties who, even though they're correct, if they keep arguing long enough, they become a hypocrite because they're wasting their own time. So, it's a you thing, and it's your choice on your communication, which is consumption or distribution.
Leon, is that how you say? Leon? Welcome to the stage. Oh, God. How sick, how fucking retarded are people?
People, have degraded into animals, essentially. I mean,
well, some people come here for fucking good communication, and then there's other people. You gotta wonder, how did you tie your fucking shoelaces in the morning? Did you put your fucking underwear over your pants? Like, how fucking slow are you?
Over your pants.
I will say this, Phoebe. You definitely chopped a hole. What's up, man?
Oh yeah, this from attracts them. Crazy. I think they just stay down to hear Harry speak. That's why. Come hear Harry.
What happened to the, wasn't there a gay Harry from the UK?
This guy, he's not.
Horatio. Yeah.
That's Horatio, yeah.
Yeah, Horatio's. He's still around.
Oh, I haven't seen him in ages.
I saw him the other day. He was in your room the other day.
Okay.
We did a whole flashback run the other night, man, and the room lasted till like 4 a.m. about all of the people that were on Clubhouse. And it's actually crazy when you think about all the characters that have come and gone on Clubhouse. And it was fucking funny. Like it was actually a good run, and there's a lot of people in it, and it lasted fucking from like 8 a.m. to like 4 a.m. and we were just talking. Towards the end of the night, like 8 o'clock at night until 4 a.m, it was just going on about, do you remember this person? And then a little bit about them, and it was fucking crazy. We've seen on this app, anybody here has seen the most fucking craziest, weirdest fucking people spewing the most fucking weirdest shit. And then I've met some real decent people on this app too. And it's I can count on my hands how many decent, but I've lost track on how many fucking weirdos. But yeah, going back to that about, and we've always said that like the number one problem like with being Jewish is other Jews. They're the ones that bring us the most smoke, and they allow. It's like that. They agitate not only the Jews, but they cuddle up with the people that want to kill us, and it becomes extremely problematic. And I'm not sure if it's Munchausen or what's going on, but there's definitely like a mental illness, and the problem is it's not spoken about enough. It's not talked about enough. It's because almost, I don't know if we're ashamed or whatever. I like to call him out. Harry most definitely calls him out. JB calls him out. But it's like, it's fucking dangerous. It's detrimental for one's health. It's very, I'm not sure if, I think maybe they do realize the destruction they're causing. But I think they think like, well, nobody's gonna come out to me because I'm the elitist. I'm the king fucker. That's why I changed my PTI to Batman's holding a baseball bat and his crown's tilted and it's heavy.
Well, Batman was the Dark Knight. We need more knights in this world who are chivalrous, who are gentlemen, who are willing to wage war against the enemy and achieve victory. That's really, Charlie Kirk's death, and it is a mythology. It is a motif. It is a reoccurring theme. It's my opinion, and I don't think many people will disagree. But this is what throughout history has been happening. I don't think there's anything new under the sun. Everything that is has always been. So it's just repeating. And the problem is, it's a little bit like a dance or the spiraling nebulae, meaning that be kind to your dance partners. Let the partners find themselves. But it's the violent people that's very annoying in the system. No one wants terrorism. No one wants violence. We want to resolve problems peacefully in our times. That's my opinion. I'm Jai. I am.
Perfect. I'm going to start a little song for the reset.
George, you must not be a serious host, and certainly you aren't anything to see. Not anything to see. Maybe. Perhaps you've taken too many Pfizer vaccines. To see the interview with candidate Congressman John Kitover and George, John Kitover film. George, you must not be a serious host. Certainly you aren't anything to see. Perhaps you've taken too many Pfizer vaccines. See the interview with candidate Congressman John Kitover and George. It's the spiral nebula.
South Africa, white people were not the majority, but they still controlled the entire economy. They controlled basically the means of production. They controlled everything, and then they controlled the movement of people, the society. So I was like, South Africa was nothing more than another settler colonial project. America is the biggest settler colonial project. They could do the same thing. They're going to do the same thing. And just right on cue, after so many years of talking talking about this bullshit. White people were gonna be the minority. I never believed it, but it didn't have to be true. What it was doing, it was planting that fear and insecurity in these people. And as much as they said, "Oh, we ain't come such a long way," we knew that shit. We knew they were gonna get right back, rightfully the head that this was their nation. Right? Like they got right back. It's like muscle memory. And it's disgusting, but it is what it is. And so yeah, like everybody knows how they need to proceed at this point. You know, protect your neck.
George.
No pun intended.
I mean, if you really think about what they're saying women belong in the home, right? Women should be wives and mothers. Immigrants are stealing our jobs from Americans.
Too many Pfizer vaccines.
All the, people of color, black people, they don't have the brain processing power. They're all DEI hires. Okay, so who's left? It's only white men left. They're literally telling us, by attacking everything, they're literally telling us only white men should be in charge and should have important jobs and should do things. That's exactly what they're saying.
So again, the country is built on that. If you go look at the Constitution and read, just how there's nothing in there for minorities, there's nothing in there for women. It's written for rich white landowners. That's what this country is foundationally built on. Thank God we have the Bill of Rights. We have amendments to the Constitution that have given other people rights. But if you just look at the straight up document, that's just the people that wrote that, the founders, the people that were in Philadelphia that pen and ratified that shit. That's who they wrote it for. So they're trying to get back to that. They feel because I think the principle, white supremacists, that are just they're not the ones that are out here with the Jesus flag or whatever, talking about white men fight back. They're not the Patriot Front, they're not the Klan. But literally, if they'll talk and be that this country, the founding fathers, didn't mean for the country to be like this, for it to be all these immigrants here, but all these people that it was meant for white people, and that's what they want to keep it that way. It was something that lost my damn train of thought. Something that King said earlier or whatever. Oh, as far as that stuff that Richard Smith and people were talking about this stuff before. It's always been a thing. So go back into Trump, we survived Woodrow Wilson, where they screamed "Birth of the Nation" in the White House, and I don't know how many, 100,000 Klan members marched up Pennsylvania Avenue. You go back and look at pictures of it, and they talk about in Congress, that 75% or 80% of the damn representatives, U.S. representatives.
George, you're taking too many Pfizer vaccines. King Clown.
We'll survive this. But I'm just saying that as far as it's always been there. It's just that people the Bible talks about it. People are dumb as fuck or whatever. You look at the 80-20, what they want to look at. Even look at this election cycle, the way that people manipulated and played. Even with the stuff on Charlemagne and the Breakfast Club and the little stuff that was said about trans, and I don't want my money going the trans surgeries in prison. People are easily manipulated. And so Trump,
George, you're taking too many Pfizer vaccines.
I love him, I hate him. The most thing in the American lexicon for freaking 40 years or whatever. So we've seen all this stuff with Trump. Trump is a unique individual, and the fact that he is out here and he's so
George, you must not be a serious therapist. Certainly, you're on everything I said. Perhaps you're taking too many Pfizer vaccines. Similar, you can't approach the trying to kill over George.
And we gotta get them, and they killed your hero. And it's the best voice for young conservatives. Just all this bullshit that he's coming up with or whatever. Leaders, if a leader like Trump, and I can't think of the name for it, I just heard it today. When leaders say words, and it's not telling somebody to go commit violence, but it's in the way you carry it, the radical left, saying that they've killed your champion, where you're giving commands, but you're not giving commands. And I'm just saying that Trump does that. Most of our the presidents in my lifetime, Nixon is the first one I can remember. No president has ever done that so tough. If something happens in this country, people that don't like black people, Ronald Reagan, I like him as a president, but he was like racist as shit. But when they didn't necessarily like black people, but he was like, he loved America and he tried to kill this country. Trump doesn't give a fuck about anything but himself. He doesn't love America. He doesn't love his fucking kids. He doesn't love anything but Trump. And it's like, that shit's so dangerous, the fact he's our president. And I saw a podcast and I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But it's like, I just wanted to say that.
Well, by being narcissistic, a guy's strange pattern that he would come out immediately with all of that information that wants him to be a martyr and a messiah. Here comes Netanyahu chiming in, saying that he's the savior of Israel. And it was really in a strange relationship, and it wasn't what they pretended to be at all. So more fake news. And on that strength, this guy's being treated like, well, he was late for soccer mom practice, or he was late coming home from the football game or something. But both characters, the young Anglo-Saxon males, wops, etc. And now, if it had been a Negroid or a neuro-melanated person involved, it would be chaotic. It'd go crazy. Said, man, but they're still on the same mission. Same shit hanging from a different shingle to vilify the melanated man. Somehow they're going to ease us up into the middle of the equation, whether we're directly involved or not. And that is, I think, the plan is to push them blonde hair and blue eyes. Can you imagine the wife of John Fitzgerald Kennedy coming to the mic right at his memorial service? Yes, because, we're going to make America great again. We're going to keep this rally going. We're going to build this movement. Okay. Now, this guy's been spotted. Another part of the fake news. Somebody said they spotted this guy. All conspiracy ain't, ain't pseudo-conspiracy. So you got to watch what is happening close and personal. And somehow, no matter if it's COVID or Charles Kirk, they're going to ease us up in the middle. And somehow we'll be responsible for kicking the dirt. But I say we do not pull our foot out of the behind or the backside of Donald John Trump and this guy, Netanyahu. I think they just B-movie actors, they just regular guys. People that's exaggerated them like they exaggerated Charles Kirk. I'm telling you the truth. And to stand-up people that are really involved with the science and the politics and mathematics that operate this world, the realism people, they mean absolutely nothing. No, I'm just serious. Yeah. But we drink the Kool-Aid and, hug the testicles, and he urinates in your face. And you call it rain and Kool-Aid.
Congressman John Kitover versus down the hood, Georgia, taking too many Pfizer vaccines.
Patty, you still have months of playing?
Yeah, hold on, let me go ahead and go back to it. So they actually have, right now, it's...
Really appreciate Texas landed against myself. Perhaps you've had months with any vaccines. I want the audience to tune my character and his opinions and goals as the Congressman for 16. So you're here with candidate Congressman Sean Kitover below. And trying to use and also
And just to give you guys from at home a little behind the scenes, the producer just showed Tucker a sign that said rap. And Tucker looked at it and said, this is expand on your point, right? So if we end up going 35 minutes, you'll know it's not the host's fault, it's Tucker Carlson's fault. We read what we want to read. But Tucker, I think you know this, and some of you know this because I wrote about it on X.com, but when X.com was Twitter, I did an interview with the Tucker Carlson Tonight Show on Fox News, and I got a message from a guy named Charlie Kirk that said, you did a great job, I really liked what you said, and let's keep in touch. And that began the start of my friendship with Charlie Kirk. It was the first time I had ever communicated with Charlie Kirk. So you've known him for a long time. You talked to him about a lot of issues, and I want to talk in part about how to honor Charlie's legacy, because I think that he modeled
civil discourse within the right. He accepted there were big disagreements on all these issues, but he thought we were all on the same team and we could debate this stuff, but actually have a drink at the end of the day and recognize that we're all trying to accomplish fundamentally the good of the country. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Before I get there, just tell me about your buddy Charlie Kirk. What was he like? What did people who only know him from radio or TV not appreciate about what a good guy was? That his Christianity was sincere, and his commitment to Jesus was totally sincere. And sometimes isn't, especially in public figures who throw out Bible verses they don't understand and stuff like that. In his case, not speaking in particular, but in his case, it informed every single part of his life, from his marriage, the way he treated his children, the way he treated his staff, to the way he approached disagreement, to the way he thought of other people, which was always primarily as people first. And that was, he was much younger than I am, and I met him when he was a teenager, so he's literally the age of one of my children, so it was kind of hard to take him seriously at first. And over the years that I knew him, more than 10 years, I learned from him. I'm not just saying this because he's passed, I mean that sincerely. And the main thing I learned from him was how to disagree with people on topics that you take very seriously and that they take very seriously without hating them, without feeling bitterness. I mean, it wasn't, people knew what was going on behind the scenes. There was a lot going on behind the scenes, and it was intense, and it was bitter, and because the divide, particularly in foreign policy questions, is very real in the Republican Party. Neocons versus the realists, however you want to describe it, he was on the realist side for sure. But he was the man that people disagreed with. He liked them as people. He agreed with them on some things, and he would always say that. I agree with in private. He would say that, and I was involved in it because people were mad at him for having me in his conferences or talking to me, and so we had cause to talk about it a lot up until he was assassinated. And I was so struck the whole time. I'd say, would use the other language I'm famous for in private, and talk like that. Well, I agree with him on this, but obviously I'm on your side of that. And you just never found there was a person behind his views, and that inspired me. And God commands out of us. That's a real commitment, in my opinion. And he lived it. That's exactly right, Tucker. He treated everybody with respect because he genuinely loved people. And he genuinely wanted their salvation. He wanted them to have a relationship with God. He wanted them to know the truth. He always treated them with respect, maybe especially when he disagreed with us. And I think about this. You talked about foreign policy. That is one of the big divides on the American right now. And the thing that Charlie seemed to understand intuitively is that the coalition that made Donald Trump the President of the United States and J.D. Vance the Vice President of the United States, it included Tucker Carlson, but also Ben Shapiro. It included people who did disagree vociferously, but agreed on 70 or 80% of issues. And fundamentally, the question Charlie would ask is, if you're a good faith person and you're trying to do right, then you are part of the Big Ten. I think that's something that we have to try to model together, because Charlie's no longer around to do it for us. And in one way in particular, I was very touched by this. I actually texted Mark about this because you very generously have put out some donation link to help support Charlie's family. And think about Eric and the kids, most importantly, they're grieving the loss of a dear husband and father, but somebody, us, we're going to have to step in and fill the gap to provide for them in a way that Charlie no longer can, because he was taken down by an assassin's bullet. I saw share that link was Mark Levin. Yeah. And I thought it was a really good example of how Charlie was able to bring people together from across our movement, so long as we were operating in good faith. That was the question. If you were good faith, you're on his team. That is exactly right. Good faith is the measure. And I have to say, I think now is exactly the wrong time to appropriate the memory of someone and the emotion that comes with that, the really intense emotion that all of us feel in his murder, and use it for your own parochial ends. Like, he stood for this, and I think the reason that Charlie was able to bridge the gap, particularly in foreign policy, is because he had, for example, genuine affection for Israel. She expressed to me in private many, many times, like, I love Israel. I don't think we should regime change war against Iran. And I think that made complete sense to me. I sort of agree with that, actually. And so it allowed both sides to talk to him, because they felt like, this person doesn't hate me. It
doesn't need to get existential. It's not about disliking me or some weird bigotry. But I don't think it's
Liable.
for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say this is what he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting. Actually, don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that. It's also literally untrue. So I just hope that we can continue in, I'm not exaggerating, the spirit that he operated in, which is one of love for other people, including people we disagree with, and don't make it, as small bore as that. It doesn't help. Yeah, so one of the issues, Tucker, I agree with you, that he would express disagreements with the administration on, there are two that jump out, is one, Charlie was hardline on immigration. He wanted us to control our borders as much as possible. He wanted us to ramp up the deportations. I remember having conversations with Charlie where he would say, why are the deportations higher? Why are you doing more? And I would talk to him. But it wasn't, hey, I don't understand this or I disagree with you and therefore I'm going to blast you and assume that you're in bad faith. It's, I'm a free citizen. I love you guys. I supported you guys. And I'm going to use my platform to try to accomplish as much good as I possibly can. And I think that made him such an effective offer. I would talk to him. Here are the reasons why. And if you see Tucker, we've ramped up deportation numbers. We have actually, there are a lot of people who are self-deporting because they don't want to be in the country knowing that eventually immigration enforcement will happen. But I think part of that success comes from people like Charlie applying pressure. Pressure as a friend, pressure as somebody who cares deeply about people. And that's true.
Yeah, I'll put on pause for a second. I think somebody asking you to put it on pause.
Yeah, I asked for it because I just didn't want to get too far away from something he said that's been bugging the fuck out of me. I think it bugs a lot of us. So, do these motherfuckers, because when they did this thing in Huntington Beach, which I keep going back to because the shit is really bothersome, that they're talking about white men fight back. The one person, the one group that doesn't need to fight back anything, white men fight back. And they had a flag, they had a Jesus flag, had a red cross, and it said something about Jesus. When they talk about like Charlie Kirk loved Jesus, everything that he said, has anybody in here ever read the New Testament? Because apparently none of these crackers have ever read the fucking the New Testament. And I hate that I'm saying crackers. I'm pissed off with these motherfuckers they're fucking devilish or whatever, like they're fucking demonic or whatever in the way that they carry their shit or whatever. So it's like fuck them. So here's the thing: do they understand that Jesus looks more like Haile Selassie or Muammar Gaddafi than he does? I don't know what the fuck they think the people that they treat like shit and like garbage look like Jesus. Right, thank you. So it's like, so the people they treat like shit look like their Lord and Savior. They love someone. I can't fucking stand that they keep saying Jesus, 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 Jesus this. But Jesus said that my kingdom is not of this world. And like you can see that because this world, we're like living in fucking hell with the way these crackers fucking claim Jesus or whatever and then treat people that look like Jesus or they have lineage to Jesus. They treat them like fucking dog shit. They treat them worse than they would treat their fucking animals literally or whatever. So it's like, I just want to say that because like, I get fucking tired of hearing all these fucking crackers. Jesus, this shit is fucking annoying. This shit is fucking annoying. They need to fucking stop that shit. Excuse me, because I love the Lord. So let me try to be more like Christian, like whatever, for real. Whatever, it's like read the fucking New Testament. Stop with that bullshit. I yield.
Michael, Jesus flipped over tables. Go ahead and flip over some tables.
Well said. I got your back.
This is we're dealing with the Ku Klux Klan Jesus, though. That's a real fine fuck.
Right. The Confederate flag.
What's up, Monica? What you up to? You came to the stage. What you got to say?
Good day, Monica.
Or you just minding black folks' business on a Monday morning?
We're just having a yeah, I don't know. Monica and Tool C had their hand raised and I brought them up.
There's a lot of people in here. I guess they're shy.
So let me answer.
Shout out to the chat. Go Yeah,
what's up? Let me answer Michael's question. So, Michael, there's a thing I like to call compartmentalized Christianity. And so, it probably in terms of your friends, your family, operate in that way. But when it comes to political stuff, they don't. So, I think that's what you're seeing is like, they think because they excel at it in their personal lives, that it excuses everything else they do.
Hey, CEO, I heard the best quote that I've heard in a long time. The pastor that preached the sermon this weekend. Best quote I've heard in a long time. He said, the way you died does not redeem the way you lived.
Amen. I saw that.
I seen Pastor Brian. I was gonna play that, but I'm still waiting to play it.
The clips from the pastures, if we're ready.
The back of the congregation. Yeah.
Mel, do you want to play those clips?
I'm waiting on Patty. I don't know what else she wants to play. How long is this thing that we're listening to? I'm not sure, but it goes through the commercials. I'm not sure.
I'll say it. Well, one more thing I just learned, like literally in the last half hour, was that Kirk hosted Black Youth Leadership Summits and Women Leadership Summits, taught leadership development, professional development. So I thought that was intriguing. I did not know that.
Juicy just mentioned in the chat that TC was mad at Pastor Brian yesterday.
TC is an attention-grabbing clown at this point.
Yeah, crap. Girl clutches.
CEO though, what is that supposed to mean though? That he had these workshops or whatever, if we know that he was teaching them. I find it terrifying that people who question the capacity of Black people's ability to perform, to think on a high level, to perform on a high level, even though we've been doing it for fucking centuries. I find it really terrifying that this person has the ear of so many Black youth. And I did see a video yesterday of a 12-year-old. He wasn't even 15. Talking about Charlie Kirk, but that's because, these people have been guided into the algorithm down that pipeline, just like they did with that other very problematic fame, Andrew Tate. And so I don't think that doesn't put me at ease, especially when he promotes like these stereotypes. And again, some of these talking points are the same talking points spewed by welfare, single parent homes, and we had to reduce the qualifications instead of the industries have excluded Black people from participating regardless to what their qualifications were, and we have proof of that. Given that there have even been Black Harvard graduates since the fucking early 1900s, since the late 1800s, right? Scholars were apt to believe all our lives through, the white supremacist majority.
Melanated people in the room.
Like, what is that supposed to mean that he did that?
Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to mean any of those things. I think it's just a matter of sometimes we rush to the most simplified explanation of something, and having the additional data can help you just understand what the big picture is. It doesn't mean that you change your picture perspective, but it is better to understand the big picture than not to do so. So for instance, let me ask you this. Do you think, well, hold on, let me just ask the question. Yeah, you can answer it or she can answer it. Do you think that presidential candidate that platformed Charlie Kirk, is that like disqualifying for them running for president?
Not in today's date, because as we remember, David did the endorsement, right? So I don't know. I think that it wouldn't matter because of this mind state the majority of the country of that base is in.
What if a Democratic presidential candidate did that?
Nothing disqualifies anybody from platforming somebody and running for president. We're way past that. So I think that question is kind of moot at this point.
Are you talking about
Hey,
Newsom?
I am
welcome
talking
to
about
All
Newsom. Yes,
In. I'm
Newsom
so excited.
had him on his podcast, and they had an exchange, and Newsom said that his son was a fan of Charlie Kirk, and he was a fan of Charlie Kirk, and all this and that. So I'm just wondering, like, if this is the opinion you're stating of Kirk, does that shape how you see Gavin Newsom now?
Yeah, well, not now. I remember when it happened, and I remember that a lot of people had words for Gavin Newsom for doing that. Because Kirk is, I mean, he's been doing this from the beginning, right? So people are well familiar with his dog whistles and his quotables, right? So even when it comes to women and gay folks, right? So yeah, people have words for Gavin Newsom and they were really discouraged.
It's order in the zodiac is the natural sign for the house of death. Make it a sympathetic menstrual for Saturn's rays. There is naturally, however, something deep, obscure, and sinister in this position of the planet. And when it is a fair chance, it will give such a turn to the aha and kada, the name given by the philosophers of India to the ego-making faculty, with the Saturn force in the human character. By this position, Saturn the evidence of this peculiar effect is not easy to find.
Right, it's weird because they tried to say, well, Kamala didn't speak to any people from the right, so it's kind of weird that they're now trying to critique Newsom for actually speaking to right-wing or right agenda or even MAGA. So do you want the conversation or not? That's the question for me.
We can get in, because I want to get on what CEO Ansel was talking about with Charlie Kirk and speaking to Black women. So like the miseducation of the Negro, the fact like the slave Bible, I think there's like 1,100 books in the Bible, and the slave Bible is on like 275 like books. Commercials, the fact that like we hate our own hair, like the fact that Madam C.J. Walker with the screaming comb, and like the fact that like motherfuckers put completely not lying and fucking hair chemical that like are still like green and like in your skull after you die because we trying to straighten our hair and look like we always this country is miseducated. So Charlie Kirk, that's just throwing the Trump on the barbie when that's like that's a Tuesday. Or whatever for Charlie Kirk, we're talking about youth inspiring like his fucking hate and like the people that take it and then do something with it or whatever. Even like with the divine line or whatever, like like I say, hey, I love us, I love black people, we talking shit like this rich shit, whatever, like the black rich league or whatever, like we've been miseducated. So Charlie, that's nothing. That means nothing. Charlie Kirk doing that. So Charlie Kirk, he's a martyr now. So it's like it's fucked up that he got shot. I don't hate him. So it's like, so I'm not celebrating it. I believe God is a man, like a father of two or whatever, is like dead. And now it's fucked up because like Star Wars or whatever, like Obi-Wan got struck down. This motherfucker's a literally like now his words are like just immortalized and they're just they become canon. And this whole
white supremacists. So for Gavin Newsom, he's forced Russell. I talked about this guy the other night. I was learning about him like not too long ago. But this young man, like 20-something in the Nazi party, that got killed in the 30s in a fight, and then they used him. They made songs about him. He became like the martyr. He became a symbol for the cause. So it's like you attack the Nazi party, you attack like the memory of Forrest Whistle. Like that's what the fuck they're gonna do with him. So if Gavin Newsom uses him to get to that fringe lunatic element, or like let me not be like, well, fuck it, but that lunatic element on the right, fuck it, it's politics. As long as when Gavin Newsom gets in office, he doesn't do the shit like Donald Trump's doing. Here's my thing, and it's just my opinion. I don't give a fuck how we get power. We just gotta get power back so we can start doing what the fuck we need to do to like heal this country. Because like playing nice and doing shit the right way ain't fucking working. So it's like, so yeah, if you gotta use like, if a Democrat has to use, Charlie, hey, go for it.
I just wanted to there won't be no downgrade of the Divine Nine, specifically the beautiful women of Alpha, Kappa, Alpha Sorority Incorporated. You will not insult those beautiful women.
I love them. I literally love them. Somebody I love in my life, and a few people I love in my life. But I'm not saying that did we run that show from Africa? Did that shit come from West Africa? We over here like stepping and like
yes, we were stepping and stopping. But we were stepping and stopping.
Yes.
But I would push back on this point. When you say that about those fraternal organizations, they've been instrumental in the community and community organization. So let's not go there.
I don't even, because this Charlie Kirk shit, listen. We need to unite. So it's like, so I love all black people. I'm trying to reach across the diaspora. Please, when I'm saying stuff, we did copy that shit. We didn't come with this whole thing about Greeks. That is something that we took from like Skull and Bones, from all this shit, like fraternity, like Catholic, all this black shit. We stole it.
Yeah, but you were talking about the stuff that you said that come from West Africa. The stuff you made the point of stuff coming from West Africa, and this is a point I've been making a lot. Did Christianity come from West Africa?
And Michael, can you make a case that the Greeks took knowledge from Africa anyway, so it's not really a big deal for African Americans to use Greek?
You can, but it's like you can.
Congressman John Kitover versus Darren Georgia taking 295 away.
We literally were here in this country. We came out of slavery.
George taking 295.
Woodrow Wilson did all the racism in like that time where it's like where you see like where these organizations are like from like 1908 to like 1913, all these like these organizations, it's literally Woodrow Wilson when he rolled back in
Some of our prominent leaders came from an HBCU fraternity or sorority. So to then be dismissive of that just because it gives some type of way. Listen, our vice president is also an HBCU graduate. Like, please, we need our smart, we need our educated. Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, but he is a community college dropout. We do not need idiots leading the charge. We need smart people. We need people who are going to want to hit the ground running. That's it.
Okay. Did Christianity come from West Africa? I'm just wondering.
Listen,
you done talking about it.
Hold on. So you can do this if you want to. Do you understand we at DEFCON 1, we literally have a clear and present danger that wants to fucking burn us out, that wants to retoss us. They want to do anything they can to us because they're jealous, they're aggrieved, and we're like the focal point of like some sickness that they have that they just can't get past. So I ain't doing that shit with my brothers. Like all my black brothers and sisters, we are the diaspora, we need to get together. Now's the time somebody made a statement, but I just want to let you know that everything in this country for Black Americans, we have always been influenced or taught by white sense and sensibility. That's just the way that we fucking are in this country. We're damaged in that way.
Yeah, since nobody's saying anything, I guess I can jump in. I'm just sitting here thinking I just can't believe, and I wish that there were certain things after all of the history that we've been through that were just settled questions. Like, for example, at the most basic level, we all know all of us have different abilities, gifts, strengths, weaknesses, but our capacity has absolutely nothing to do with our race. That should just be a settled question by now. And I think the danger of a lot of these folks on the right is they're bringing back all these things as open questions. Oh, well, maybe Black people do have less brain processing power. Why don't we dialogue about that? Why don't we have a debate about that? Why don't we all think about that? I mean, there are just very basic things after everything we have been through that we should just know better and should just think, no, that's not something worthy of debate. That should be rejected in the public square. Of course, you're never going to convince everyone, of course. But to bring these things back into the public square like this is horrible. It's horrible.
Any statements that he made that they want to memorialize, that they want you to hold up and say that he's one of the greatest thinkers. I mean, literally, that's what the Speaker of the House said, and I apologize for the wind that's blowing. But, they want to memorialize his words, his statements, as if they are valuable, and they're not. Not only that, but, even if he did decide to do some type of organization to teach young Black kids, it still goes in the same mindset. I know better. I have the mind, the capacity, even as a college dropout, to teach these people, these underlings, because their parents don't have the fortitude to be able to teach them. As a matter of fact, even if they do go to college, which he thinks is a scam, right? Even if they do go to college and grad and become great legal minds and make it all the way to the Supreme Court, and it was done in the process of a DEI mindset. That's what we call. So it doesn't matter if we open up this organization to teach young Black folk. He takes these people what he can do. That's why he did that. So when you have that, and when you think about it in that manner, it can only mean one thing. I feel like people forget what white supremacy is. It is not dealing with everybody else. What rules is to feel that you're superior.
Taking too many Pfizer.
Okay, that includes people of color, Black people, not considering sexuality or gender issue. That's what that mindset is. So, do with that.
My issue is this, and I'm with you, Michael, and I think we have the feeling that we have. It may have something to do with our generation, but the level of, and y'all, I'm gonna make up a word, the level of festivity that is in my bones from just seeing the audacity to put the face of this man in some sort of meme next to Martin Luther King. This is such an ugly,
George Dunbar,
dismissive,
Republican, Illinois.
nasty form of rhetoric. It is so nasty. It is so dismissive. It is so rude. It is just, it is
taking too many Pfizer vaccines and attacks.
To turn around and then gaslight and say, you shouldn't be angry. You shouldn't be upset. because the way he was killed was such a
George
tragic
Steinhardt,
thing.
the Republican Illinois kingmaker, has taken too many Pfizer vaccines and attacked candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Place. Remember your place, because we get to say and do whatever we want to. And remember, because of free speech that you wasn't supposed to have in the first place, as long as we want, and then get to tell you, you don't get to say whatever you want, because it's un-American, because don't forget, this is our country, we let you in. That, the audacity, the unmitigated gall,
George, you've taken too many Pfizer
vaccines. In my bones. I feel exactly the way you expressed yourself about an hour ago, Michael. It pisses me off to, yeah. What just snaps my heart into a million pieces is the blind of my color that does not see this as DEFCON 1.
George, you're going to stop your serious hosting show or anything you say. Perhaps you've taken too many Pfizer vaccines.
Some of these Negroes got to drown. Because I know it sounds bad, I know it sounds horrible, I know it sounds callous, but literally, some of these Negroes got to drown. Because if you don't see how they're taking a dump and smearing it in your face, and you're gonna shuck and jive in blackface when you already black, I don't know. It's just.
Straight up. And Joe, I just want to get on one thing with Jay said, because I've been talking so much, I must have. But I just want to say about this, like, not being like our country, which it should be. We're more American than most people here. So people that came off the boat at Ellis Island, like your Irish, your Polish, your Czechs, your Slovakians, your motherfucking Armenians, like all those people, we literally have been here since like the late 1500s, like building this shit or whatever. So African Americans, like ADOS, whatever you want to fucking call yourself, whatever. This is our America. So I'm gonna fight for this motherfucking country because I literally got ancestors that put blood on this shit or whatever. Saying all that to say that if we don't get this shit together and we don't make some kind of stand now, like democratically or just even get a Republican like a Rhino or whatever fucking, if we don't get MAGA out of there or this white Christian nationalist movement that's racist, we can kiss the Voting Rights Act goodbye, because we already got dumbass Clarence Thomas on there. If you ever listen to the oral argument of the Supreme Court, the motherfucker sounds like, I don't know what he sounds like or what. I hate to talk about a black man, but the motherfucker sounds like an idiot. With El Katanji on there, it's like, but I'm just saying that the Voting Rights Act with the 6-3 minority that we got or whatever, and then with what they're trying to do, that shit is going to go bye-bye or whatever. So it's like, so to Jay's point, some of the rights that we have enjoyed, they can roll some of that shit back, because we don't have any other, we weren't born with the fucking right to vote or whatever, and they literally can take that shit back. I think in 2031, a portion of it that I think Bush ratified, Bush 2 ratified, I think it has to be re-signed, but it's like they can start going back to okay, how many marbles in this fucking jar or whatever. If you can't get that, then you can't vote.
Well, it's not to take you to another level of positivity, but on that strategy, the fake news part of it is petrified. It's got me sort of petrified, if you want to say that. So imagine the widow of Dr. King or Coretta Scott King, my friend, or Sister Betty, my friend, will go to Martin's eulogy and get the spitting all in the mic talking about all the black movement's gonna move. At his eulogy or at his memorial, or just so many pieces to the puzzle that are completely out of place.
I appreciate your text or slander.
Robert Francis Kennedy Sr., his wife wouldn't go to Biden memorial and get to spitting at the mic about what a great man Robert Francis Sr. is. It's just out of place. The pieces in this puzzle do not fit. And if it does not fit, then goddamn it, you must have quit. This guy here, man, is just one race card after another. His trump card is the race card. And try to play you into the middle of some lopsided equation that they cooked up in the 9/11 science lab somewhere and get you to play second and all of that. Play fiddle, drink the Kool-Aid, play with the testicles of these guys. Hell no, you should expose these guys. The hypocrites and liars that they are. And like Earl was saying, that just takes you to another level of festivity, another gay gall to come in our face and tell us that we got something to do with his shenanigans. He's a goddamn private thing. A fucking B-movie actor guy coming on the scene. Him and Netanyahu and the weeping widow with the blonde hair and the blue eyes, pushing their programs and vilifying us. Oh, we should not call Gus. Let the ambassador call for Gus and cuss for the rest of us.
All right, you guys are good. Guys, hello, check 1, check 2. I'm going to play. Okay, please,
The vilification of black people is what's going on by Trump and Netanyahu. And I land my plane.
All right.
This has been 2 hours of just whatever.
George Steinhardt, the Republican Illinois kingmaker, is taking too many Pfizer vaccines and attacks candidate Congressman John Kitover.
So the first video I'm going to play is going to be Pastor Brian. After Pastor Brian, I'm going to play another pastor that also agrees with Pastor Brian. And then the third pastor I'm going to I'm going to play is the pastor that disagrees with Brian and the other pastor. So that's what I'm going to play. All right, so this first one is Pastor Brian's service from this past Sunday.
All of these Negro preachers who've been in fact talking about that this man that was killed was the answer to Christ in the earth. Y'all ain't saying that they having moments of silence in black churches all over the country over a man that was racist and a white supremacist. How dare you compare him to Martin Luther King? The only thing that Charlie Chris and Martin Luther King got in common is both of them was killed by a white man. After that, they got nothing else in common. I'm concerned about all of these Negro.
All right, so that was Pastor Brian.
You couldn't give him that 30 more seconds.
It was only 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was gonna play again. Okay, so that was Pastor Brian. Now I'm going to play the other pastor that agrees with Brian.
Black people got attitudes in this.
Be assassinated.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, let's move forward.
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated.
Man, that's what he shot.
Calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land. And hearing people with selective rage who are mad about Charlie Kirk, but didn't give a damn about Melissa Hortman and her husband when they were shot down in their home. Tell me how to have compassion for the death of a man who had no respect for my own life. I am sorry, but there's nowhere in the Bible where we are taught to honor evil. And how you die does not redeem how you lived. You do not become a hero in your death when you are a weapon of the enemy in your life. I chose to live. I am overwhelmed.
Okay. Now I'm going to play the response from the pastor in Chicago. And then I'm going to play Pastor Brian's response right back to him. Hold on. It's on. Hold on.
Over a man that was racist and a white supremacist.
This is it. He just started it off with this. He basically started off with the two pastors.
So we cannot be silent about the idolatry and the racism that is going on in the black church. And Jamal Bryant is one of the biggest goofies behind a pulpit. Just because you sit there whooping and hollering, that don't mean it's anointed, that don't mean it's spirit filled. This is the same dude that went to the gay church with two gay men's pastors and acknowledged them as the first gentleman. How y'all still listening to this man like he led by the Spirit and everything he do go against the Bible? I'll tell you why. Because y'all put culture over kingdom and there's idolatry in the black church. Hey, my sis said it best. She said, don't be so pro-black you become anti-Christ. That is the problem. Show me the tape, Jamal. Take the tape of Charlie Kirk being racist and post it on your platform. Because y'all keep running with this narrative. Y'all got a lot to say. Show me the tape. I done looked at every video where they said this man was being racist, and I looked at the clip in context. Find the tape, Jamal. Find the tape. Post it on your page, and let's talk about it. You're a goofy, bro. You're a clown, bro. You're a wolf, and you misleading the people. And you know how you do it? Because of the hurt, because of the trauma in the black community. Yes, a lot of evil things happen. Yes, there is some racism. Yes, what happened back in the day was slavery. And through the civil rights movement, it was awful. But some of you black pastors, you're making our people be victims. You're teaching the opposite of what the Bible says because you're the real racist. And some of y'all make money, right, by keeping our people down. And they look and they put on their own pastor. What y'all really, man? Think of it, bro. Show me the tapes. Show me the tapes. Stop making the claims if you don't got the tapes.
Who was that? Who was that?
So this is, his name is Marcus Rogers. Child of the King is his Instagram, but he is a pastor in Chicago. Not sure what church he.
Racism in context. I love it.
So now he wanted Pastor Brian to show him the proof that this young man is racist. So Pastor Brian responds. One moment. Let me just get that last video. Okay, so he responded 16 hours ago.
So much has been said over the last couple of days in reference to the murder of Charlie Kirk, suggesting that this is the signal that Christendom is going forward. It is a very poor misrepresentation. We are against violence in all of its forms. And what took place in Utah was absolutely heinous. But yet, it still does not dismiss. In spite of how he died, it doesn't erase how it is that he lived. I don't want to be taken out of context, but I want to ask you,
That's your Katie just.
is this the voice of Christendom and the church?
For these blacks trying to go rob her, happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. Black crime is a major issue in our country. Why are we pushing criminal justice reforms? Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. And now the southern border is, of course, the great replacement. They're trying to replace us demographically. They're trying to make the country less white. It is an anti-white agenda. If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
150 signatures, we found a star in black ever.
We dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. I do think that there is a direct correlation between someone's testosterone and their politics. On young men, the lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they have today, they were less murderous. There was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil. But what happened? Something changed. So much has been.
And that is the end, guys.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying earlier. And guess what? They did the other thing again. They did that other thing again. You're racist for pointing out his racism. It never ends. It just never.
So nothing new under the sun, right? So Malcolm, and I've heard the speech, but I'm gonna mess it up or whatever, but basically talking about the house Negro and the field Negro. So you heard that in those clips. So the dude, like they say, live in the master's house, eats the master's food. It's like he loves his master. And so when his master gets sick, he like, we sick. It's like if the house burns down, he'll like kill himself trying to save the master's house. While the field nigga don't get to eat no food. He don't love the master. He want to see the master dead. And it's like if the master house burned down, fucking gonna throw like gasoline.
Republican Illinois Kingmaker has taken too many Pfizer vaccines.
But you get the gist of it. But that's all I heard. Malcolm literally talked about all of this stuff in a lot of his speeches. Even like when you get these people, like this guy on Fox News that got caught out there looking crazy as fuck. When the guy dropped the comment about like voluntary lethal injection or involuntary lethal injection for the homeless, that brother, if y'all saw that clip, he's on there talking about, well, if they don't take the programs, then they just need to go to jail. They can either take the government assistance or they can go to jail. So it's like, so that dude, that's like the dude that they put out there. They find like some Negro or whatever, some dumb Negro that they can prop up to put out their agenda, hoping that other Negroes will listen to this Negro or whatever. It's like they've been this shit, nothing new under the sun. So just go back and listen to some Malcolm. It do you so good, especially in the times we're living in now. I would really recommend go do that. And it's like, I know Louis Farrakhan gets a bad take a lot of things, but go back and watch some of his stuff on Phil Donahue. It's a bunch of clips out there when he was on talk shows back in the 80s. Minister Farrakhan, as far as the times that we're living in wartime, y'all need to go back and listen to some generals. So I recommend Malcolm X and Farrakhan for y'all. I'll leave them.
I want to talk about this. You would think that the shooter was black. I mean, I know it became a topic about race to a certain degree, but the shooter was not black. So us talking about he was racist, that's not why he got shot. It was something way different than that, which is why I don't really understand black people celebrating it. Not just because it could bring unnecessary heat towards us, but also that it's like we're always looking for some symbolic victory instead of going and getting real victories. It's not a victory that some white man shot a white man. So I don't really get the victory that a lot of black people take.
Jason, if I may, when you have two sides of something and one particular side is constantly blaming the other side, yet the atrocities are coming from within. When you are being blamed for something you did not do and the atrocities are coming from people that they are standing next to, people tend to celebrate that because you're worrying the enemy is under your nose, not across the street from you. And so that's one reason. The second reason, so for me, what I don't see being discussed about is the fact that this man was killed by another young white man in Utah, of all of, that's the best place in white America, only because the side of that he represented on the far right believed that Charlie Kirk wasn't racist enough. They thought that Charlie Kirk wasn't. They thought he wasn't trying to cause a civil war because the current state of conservatism isn't strong enough for them. That's the conversation that needs to be had here. Never mind the fact that black people are celebrating somebody who was eliminated for their rhetoric. The conversation needs to be how they are assassinating one another because they don't think that they are extreme enough.
I mean, from all the quotes I read and all the stuff they even just played in the clip, he seemed racist enough to me. You don't think?
Once again, Jason, you would think that because you don't have the mentality of a Grouper, nor do you have the mentality of a white man. For somebody who is generationally racist, you will think that this current state of conservatism, while you as a black man is OD enough, you have other white men deeper in middle America saying, hey, this level of conservatism still is not enough for me today. I still need more racism in it today. People are very agitated because 6 months in, they have not seen enough deportations. People are agitated because 6 months in, their president is saying, hey, we just signed a deal with China to bring more Chinese students over here, and his voter base is saying that's not what we voted for. We voted for to get out, not really come in. Pardon?
What could he have done to be more racist?
I'm not agreeing. What you're missing is there's another subsector of people, of white men who feel that Charlie Kirk was not racist enough. You have to go do your research on Nick Fuentes and the Groupers to understand that.
Hey, let me just say, because CEO brought up a point to I can't see you on stage, but to the brother that's speaking, what CEO talked about, he said that Charlie Kirk was going to talk to black youth. That in itself is probably
conference for black youth.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you. So that in itself, Jason, for your hardcores, your mud people, your troglodytes, the one that don't want to mix anything with us, they don't want you even doing nothing with black people. So to that point, he wasn't racist enough for some of these people. Can you see that?
I can see that because I'm just kind of learning about him. So if he's doing all this stuff for black people, the job ban, I can see that. But at the same time, it's still if there's this metric for racism and he's not meeting it because he's doing a few things it's going to be a lot more white on white crime about this that we see. But not only that, y'all don't think it could be anything else?
Why? No, because the people that have done it are.
It was about black people.
Why are you twisting yourself into a pretzel trying to excuse what is obvious? Why?
A white man killed a white man for asking questions.
He is only asking questions. Jason, it's not necessarily for us. That's why I keep telling you to go back and look into Nick Fuentes in the Groper group, because it's not necessarily about Black Americans. The Groper agenda for white America, in their eyes, Charlie Kirk's agenda for white America was still not white enough.
I think the job is that the righteous reject the wicked at this particular hour, but on that strength, this could all be fake news anyhow. That's someone said they spotted this joker somewhere. So we should not be in the middle. That's the thing that I want to say more than anything. That don't play ourselves to the middle, but be on the side of righteousness for righteousness' sake, and check the wicked in the midst of their peculiar brand of iniquity, their capitalistic imperialism and communism and capitalistic bro, the money, they in it for the money and the power, and know that can violate on our soil. It's my land, my street, and we should check them. And
People still saying they seen Elvis. We seen that man. Everybody saying Elvis.
Well, let's see. You just said one thing. Let me say one thing. So as you mentioned something about Utah being the latest or the most racist or something like that. I'm not in love with the Mormons, but they gotta get some credit for actually not being that way. If you look at their voting pattern with Trump, Utah, only 45% voted for Trump in 2016. Like, Trump's numbers are way lower than they were for any of the other Republican presidents. So they actually, like, were the opposite in terms of that. So I have a hard time with you saying
I didn't call, unless someone else mentioned Utah, I didn't call Utah racist. I said that was the middle of white America. That's white utopia. That's what I said.
I haven't heard anybody Utah racist either.
But the way the utopia thing, I think that's what I'm referencing.
Yeah, when I say white utopia, so listen to the context of the conversation, because when I say white utopia and we're talking about people who want to be amongst other white people, you tell me the populist breakdown of white Americans to others in Utah compared to the rest of the country. That's what I was talking about.
The doctrine that the state was founded on was.
Thank you. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, Utah's not in the top 10 for whitest discipline.
It just don't make total sense to me, because let's say he helped a few black people create a convention or whatever. It's still a net negative with all the things he said, like policies he feels should be pushed, saying we should be better off in slavery and stuff like that. It seems like even if he did speak at a few black conventions, that the net outcome is negative towards black people still, even if he did a few nice things.
Utah's number 12 for whiteness. So
let me address that, please. Like, so Jason, to this point, he's a racist. He was a racist. He was a piece of shit racist. We're talking about racist. This shit don't make sense. We had nothing to do with this. Literally, we had nothing to do with this monster being killed. We're just talking about that. Like, I've heard other people say. So I'm saying, when America catch a cold, when white people catch a cold, we catch the flu or whatever. We get COVID and shit. I'm saying the fact that this shit is getting put on us, we literally have nothing to do with this shit. And I can't think of the lady's name on satellite radio. A caller called in and was like some white man talking about Maxine Waters this and something, and she like read the motherfucker for filth or whatever. Just be like basically, don't bring us into this shit. We have nothing to do. We're literally just talking because we're in a black space and we know how this shit, the radical left, the fact that HBCUs, a white man killed another white man, and HBCUs got credible fucking threats about, like, this one dude. I heard this shit. I don't know if Coach read that shit out. It's like these credible threats literally had nothing to do with that. So Jason, to that point, we're just talking about over there on that side that, like, Nick Fuentes and the Workers are saying that this motherfucker Charlie Kirk, that he wasn't hardcore enough for them. That has shit to do with us. So, like, just don't you, like, I feel like you conflate it. Like, you're bringing it over here. That has nothing to do with us. We're just talking about what's going on over there. It's like watching a movie.
I just want to clarify something real quick. I know there was some. You were saying CEO was talking about Utah being the 12th whitest, but if you actually do the study of where black people live, Utah is in the top 5 of the least likely place for black people to live. Only top by Wyoming, Indiana, Wyoming, Idaho, and maybe Montana. Right. Black people specifically, and I think that's what the speaker was referring to.
I'm glad you said that, because that is a perfect example of people using statistics and numbers to make their point, right? And that's what Charlie would do a lot of times.
Yeah.
But let me I wish I knew who you was. I'd give you like the emoji credit on here, but I'm giving it to you. Thanks, bro.
Michael was talking. I just wanted to respond to Lisa real quick. Lisa, Michael was talking about Lisa.
I already know. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah. The issue, though, is, again, I pointed out where they stood on Trump in terms of the presidential election. They a lot lower for Trump than they did in the past for any other Republican candidate. So I think you've got to provide some credit for that.
No, not really, because their politics isn't the issue. The speaker was, when she mentioned white utopia, it was white people living around
there's no reference that all of those people voted for Trump. Just like somebody else said, some of those people don't think that Trump was extreme right or alt-right leaning enough. That's not the point. The point she was making is Utah is a place where people who want to live around all white people and don't want to deal with black people, that's a great place to
They're Mormons. That is why they are there.
Yeah, but Mormons.
That's the only point she was making.
But
you're finding
it's a disingenuous point.
It's not.
Did my phone crash? Oh my god, my phone crashed. Holy shit. Just couldn't take it anymore. Intense. We have had a cellular defeat. Went down without a treat. Too bad. It was just getting good. We're at 150 signatures. We're at 150 signatures. Oh, this is the donation link. 150. Any oh, even $1. Gets us one signature. Even $1 of support gets us one signature. That's 13-year-old Katie Johnson was raped.
Quick questions about a recent unemployment claim. My callback number is 618-241-6713. Thank you very much for your time today. Good morning. My name is Bryce with the Illinois Department of Employment Security. Just a few quick questions about a recent unemployment claim. My callback number is 618-241-6713. Thank you very much for your time today.
Dennis Price with the Illinois Department of Employment Security. Just had a few quick questions about a recent unemployment claim. My callback number is 618-241-6713. Thank you very much for your time today.
For calling the Illinois Department of Employment Security. Please listen carefully. Your menu options have changed. Go online and be paid on time at www.ides.illinois.gov. File for unemployment insurance, choose direct deposit, and certify for benefits. It's safe, fast, and easy at www.ides.illinois.gov. Use IllinoisJobLink.com to find a job and help meet your work search requirements to be eligible for benefits. IllinoisJobLink.com is the state's Help Wanted job board. It's also the state's no-cost HR recruitment tool. Post your resume, Help Wanted ads, and help meet your work search requirements at www.IllinoisJobLink.com. If you have a question about your direct deposit or debit cards, including your reset of your PIN, lost or stolen card, or change of address, call Claimant Services at 800-244-5631. That's 800-244-5631. You also can certify for benefits with Teleserve at 312-338-4337. This is available 5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Your employment office is open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Monday through Friday. It is closed on state holidays. Service is always available at www.ides.illinois.gov. If you are calling about direct deposit or debit card issues, including the reset of your PIN, to report a lost or stolen card, or to report a change of address, please hang up and call Claimant Services at 1-800-244-5631. For all other issues, please listen closely to the following menu. Our options have changed. For all questions about your unemployment claim, press 1. For assistance with finding a job or placing a job order in Illinois JobLink, press 2. To repeat this menu, press star.
It's the worst service.
I did not recognize that as a valid entry. For all questions about your unemployment claim, press 1. For assistance with finding... Thank you for calling the Illinois Department of Employment Security. As part of our customer service improvement plan, all unemployment insurance-related calls are now being handled by our Claimant Services Center, which can be reached by hanging up and dialing 800-244-5631. Please note this new number for the future. We apologize.
Unemployment insurance in Illinois is insane. It's a runaround. If you don't get that call, if you don't pick up that call, you're screwed.
But our primary phone for Clubhouse Anonymous has croaked, so we're facing some technical difficulties here on the show right now.
It's unfortunate. We do have other Clubhouse accounts, so what we'll do is we will just go to a public room. This phone. I have it. This phone doesn't have it.
I take a stance. You asked me a question, correct? And now we're going.
Stuff like that probably leads. It probably comes out of fear.
The framework in which we're exchanging right now. Do you agree?
Hey, Sphinx, I just want to quickly say something before you go on your tangent, right? Listen, what Israel's doing is not a genocide. I'll tell you what the real genocide is. Yesterday, I didn't mention genocide. Yesterday, I was walking in New York. I know I'm almost done. Yesterday, I was walking in New York, and I saw these very Indian-looking men, but they all spoke Arabic. That means they're from the Gulf Arab countries. Okay. These people conquered the entire and colonized the entire Middle East in a row. So what Israel is doing is decolonizing, and it's not. And what Israel is doing is a crumb compared to the vast murders of these Arab Gulfies. Okay, when I saw them, I just saw them. I was in sheer anger, and they have my people under mind control right now. All the Egyptians who think that they're holy people because Muhammad came from their region. And so they're like, yeah, we're so happy they colonized us. We love that they conquered us and killed us for 1,500 years, you know? So it's time to have payback and retribution, and Israel's going to hand it to them.
The Coptic thing rise again, sure.
Thank you, my brother. And it's not even just about us, man. I was in such sheer anger seeing these Khalijis, bro. I'm like, yo, these are the ones that conquered us? You gotta be kidding, man. I was infuriated looking at these people, man.
Well, it wasn't those guys, but maybe their great-grandfathers, but probably not them, right?
No, they still conquer us till this day, bro. What are you talking about?
By the way, somebody in the chat sent me a private message, and there's a link there. Who sent me this? Me.
Even $1.
I'm not the type of guy who likes to click on links if it's not safely detected. What's the nature of that link?
What was it? It's an account on X, which exposes the Palestinian life. Like we said, that new restaurants are open every day.
Okay.
And things like that.
Thanks for referring this. I might check it later. If you allow me, I would want to go back to what I was going to say before the two people wanted to say something. As I said earlier, I consider myself to be a pretty smart guy, and what I do is I do not make assumptions. I don't think I said anything that was a lie, and I asked you guys to either confirm or debunk what I brought as evidence. I never spoke about starvation. The only two links I brought was two elements. Which one was there are multiple children that are in prison because they threw rocks at a tank. Maybe you agree with this?
Let me ask you a question. If you throw rocks at a police car in Montreal, are you gonna get arrested?
I don't think a kid would go in prison for 2 years for something. Do you agree with me? It's important the framing. Now, the frame you bring is
if children in Montreal throw rocks at a police car, do you not believe they're going to be detained?
You see, you're framing the question differently now.
No, I know. It's a government vehicle.
I'm giving you my answer. I don't think the kid
Let me frame it for
for 3 years.
Let me give them a nice legal reference. Okay.
If you want, but
Okay. So in the event,
one second.
a minor.
Akshia, she is a mod. So sorry, Sphinx.
In the event a minor tosses a projectile at either a police officer. Was that your question, a police officer?
It was not a
tank. He said throwing rocks at a tank.
If a minor takes a projectile and throws it at either a civilian or someone in the military in the United States, what do you think is going to happen to them?
I don't think a kid is going to be in prison 3 years in the military.
What happens in the United States when a juvenile throws a projectile at someone in the military or at
As you saw, I never interrupt anyone who was speaking, and I think it's been respectful throughout. And this was not my point. There are multiple interruptions.
No, just answer direct question. What do you think happens under the law of the United States? What do you think happens?
My answer is, I said it again. If a kid wouldn't be in a military prison for 3 years.
What, you know what happens? They go to juvie. If it's under state law, and they stay in juvie for quite some time.
Yeah,
actually, it's a longer period usually in juvie.
But it wouldn't be a military prison. It's very different.
Have you ever been to juvie in the United States? Have you ever viewed or seen juvie in different states? And remember that there's 50 states with various different juvies. So have you ever seen it?
Some videos I've seen.
Also, what does it matter? Every state, every country has its own laws, has its own legal protocols. That's how they handle
I got interrupted twice, and you guys don't even know where I was going to go.
And one of the issues is that Hamas and various other terror groups use children as terrorists. Right?
My approach is more constructive. If you allow me to complete, as you've seen, I never came across as being threatful or aggressive. If you allow me, please, because interruption is not.
Go ahead, you have the mic. You're right. Go ahead.
So as I was describing myself, my hyper focus is in a humanist point of view, and this is how wisdom should be applied throughout the world. So Israel is a very special case because it's so rich in different cultures, and then there are multiple political layers. So the ultra-Orthodox Jews, they have their own pressure on the system, and I understand why, because without them, Netanyahu wouldn't be there anymore. There's the settlers that are being victimized on both ends. So Jewish settlers and Jewish and Arabs farmers, etc. Now, if we are wise about it, because at the end of the day, somebody, let's say an alien spaceship is watching the planet and they're neutrally analyzing the situation, what would they do? They would do it mathematically. So all the different dimensions, you don't make amalgam. I don't know how you say amalgam in English, but mixing everything together, this is the approach when you want to manipulate people. What I do, I have a scientific approach. So I want every dimensions to be laid out on one table, a round table where all the actors are surrounded, hopefully, or trying to get support, because what I get from videos on YouTube is they tried multiple approaches. I'm not saying, when I say I'm talking about specific individuals or little groups, because of course I don't have omnivision and omniscience of the situation. I look at it scientifically with a humanist perspective. The best approach is to bring as many people with good intentions and not focusing on aggravating the situation. Starvation, most likely there are places where Palestinians are starving. It's good when everybody goes on the same plane, and instead of debunking, oh, you're a liar or a liar, going the other way around, how can we make it more peaceful? And bringing the wisdom and intelligence of all the different actors to bring it forward, because right now...
Oh, you should have said that earlier, bro. I know how we can do that. I have the answer. I have the answer so quick for you. I wish you would have said it earlier.
I tried.
Okay, all they have to do is release the hostages and unarm Hamas, and that's it. Simple.
I don't know how honest you are.
I'm extremely. I am so honest that, believe me, my heart is crying out because it's such an honest answer. Release the hostages, unarm Hamas.
You know what you want to say? Can I say two sentences to Sphinx? I think in order to have a solution, you need to first analyze what is the problem.
You've taken 2 minutes and
that takes leadership. Because right now, people rely on the system, and we know it's not going to work. You missed my point. You are kind of moving forward to a solution, which is great. But and you're saying like smart people, they will come up with like magical solution, but not magical, but engineering peace and a just approach. I understand. But in order for you to find a solution for everybody to live in peace, you need to first of all identify what is the problem, why there is no peace, and I'm not sure that there's one major, like a few at least that are peace blockers.
Everything with Israel is more complex. Nothing is simple, but it's a matter of following the different
I didn't say simple. I didn't say simple. I said you need to you were like talking about
Here's his Mexican.
Mindset and what approach I would say in order to find a solution. Even if you're a doctor, if you want to give a medicine, you don't start with medical medicine. You start with the diagnosis. Okay, first step is diagnosis of what is the problem, what is wrong, what is not working. Okay, after you validate, that's one of the major forces.
George is taking too many Pfizer
justice.
You know
what I'm talking about? No. A lot of Palestinians. Okay, let's simplify the situation. Okay? I will ignore the Jews for now. Let's just take the Arab perspective. Just so you say yes, you know it's not Jews. It's Israel.
Congressman Kitover, George.
80% Jewish, or even less, and the rest are Muslims and Christians. Okay. Also Muslims in the IDF. I will reformulate. Let's take non-Palestinians out of the presentation for now, because you have to divide the different actors.
I knew somebody would do that.
That might be true. Without God and higher ideals, institutions will collapse. False.
Those type of values that you promote. I'm glad to hear that. I actually agree with many of your conservative takes. Thank you. I disagree with some as well. That's just because I think for myself.
We agree on a lot. We disagree on some. I can say this, that we both want a country based on merit. And I think we should keep that as our ultimate goal and purpose. Thank you so much.
You view this country as irrelevant.
Okay, so what do you mean by justice? You will take too much time, so please, instead of putting too much weight on this, let's see how I'm going to bring the things, okay? So let's consider that Palestinians don't feel justice. Now there's a problem. It's going to be, I don't know how you say that in English, like, it's like political, in French, we say, so there are instances that are going to take over a potential power that they have. So people don't feel justice, so they will say, I will take care of it. Then you will have multiple different approaches. One will be the PLA, one will be the Hamas, one will be little ghetto. Now, this become a potential for whoever is in power, because let's be honest, Israel is in top dogs in the world on how to leverage and strategize. Do you agree with me? We do what we need to do. I don't know if we're a top dog, but we do what we need to do. We're pretty top dog. So AI, satellite reconnaissance, having spies in every country, having intelligence in every country, making bonds with all the powerful other resources in the world, having I forgot what's the word, controlling the politics in the States. I'm sorry, I'm listening.
You need to understand that yes, they killed so many Palestinians.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, okay? Hold on.
Let me
You're in the middle of something.
I go sign
up. No, but we're in the middle of a conversation, so hold on a little bit.
Alongside his conversation, because now he's making it seems that
we are talking about identifying. We're talking about identifying the problem.
I know.
What makes it impossible to be fixed right now? That was was laying out layer by layer.
Between civilians and soldiers, Palestinians killed around 20,000 Israelis, you know what I mean? So they're hurt.
What you're saying right now is we're focusing on one detail, so nothing is going to be fixed because
they are hurt.
Go on.
No, hold on. Stop. You just derailed the conversation. Hold on your turn and we can listen to you. But Sphinx was in the middle of going somewhere else and said you want to go take us somewhere else. So just hold on, okay? I'm trying to understand some things.
The key element for me, I have the impression, I don't think I have a solution to everything, but at the minimum, I think this would be a good leverage. So being able to take position and addressing this leverage of since they don't feel justice, even if they release the hostages, even if this, that, nothing is going to change. We have over 60 years of history proving that my point. So the key element seems on the Palestinian side seems to be they don't feel justice.
But Sphinx, I need to stop you because again, I asked you a question and you were answering with repeating my question. My question was, what is the problem? Why do they feel injustice? Because you say they feel unjust, they can always feel unjust. I mean, but also the United States
Big George Diner.
Interrupting. Hold on a second. You can be part of the combo. Stop interrupting. Listen, also the United States, there are people that feel that they don't have justice, and then they take a gun and they blow someone's head. I mean, the feeling
what you're doing right now is just making this conversation worthless because now we're going to change. No, focusing on the beginning.
Please. No. I'm not going to example. I'm telling you that an individual feeling that someone has, or that he was told that there is injustice. I'm listening to you without interruption, and I'm trying to you were stopping me 3 times in one sentence. So again, you're talking about that they feel that there is injustice, and because of this, they act upon this feeling of injustice. But
George Diner.
My original question was what is the problem between Israel and Palestinians, and that
George Diner.
feeling unjust. So I'm asking you, why is that injustice? Why do they feel that there is injustice down for them? You said you have an analytical perspective. So let's analyze the title of someone feeling unjust. We should be very careful with it saying, he felt that he was treated badly, so he just went and shot someone, or he went and he killed someone, or he went and he raped someone, that is not a way to solve anything. Why do they feel unjust? Or let me ask you this: what will make them feel that justice has been done?
Be mine.
I know the answer, okay? I'm just trying to you.
Be master. Be master. Be master. Yo, Be master, why don't you come up and say hello? It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. I know we have absolutely different political and economic opinions, but even though I may have differing opinions, I enjoy speaking with you, and I think a lot of people do. I think people like the way you sound. I think that's one of your attractive qualities. So this is Israel and Palestine debate starring you. Yes, I am leeching off the room. This is safe for Jews debunking Pele lies and propaganda at BB's room. I was kicked out of the room. So, whenever somebody kicks me out of the room, guess what I do, Bima? I go right back in and anonymous. Good afternoon and welcome to the show, Bima.
I think that's great. So, what did you say before you got kicked out, or did you not get a chance to say anything?
Well, I was talking about how this all resembles a dance and the spiral nebulae, and let the partners find themselves, but let's, do it gracefully and peacefully. No more violence. That's what I was saying, and then shortly thereafter I was kicked out.
So it sounds like you support no violence. Wow. See, that could be construed as an anti-Semite.
Well, see, I'm literally just doing neurolinguistics. I'm not actually on a battlefront, and I'm not in any political power or military power.
So, oh, hey, Sasha, welcome to the room. This is Israel and Palestine debate starring you. Love to have you as a speaker here, Sasha. So that's what I was mentioning, that, for all of our sakes, we should be using our words wisely and efficiently and, limited amounts of words because time is limited. And so I'm just always trying to stress the positive and use positive words. I don't want to listen to some deranged loser on this app who I know very well, and I know their situation in life, and I know their criminal history in life. I don't want to I'm in a book club, I'd like to talk about books because everything else is really just political. So I choose to, maybe that's how I choose to be political. But anyways, that's all I'm saying.
I love it. What book club? Do you remember that website called meetup.com?
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to go to book clubs, the meetups. It was really fun. But what type of book club? Online book club, and what are you reading?
So my book club is a special book club which has rules that many other book clubs don't have. The first rule is we read books to each other in 10-minute. Do Bima, I'd like to read a book to you. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'll give you 3 choices. The first choice is Star in the West. The second choice is Meditations. And the third choice is Tao Te Ching.
We already read the last, so let's do the first or the second.
Star in the West? No, this is your choice. This is your choice. You can hear Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, or you can hear Star in the West or Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu. You choose. It's your choice what you listen to.
Okay, let's do Meditations.
Okie dokie. We're going about where we left off. This is book 5, chapter 9. So, let it go. This is the 9th verse in book 5. Be not disgusted, nor discouraged, nor dissatisfied, if thou dost not succeed in doing everything according to right principles. But when thou hast failed, return back again, and be content if the greater part of what thou doest is consistent with man's nature. And love this, to which thou returnest, and do not return to philosophy as if she were a master, but act like those who have sore eyes and apply a bit of sponge and egg, or another applies a plaster, or drenching with water. For thus thou wilt not fail to obey reason, and thou wilt repose in it. And remember that philosophy requires only the things which thy nature requires, but thou wouldst have something else which is not according to nature. It may be objected, why, what is more agreeable than this which I am doing? But is not this the very reason why pleasure deceives us? And consider if magnanimity, freedom, simplicity, equanimity, piety are not more agreeable. For what is more agreeable than wisdom itself? When thou thinkest of the security and the happy course of all things which depend on the faculty of understanding and knowledge. So you can see philosophy is a little bit outside of politics. It's still in politics, but it's almost, I think it's its own category with its own proper noun, philosophy. So you just heard a sample from Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. And it's transcendent, it's transformative, it's intelligent, And I hope you enjoyed that, BMO. This has been my book club. Do you have a book you would like to read from, BMO?
That's so much fun. I'm not in a position to go grab a book, but yeah, I can be prepared next time.
Okay, great. Well, next time, just remember that all my rooms are clickbait titles because all I'm actually doing is the book club.
Very cool. That sounds really awesome. Thank you.
Okay, I give you your regularly scheduled programming. BB talking endlessly.
Why is this happening?
Daniel too.
Maybe it's happening, and maybe you don't know, but from the beginning of this year, 2025, which we did not finish yet, there have been more than 1,000 terroristic attempts from Judea and Samaria on Israel. More than 1,000. That's more than 3 per day. You understand what I'm saying? And because they are promoting terrorism, and because they are promoting this mindset of there's injustice done, so go and murder Jews, we have to put those blockades to make sure that the people that are moving to Israel or to Jewish cities in Judea and Samaria don't going to grow up. And unfortunately, it is needed because it's happening every single day. You don't want to have job marks?
Do you agree with me that one of the intentions of the Israeli government is to isolate the Arabs and hopefully have them removed? Do you agree with this?
I would agree with you with a bit more nuance. I think that what you're missing is that the Judea and Samaria is what is called disputed land. Okay? It's disputed. They say it's theirs, we say it's ours. And right now, it's disputed. This is the situation. Now, there's the situation, the Yura and the facto, meaning what is going on the ground and what is like the legal status. And both sides try to make facts on the ground. Jews, you even call them settlers. When it's Palestinians that build a new neighborhood, you call them farmers. Okay? The problem with your framing that by the fact that it's a Jew that is settlement in Judea and Samaria, it's wrong, it's bad. For example, there's this story now in Hollywood, that movie called No Other Land. I don't know if you heard about it. It won some
You're very welcome to share a link if you have.
I said the name of the movie. It's called No Other Land. It's in movies. I don't have a link because you need to pay a ticket to see it. But it's called No Other Land. And it shows like how the Israeli military goes and destroys buildings in Judea and Samaria. And you will say, oh my God, horrible. What you don't know is that those people in Masriyate, which is the place in the movie, they claim that this land is theirs. They went to the Supreme Court in Israel. They laid out all their evidence. For 20 years, there were discussions about this specific case. And the court, when they started the case, they said no one is building anything until we decide whose land is it. We cannot freeze the situation.
Can you repeat the name of the video you're talking about?
No Other Land.
Okay, you keep going, I'm listening.
Alexa, stop. So for 20 years, there was a Supreme Court deliberation regarding this area.
It's rare to find
the Palestinians.
When the show's called Life Kit, that's kind of managing your email with takeaways so you can start living what you learn right away. Escucha el Life Kit podcast from NPR.
Darren LaHood is a rhino, or Republican in name only, according to one of his Republican primary opponents. John Kitover calls himself a carpetbagger. He lives in Chicago, but he's running in a congressional district that includes central and northwestern Illinois. Kitover considers himself a MAGA candidate. He He tells WGLT student reporter Ben Howell that he's running in the 16th district against the Peoria area Republican he says is not conservative enough.
Our country is $37 trillion in debt. I'm 42 years old. I'm here on a college campus with young people who are taking out loans to go to university, to get jobs so they can have an undergraduate degree. And so essentially we have to fight these rhinos. I know it's cliche, but Darren LaHood is indeed a rhino. He's been in office 10 years, creating $2 trillion a year in debt. So it's really going to take patriotic Americans who can recognize the financial crisis that we're in, that are going to stand with Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, and other fiscal conservatives against individuals like Darren LaHood.
On your website, it had said, direct quote, defeat Darren LaHood, the rhino vaccinologist that sold your future to your never-ending taxation. Could you break that down for me? What do you mean by that?
We have $37 trillion in funded debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. So with the big beautiful bill, Darren has given over $500 billion a year in tax credits to the biggest Fortune 500 corporations: Apple, Microsoft, Google, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Verizon, Comcast, etc. So on the back end, Darren LaHood is borrowing your future and sticking you with debt and taxes, not today, but in the future.
Another one, a couple more, also from your website. He's a traitor to the Second Amendment, you say. How so?
He wants to raise the minimum age in order to purchase a firearm in this country. And it's my belief that this may sound rather controversial, but firearms, not only are they for self-defense and our own security in our homes, but it's to prevent tyrannical government from usurping your rights and enslaving you and making your life miserable, in the same way that our founding fathers fought the king, who were eating out our substance and destroying our livelihoods in this country, in the same way that Darren LaHood and his group of cronies in Congress and in the Senate are doing.
And also, again, from your website, it said that he lied about COVID-19. What about that?
So Darren LaHood voted yay on every COVID act there was, totaling over $5 trillion that he created out of thin air with the rest of Congress. It's my belief that Dr. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization, as well as the Pentagon, created Operation Warp Speed, but also the Wuhan facility and that viral research. So the government is responsible for funding and creating COVID-19. And unfortunately, he lied to his constituents, because you can go to Zach's accounts and you can view all his posts about get vaccinated or this pandemic will never end. Get vaccinated or you can never go back to work.
With that, with some of the bigger party politics, for the most part in his voting record, LaHood has had a lockstep vote with the party. Do your criticisms of him expand to the rest of the Republican Party?
Absolutely. It is a uniparty at this point. Whether the Democrats or the Republicans are in party, they're going to keep spending over $2 trillion a year that we don't collect in taxes. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes. We're spending $7.1 to $7.3 trillion a year. Darren LaHood, the Republicans, and the Democrats are borrowing on your behalf without any of your say-so.
LaHood's held the seat since 2015, but of course he's been a congressman for a little before that. And even just last in 2024, he had no challengers in that election. So some would go to say that your campaign's a long shot. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely, it's a long shot. I have crowdfunded only $1,000 from social audio apps. Darren LaHood has over $10 million sitting in his bank account from Pfizer, Moderna, Blue Cross, Caterpillar. Every major corporation in the world has given to Darren because Darren keeps giving them $2 trillion a year. He's been in office 10 years, and if we're creating over $2 trillion a year in debt, Darren has created $20 trillion in debt by voting yay on HRX.
Since he's the incumbent, he's got not just like that cash advantage, like you said, he's got the name recognition. He's been here for a while. How do you try to familiarize yourself across the district and to voters against a strong incumbent? What's your strategy for that?
It's really put out as much
Hello?
John Kitover.
Yes, this is John.
Quick question on the recent unemployment growth we had a month this afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, Bill. Yeah, let's do it. I'm free.
For verification purposes, can I enter the last four digits of your social security number, please?
Sure, 6126. 11682. Yes, that's the paperwork I received from the IRS. And so I also, wanted to get the administrative law hearing because I had filed a lawsuit against the IRS, an EEO complaint, and that EEO complaint has been investigated, and I have all the paperwork that I need to submit because I was physically threatened that I'd be punched in the throat if I returned to work. And I was also sexually harassed. So that's all in the complaint. But I did file the appeal on Illinois, on the website, but I didn't ever get a response from the submission that I made. So I may have done it wrong, or I didn't have the right number. I'm not sure how or why I haven't heard back from that appeal, but. I had gotten a call from a young lady and she had given me like some reference numbers, but I had lost that when I hit the appeal button and submitted the files.
I apologize. I do see the document that you're speaking about. I don't see any work attached to it right now, though.
I do have updated documents because I just had to send in a 40-page document back to the IRS and to the civil rights attorneys there. So I do have another document to send that I'd like to submit when I, can actually schedule and get an administrative law hearing.
If it's okay with you, I'll go ahead and I'll put in work on this appeal right here, and I'll get your claim put through today. Just to make sure somebody's looking at that appeal for this claim, and then any additional information that you're submitting, just exactly like you have been in the ECF. Here said there has been some kind of an issue as far as whenever it was submitted that the work was not followed, and so that does seem to be the issue right now. The trace numbers would help, but I'm going to add an extra additional work to it and just put it from there if that's okay with you today.
Okay, yeah, great, thank you.
I do apologize for that. Is there anything I could hope to answer though other than that for today, sir?
Is it possible for you to help me schedule the hearing to get the administrative law judge to hear the case and to notify the employers so they can be present?
Yes, sir. That's actually what I'm going to do right now. Just because, what I'm actually going to do is just send the information on to an adjudicator who will schedule the hearing for you, and you'll be received a letter by mail.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Then I guess I don't really have any other questions for you.
I do appreciate your time today, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. God bless. Take care. Bye.
We put out as much content as I can, get out and meet as many voters as I can. I was just at Starbucks. I was getting signatures on petitions. I've never been to Illinois State before, but really the way to fight Darren LaHood is with transparency and actually accurately describing the situation.
That was Republican primary candidate John Kitover speaking with WGLT student reporter Ben Howell. Garth Golett of Chillicothe is also running for the Republican nomination against LaHood. 3 Democrats are also in the race: Scott Best, Brendan Morgan, and Paul Noley. The primary election is next March.
It's rare to find a podcast that can actually change your life. But when the show's called Life Kit, that's kind of the whole point. I'm Marielle Segano. 3 times a week on the Life Kit podcast, we guide you through a topic we could all use help with, from personal development to healthy living to managing your dinero, with takeaways so you can start living what you learn right away. Escucha el Life Kit podcast from NPR. to find a podcast that can actually change your life. But when the show's called Life Kit, that's kind of the whole point. I'm Mariel Sayano. 3 times a week on the Life Kit podcast, we guide you through a topic we can all use help with, from personal development to healthy living to managing your dinero, with takeaways so you can start living what you learn right away. Escucha el Life Kit podcast from NPR.
Darren LaHood is a rhino, or Republican in name only, according to one of his Republican primary opponents. John Kitover calls himself a carpetbagger. He lives in Chicago, but he's running in a congressional district that includes central and northwestern Illinois. Kitover considers himself a MAGA candidate. He tells WGLT student reporter Ben Howell he's running in the 16th district against the Peoria area Republican he says is not conservative enough.
Our country is $37 trillion in debt. I'm 42 years old. I'm here on a college campus with young people who are taking out loans to go to university, to get jobs so they can have an undergraduate degree. And so essentially we have to fight these rhinos. I know it's cliche, but Darren LaHood is indeed a rhino. He's been that we're in that are going to stand with Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, and other fiscal conservatives against individuals like Darren LaHood.
On your website, it had said, direct quote, defeat Darren LaHood, the rhino vaccinologist that sold your future to your never-ending taxation. Could you break that down for me? What do you mean by that?
We have $37 trillion in funded debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. So with the big beautiful bill, Darren has given over $500 billion a year in tax credits to the biggest Fortune 500 corporations: Apple, Microsoft, Google, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Verizon, Comcast, etc. So on the back end, Darren LaHood is borrowing your future and sticking you with debt and taxes, not today, but in the future.
Another one, a couple more, also from your website. He's a traitor to the Second Amendment, you say. How so?
He wants to raise the minimum age in order to purchase a firearm in this country. And it's my belief that this may sound rather controversial, but firearms, not only are they for self-defense and our own security in our homes, but it's to prevent tyrannical government from usurping your rights and enslaving you and making your life miserable, in the same way that our founding fathers fought the king, who were eating out our substance and destroying our livelihoods in this country, in the same way that Darren LaHood and his group of cronies in Congress and in the Senate are doing.
And also, again, from your website, it said that he lied about COVID-19. What about that?
So Darren LaHood voted yay on every COVID act there was, totaling over $5 trillion that he created out of thin air with the rest of Congress. It's my belief that Dr. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization, as well as the Pentagon, created Operation Warp Speed, but also the Wuhan facility and that viral research. So the government is responsible for funding and creating COVID-19. And unfortunately, he lied to his consent. You can view all his posts about get vaccinated or this pandemic will never end. Get vaccinated or you can never go back to work.
With that, with some of the bigger party politics, for the most part in his voting record, LaHood has had a lockstep vote with the party. Do your criticisms of him expand to the rest of the Republican Party?
Absolutely. It is a uniparty at this point. Whether the Democrats or the Republicans are in the party, they're going to keep spending over $2 trillion a year that we don't collect in taxes. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes. We're spending $7.1 to $7.3 trillion a year. Darren LaHood, the Republicans, and the Democrats are borrowing on your behalf without any of your say-so.
LaHood's held the seat since 2015, but of course he's been a congressman for a little before that. And even just last in 2024, he had no challengers in that election. So some would go to say that your campaign's a long shot. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely, it's a long shot. I have crowdfunded only $1,000 from social audio apps. Darren LaHood has over $10 million sitting in his bank account from Pfizer, Moderna, Blue Cross, Caterpillar. Every major corporation in the world has given to Darren because Darren keeps giving them $2 trillion a year. He's been in office 10 years, and if we're creating over $2 trillion a year in debt, Darren has created $20 trillion in debt by voting yay on HR Acts.
Since he's the incumbent, he's got not just like that cash advantage, like you said, he's got the name recognition. He's been here for a while. How do you try try to familiarize yourself across the district and to voters against a strong incumbent? What's your strategy for that?
It's really put out as much content as I can, get out and meet as many voters as I can. I was just at Starbucks. I was getting signatures on petitions. I've never been to Illinois State before. But really the way to fight Darren LaHood is with transparency and actually accurately describing the situation.
That was Republican primary candidate John Kitover speaking with WGLT student reporter Ben Howell. Garth Golett of Chillicothe is also running for the Republican nomination against LaHood. 3 Democrats are also in the race: Scott Best, Brendan Morgan, and Paul Noley. The primary election is next March.
I was literally laughing when he kept doing that right jab, and he is southpaw. But when he kept doing that little playful jab, like pow, 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 and making Canelo upset,
like it was hurt.
And he's an awkward southpaw. Like everything about him is just street. Like it's not really refined.
Yeah, he
Russell Johnson.
He whoops ass. And then there was a lot of hits taken.
it was a lot.
Canelo, you gonna be blue tomorrow.
Cause Canelo gonna sit on you and big ass punch, right? But you're not gonna get it with him. Canelo just sat. Like, ooh, I'm gonna get you. Nah.
He was trying to dodge them long arms.
Mel, we'll stop when you're ready.
Sorry.
Oh no, I'm done. If you don't want to see the actual video.
I thought you had a quit.
Oh no, it's just.
Did you put it in the chat?
I put both of them in the chat. So one is a news article, and then the other one is the Instagram clip. But this was in Colorado on August 30th.
George Steinhardt.
Officers shot a black man. He was 37 years old. I believe his son was next to him. He did drop the gun, so he didn't have the gun on him.
Black man.
And officer swung at him. You're gonna see like 2 times. Then the guy was squaring up with the officer, and that's when he shot him multiple times and killed him.
It's rare to find a podcast that can actually change your life. But when the show's called Life Kit, that's kind of the whole point. I'm Mariel Segama. 3 times a week on the Life Kit podcast, we guide you through a topic we can all use help with, from personal development to healthy living to managing your dinero, with takeaways so you can start living what you learn right away. Escucha el Life Kit podcast from NPR.
Apply to Casamoras. Civilians, no need for getting civilians. Apply to
that for you, we the people. We have to kick these credit card mortgage debt junkies out of government. They're destroying.
It's rare to find a podcast that can actually change your life. But when the show's called Life Kit, that's kind of the whole point. I'm Mariel Segama. 3 times a week on the Life Kit podcast, we guide you through a topic we can all use help with, from personal development to healthy living to managing your dinero, with takeaways so you can start living what you learn right away. Escucha el Life Kit podcast from NPR.
Darren LaHood is a rhino, a Republican in name only, according to one of his Republican primary opponents. John Kitover calls himself a carpetbagger. He lives in Chicago, but he's running in a congressional district that includes central and northwestern Illinois. Kitover considers himself a MAGA candidate. He tells WGLT student reporter Ben Howell that he's running in the 16th district against the Peoria area Republican he says is not conservative enough.
Our country is $37 trillion in debt. I'm 42 years old. I'm here on a college campus with young people who are taking out loans to go to university, to get jobs so they can have an undergraduate degree. And so essentially we have to fight these rhinos. I know it's cliche, but Darren LaHood is indeed a rhino. He's been in office 10 years, creating $2 trillion a year in debt. So it's really going to take patriotic Americans who can recognize the financial crisis that we're in, that are going to stand with Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, and other fiscal conservatives against individuals like Darren LaHood.
On your website, it had said, direct quote, defeat Darren LaHood, the rhino vaccinologist that sold your future to your never-ending taxation. Could you break that down for me? What do you mean by that?
We have $37 trillion in funded debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. So, with the big beautiful bill, Darren has given over $500 billion a year in tax credits to the biggest Fortune 500 corporations: Apple, Microsoft, Google, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Verizon, Comcast, etc. So, on the back end, Darren LaHood is borrowing your future and sticking you with debt and taxes, not today, but in the future.
Another one, a couple more, also from your website. He's a traitor to the Second Amendment. You say, how so?
He wants to raise the minimum age in order to purchase a firearm in this country. And it's my belief that this may sound rather controversial, but firearms, not only are they for self-defense and our own security in our homes, but it's to prevent tyrannical government from usurping your rights and enslaving you and making your life miserable in the same way that our founding fathers fought the king, who were eating out our substance and destroying our livelihoods in this country in the same way that Darren LaHood and his group of cronies in Congress and in the Senate are doing.
And also, again, from your website, it said that he lied about COVID-19. What about that?
So Darren LaHood voted yay on every COVID act there was, totaling over $5 trillion that he created out of thin air with the rest of Congress. It's my belief that Dr. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization, as well as the Pentagon, created Operation Warp Speed, but also the Wuhan facility and that viral research. So the government is responsible for funding and creating COVID-19. And unfortunately, he lied to his constituents, because you can go to his X accounts and you can view all his posts about get vaccinated or this pandemic will never end. Get vaccinated or you can never go back to work.
With that, with some of the bigger party politics, for the most part in his voting record, LaHood has had a lockstep vote with the party. Do your criticisms of him expand to the rest of the Republican Party?
Absolutely. It is a unit party at this point. Whether the Democrats or the Republicans are in the party, they're going to keep spending over $2 trillion a year that we don't collect in taxes. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes. We're spending $7.1 to $7.3 trillion a year. Darren LaHood, the Republicans and the Democrats are borrowing on your behalf without any of your say-so.
LaHood's held the seat since 2015, but of course he's been a congressman for a little before that. And even just last in 2024, he had no challengers in that election. So some would go to say that your campaign's a long shot. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely, it's a long shot. I have crowdfunded only $1,000 from social audio apps. Darren LaHood has over $10 million sitting in his bank account from Pfizer, Moderna, Blue Cross, Caterpillar. Every major corporation in the world has given to Darren because Darren keeps giving them $2 trillion a year. He's been in office 10 years, and if we're creating over $2 trillion a year in debt, Darren has created $20 trillion in debt by voting yay on HRX.
Since he's the incumbent, he's got not just like that cash advantage, like you said, he's got the name recognition, he's been here for a while. How do you try to familiarize yourself across the district and to voters against a strong incumbent? What's your strategy for that?
It's really put out as much content as I can, get out and meet as many voters as I can. I was just at Starbucks, I was getting signatures on petitions. I've never been to Illinois State before, but really the way to fight Darren LaHood is with transparency and actually accurately describing the situation.
That was Republican primary candidate John Kitover speaking with WGLT student reporter Ben Howell. Garth Golett of Chillicothe is
crazy ass fan base to like come attack them, I think would be damaged.
Yeah, he did that to a few professors at Johns Hopkins, and he.
Yeah, my friend works at Georgetown Law, and he did that to them. So somebody's like, what damage?
And they were getting death threats. They had to take down their publishing because their families were receiving death threats and being stalked. So it was a long watch list that Charlie Kirk had created with their information on there. So I don't know what this person really is talking about.
Emotional damage.
Democrats, liberals, LGBTQ.
Yeah. If we can tie this back to arresting Netanyahu and Trump, I'm all for it.
Why does everything go back to
Georgia taking too many
I'm saying, I'm so like, I'm not.
House liberals celebrate Charlie Hicks murder.
It goes back to Netanyahu, though, specifically.
I just don't understand, like, why all of a sudden in 2025, everybody in this uproar about Israel, like, this shit has been going on
John
for
Kitover versus Darren
No, hold
Mahmood.
on. It's
George Dine.
Yeah, we just found out about it.
Taking too many Pfizer vaccines. George Dine scandal.
You're right. It's virtue signaling. Yeah, and also it's like they never talk about the connections, Israel has to the DRC. They never mention that, and that bothers me so much because I'm like, if you truly care about genocide, if you truly care about atrocities happening to people, then why don't you ever talk about what is happening in Africa, what Israel is doing to Africa, and other nations have been doing in Africa? Like,
I could be talking about whether you prefer middle class and they say Israel. Like, bitch, what? Like, what?
No, you don't know the rule. Like you because you talk about this. Israel actually started in 1948. Are you? Yeah. Yes. Okay. It's longer. You weren't alive, and you trying to circle shit back to Charlie Kirk's murder. What I find offensive is that you come in a room of another group of marginalized people, and you keep trying to force us to care about whatever your plight is. You're not even black, and then you keep doing this. I don't get this. It's very disrespectful. We never want to talk about it.
Well, that's pathetic.
So, listen,
No, it's not. We have this always happens.
I'm Ariel Sarah. 3 times a week on the Life Kit podcast, we guide you through a topic we can all use help with, from personal development to healthy living to managing your email. The takeaways so you can start living what you learned right away. Escucha el Life Kit podcast from NPR.
Darren LaHood is a rhino, or Republican in name only, according to one of his Republican primary opponents. John Kitover calls himself a carpetbagger. He lives in Chicago, but he's running in a congressional district that includes central and northwestern Illinois. Kitover considers himself a mega candidate. He tells WGLT student reporter Ben Howell that he's running in the 16th district against the Peoria area Republican he says is not conservative enough.
Our country is $37 trillion in debt. I'm 42 years old. I'm here on a college campus with young people who are taking out loans to go to university, to get jobs so they can have an undergraduate degree. And so essentially we have to fight these rhinos. I know it's cliche, but Darren LaHood is indeed a rhino. He's been in office 10 years, creating $2 trillion a year in debt. So it's really going to take patriotic Americans who can recognize the financial crisis that we're in, that are going to stand with Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, and other fiscal conservatives against individuals like Darren LaHood.
On your website, it had said, direct quote, defeat Darren LaHood, the rhino vaccinologist that sold your future to your never-ending taxation. Could you break that down for me? What do you mean by that?
We have $37 trillion in funded debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. So with the big beautiful bill, Darren has given over $500 billion a year in tax credits to the biggest Fortune 500 corporations: Apple, Microsoft, Google, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Verizon, Comcast, etc. So on the back end, Darren LaHood is borrowing your future and sticking you with debt and taxes, not today, but in the future.
Another one, a couple more, also from your website. He's a traitor to the Second Amendment, you say. How so?
He wants to raise the minimum age in order to purchase a firearm in this country. And it's my belief that this may sound rather controversial, but firearms, not only are they for self-defense and our own security in our homes, but it's to prevent tyrannical government from usurping your rights and enslaving you and making your life miserable, in the same way that our founding fathers fought the king, who were eating out our substance and destroying our livelihoods in this country, in the same way that Darren LaHood and his group of cronies in Congress and in the Senate are doing.
And also, again, from your website, you had said that he lied about COVID-19. What about that?
So Darren LaHood voted yay on every COVID act there was, totaling over $5 trillion that he created out of thin air with the rest of Congress. It's my belief that Dr. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization, as well as the Pentagon, created Operation Warp Speed, but also the Wuhan facility and that viral research. So the government is responsible for funding and creating COVID-19. And unfortunately, he lied to his constituents, because you can go to his accounts and you can view all his posts about get vaccinated or this pandemic will never end. Get vaccinated or you can never go back to work.
With that, with some of the bigger party politics, for the most part in his voting record, LaHood has had a lockstep vote with the party. Do your criticisms of him expand to the rest of the Republican Party?
Absolutely. It is a uniparty at this point. Whether the Democrats or the Republicans are in party, they're going to keep spending over $2 trillion a year that we don't collect in taxes. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes on your behalf without any of your say-so.
LaHood's held the seat since 2015, but of course he's been a congressman for a little before that. And even just last in 2024, he had no challengers in that election. So some would go to say that your campaign's a long shot. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely, it's a long shot. I have crowdfunded only $1,000 from social audio apps. Darren LaHood has over $10 million sitting in his bank account from Pfizer, Moderna, Blue Cross, Caterpillar. Every major corporation in the world has given to Darren because Darren keeps giving them $2 trillion a year. He's been in office 10 years, and if we're creating over $2 trillion a year in debt, Darren has created $20 trillion in debt by voting yay on HR Acts.
Since he's the incumbent, he's got not just like that cash advantage, like you said, he's got the name recognition. He's been here for a while. How do you try to familiarize yourself across the district and to voters against a strong incumbent? What's your strategy for that?
It's really put out as much content as I can, get out and meet as many voters as I can. I was just at Starbucks. I was getting signatures on petitions. I've never been to Illinois State before. But really the way to fight Darren LaHood is with transparency and actually accurately describing the situation.
That was Republican primary candidate John Kitover speaking with WGLT student reporter Ben Howell. Garth Golin of Chillicothe is also running for the Republican nomination against LaHood. 3 Democrats are also in the race: Scott Best, Brendan Morgan, and Paul Noley. The primary election is next March.
It's rare to find a podcast that can actually change your life. But when the show's called Life Kit, that's kind of the whole point. I'm Ariel Sam. 3 times a week on the Life Kit podcast, we guide you through a topic we can all use help with, from personal development to healthy living to managing your everything.
Drew Daniel, English professor at Hopkins, on the list, recalled receiving similarly abusive messages. He was placed on the watch list after he signed a letter that condemned the horrific ongoing violence, quote, the horrific ongoing violence inflicted on the Palestinian people. Turning Point website labels Daniel a quote-unquote terror supporter and an anti-Semite. Soon after, okay, this is pretty much the end, but I can stop here.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not talking to me, are you, Lisa?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay, let me just, it's almost over. So this is the quote from Daniel. Quote, I got to see firsthand a new wave of hostility towards academia as a sector. Charlie Kirk represented a smiling face that seemed to be open for debate, but in terms of the effects on someone like a professor, the watch list is much closer to the legacy of someone like Joe McCarthy. And then they just explained who Joe McCarthy is. You know, McCarthyism, communist watch list, 1950s. Daniel said he's grown increasingly worried about being surveilled while teaching, which he said would be a, quote, betrayal of the kind of trust and intimacy that takes place in the classroom. Because he's tenured and at a private university, Daniel's not as worried about losing his job. But he has friends who teach at public colleges, especially in Republican-led states, he said, who have become more cautious about what they teach, and this is the final quote. Charlie Kirk's legacy is empowering classroom surveillance and encouraging young people to harass professors that they disagree with. I don't see Charlie Kirk's actions with the professor watch list as at all consistent with a belief in free speech.
I agree. So one who's been a college professor who's taught college, it's okay to have students debate when you're debating we're talking about software science. One is debating about a principle of mathematical principle or algorithm or something like that. But this Kirk individual who dropped out of junior college does not have the capacity to debate with an actual professor. It's absolutely, the outside of throwing rocks and then leveraging this whole white so-called Christian nationalism, which there's no such thing that exists. That's something made up. It's a continuation. I mean, I said this last week. In the 1950s and 60s, there's probably research it. There was a group called White National or White. Hold on. It was called the White Citizens Council. Yes, we'll look it up. White Citizens Council. It was in the 1950s and 60s, and we did a comparison and contrast against this Kirk person, this turning point, and their position. Kirk vehemently was opposed modern racial justice movements like DEI and critical race theory. They tried to present themselves. The council tried to present themselves as a respectable face of segregation. Kirk and his organization create the political mainstream by trying to do debate and media appearances and campus activism, trying to appear to be that they are just a salient voice of reason. They use coercion. Councils in the 50s and 60s, my parents told me, used pressures, punish civil rights supporters. Kirk's organization, Turning Points, they have, like the young lady said, the professor's watch list and targets educators for their views, and it's criticizing the professional and social coercion. So this is nothing new. He's just taking an old playbook. They actually did this in the 40s in the United States, during the 40s United States, pre-Nazi Germany, colleges here in the United States. Go back and read about that. And so this person was radically anti-black in his stance. He used a Ku Klux Klan model of Christianity, calling it nationalism, because there's no such thing that exists. Because Christianity, nationalism excludes Christianity, whereas Christianity includes human beings. So the two things are 180 degrees polar opposite of one another. But by packaging things and putting a smiling face on it, it's akin to the same thing that my father told me how the Clintons come to his house when he was a child, running in Alabama, and try to burn crosses and the family would have shootouts. So it's just, but yet they be the same people who are the judges and the same people like this. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Dallas, what was the name of that book again? The White What Council?
It is called the White Citizens Council.
The White
UHITECITIZ. That's Council. White Citizens Council were in the 1950s and 60s, and they were a network of white supremacists, segregationist organizations that resisted racial integration after Brown versus Board of Education ruling.
So Catalyst, because those groups were around at that time, obviously, and they tried to, do what they do. And I think that they may not have succeeded, or maybe they went back into the shadows. And history is repeating itself right now. Do you think it's going to be the same case where these small subgroups are like trying to surface and trying to do the same things, but they won't be successful? Or do you think they have a chance of being successful this time?
I think when more young black people, 20s, teens, 20s, 30s, understand history from their parents or grandparents or great-grandparents who lived in the area and use the same tactics with a modern element, I think those individuals will not be successful. They can be more successful the more black young.
So we're just going to throw us off a little bit, but we're going to get back on course. You good?
Absolutely. I definitely think it's possible for black Americans to get on course, especially if they understand that there's nothing new under the sun. It keeps going around. I mean, if you look at Roberts, Supreme Court judge, last week was a phenomenal week in American history. On Monday, they went after the 4th Amendment to discriminate against people based on skin color. On Tuesday, they started being the shadow docket. They started chipping away at the Civil Rights Act of 1964. On Wednesday, Eric Schmidt, the governor of the state, senator in the state of Missouri, came out in front of the John Birch Society, the Book of John Birch Society. Yeah, and said America is white people. And our
element to the community will anyone say that the whole human race of members
same day
from this common political
in the U.S. Senate, the GOP senators voted to block the Epstein files. On Thursday, the GOP Senate gave up their advice and consent authority. It was in the Senate. The senators, the U.S. senators, are responsible for advice and consent of who gets elevated to the next, whoever trying to come in, whether it's someone they're trying to get put on. Well, this administration says we're going to get rid of all of that. And we want to have a block advice and consent. So instead of bringing each individual, we're going to just put a bunch of them together. And they did what's called the nuclear option in the Senate to override the Senate's role of advising consent to the executive. So there's been a series of things that have been taking place to whittle away using white nationalism and to strip black people from rights. Right now, in October, next month, they brought back up Voting Rights Act, which is the 1965 Act. They stripped Part 4 and 5. They're going after Part 2, which is the last third leg of the Voting Rights Act. They're trying to strip that down. So black people have no civil rights, no voting rights, and they're going after the Fair Housing Act of 1967-68. And in 1968, they've already gone after affirmative action or DEI. The thing that Lyndon Baines Johnson put in effect in 1968, week one, when Trump came in office, he overturned Lyndon Baines Johnson's executive order creating affirmative action. So there's a systemic method to unravel all the things that our parents and grandparents have fought for, died for, put in place since 64.
One more catalyst. You heard of HR 5300, right?
I know that piece of legislation, sir.
Yeah, Marco Rubio proposed it on September 11th.
Yes, correct.
And part of the there's a lot of it in there, but part of it is where they can cancel your passport if they don't like your like what you put online, basically eliminating freedom of speech, right? They have the authority to cancel your passport if they don't like what you're saying.
Someone in the chat said InfoWars leftist. I'm not a leftist, so I don't know where they're coming from.
Well, no, forgive the chat, but Marco Rubio did introduce that bill or whatever. Have you seen that?
I have not, sir. I don't know if anyone's looked at the news today, though. Trump, when he was running for office, said he wanted to get rid of, what do they call that? Daylight savings time, which has to do with, depending on what coast you're on, and he wanted to have everything be the exact same. They forwarded a bill today to get rid of that, which does destructive amounts of, it upsets.
And they're forwarding bills that mean nothing. Why are you even thinking about daylight savings time right now? Like, who even comes up with these things, right? Like during what's happening, like it's just dumb.
Sir, I agree 100% with you, sir. And your sentiments and your words, you're 100% accurate. All this is distractions from the Epstein pedophilia group.
I agree with you. Yes.
That's what this is about. The war that they're trying to start in Venezuela and Suriname right now by sending, I think there's 7 or 8 U.S. warships off the coast of Venezuela and Suriname right now to protect ExxonMobil. It's the exact same play they did in 1964.
We agree fully.
It's the exact same thing.
So just like let's just throw things out. Let's kill Charlie Kirk.
He said the warships are there for drugs. He didn't say nothing about protecting Exxon Oil.
So, ma'am, in 1960...
My name is not ma'am, sir. My name is right at the top of their cat list. Please, don't start being trite.
In 64, when the Gulf of Tonkin event took place, the same sets of circumstances were going on because...
I understand that. I just said what I said. I understand that. You don't have to give me a history lesson. I just said what I said. But for the others who don't know the history lesson, you can go ahead and give it. Y'all be getting your panties in a bunch. I know you these clubhouse professors and shit, but if we say something to you and knock you off your podium, y'all get your panties in a wad.
Excuse me, I want to call back.
Did y'all need an intermission? Oh, Catalyst, don't go. Don't leave. Woo. Don't leave us, Catalyst. Please stay. Okay, and I just got here. I wanted a history lesson. Now I'm on the edge of my seat. Oh my God! Are you edging? Oh, you guys all came back? Y'all was on your lunch break? Lunch break? Nah, that's what it sounded like. I was just hanging out. Was on lunch break? Y'all was at a meeting or? I don't know what they were doing. I'm not here Charlie Kirk's people. That's what. If I'm not mistaken, Lisa been right beside you the whole time, though. I've been talking in the chat. I'm a chat warrior now. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stay in the chat. Well, it's hot as. It is 80 degrees outside. We're close to it. Yeah, this is not. I'm all got on all this stuff. I'm gonna take some stuff off. That chat had a lot of fire in there earlier today. And Gemini, and it was definitely on a hot note. But I'm glad that you missed me playing the pastas. I'm not gonna send you the link. No, I didn't. I heard it. I just wasn't. I was here. But I wasn't in the flesh. Fly on the wall all the time. I get it. Sometimes I like to be the fly on the wall, so I wasn't in the flesh. Not you in here as anonymous, First Lady. No. I still got my spot. Yeah, Second Lady be in the group. Not Second Lady. There only could be one first. True. But yeah, I think we should get into that pastor talk. A little later. Oh, okay. But what do I think? I don't think that. From what I heard, now Jamal may have went a little further. But from what you played, it was very mild. It wasn't too spicy. The person who came behind him was a little bit more spicy. Yeah. But why does it have to be a pause? I didn't say anything bad. The pastor that came behind him was not okay. See, that's what I'm gonna get to. Y'all gonna get deliverance. A lot of these pastors ain't what they pretend to be. You know that. No. You know what? No, you probably need to play it over for Gemini. Well, Gemini, I heard Gemini was talking about his pastor yesterday.
Yeah, I was traumatized yesterday. Y'all,
no, Sandra was telling us. Sandra said you mentioned something yesterday.
Look, first thing, real quick, I'm not gonna be long, but
he started off the service, and that's all I heard was the beginning because I left. With his voice trembling, it sounded like he was about to cry. He's like, "We lost a brother in Christ. I know you guys feel the pain that I'm feeling right now." He was killed for telling the truth, and Christ was persecuted for telling the truth as well. Was this a black pastor? No.
Okay.
That fucked me up though. Like he compared him to Christ. Like we can't even compare the pastor. So I heard a pastor last week. And saying that he died telling the truth. So by saying that, I feel like he was directly supporting everything that the donor said. If he's saying that he died telling the truth.
Gone for a while. Since
hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing the worst of it is not to me about comparing him to, but they don't do that. They don't do that because it's a fake religious, right? But the comparison to Martin Luther King is gonna send me over the cliff. It really is. So I'm just warning anyone. If you can I finish my sentence? So no, you got it, Brad. Let me just go again.
Sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
No, why should I? Go ahead. You got it.
Come on now with this offensive stuff. Go ahead, sis. I'm the only person that can do this. I'm the only one that can whine. Nobody else. Exactly. You can't do what I do. That's my point. Go ahead, Lisa. I got him. Sit down, Ron. Don't you get up no more. Leave that microphone alone. Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
One mic on Lisa.
You guys are funny. I was having an ass in my mouth. So what I'm going to say to y'all is, you don't have to forgive me, because when you motherfuckers started saying that Martin Luther King is comparable, no, Charlie Kirk is comparable to Martin Luther King, y'all don't see the New York side of me. I am not going to listen to that shit again like we did last night. I'm not listening to it. He is not comparable. Find a white leader to compare him to. Don't keep dragging my man MLK out the fucking mausoleum every fucking time you need somebody to make blacks shudder about. Stop it. I'm fucking sick and tired of it. Martin Luther King was a civil rights activist. Charlie Kirk was not. I'm not gonna say nothing else because I know we're on lockdown with our lips. Our lips are on lockdown. We can't say nothing about this man like we over in lips on lockdown. Russia. Your lips smell. You don't feel like your lips are on lockdown? No. Yes. I get back messages, Telegram messages. You better change the title. You better put that. You better take your replays off. I'm like, what the fuck?
I do not sound like that.
Oh, was that you?
Can I just say?
I didn't read yours. I had the. Listen, here goes again.
No,
go ahead, bro. You got it.
Gemini just talked. I thought we was doing like a.
But Gemini has that special green.
You're right.
Beam. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all men have it. Go ahead, King.
All I was gonna say is like y'all feel like y'all are like an island. Hello. Yeah, I feel like y'all like on an island of people who like still have some sense, like who still don't like praise this man who died and got killed. Like y'all don't feel like y'all like. I feel like everybody's like caving to this thing, and I'm the only one that's like, what the fuck is happening? Y'all don't feel like that? I feel like that. That's all.
You're the only one?
Well, I'm talking about the people in this room, right? You know, like, it's like...
No, I don't.
Okay, well...
Ron, tell me. She's not please.
Let me try to lie. Like in this room, even though we're a minority, we're the majority in this room, right? And we have pretty much a collective thought or a collective view of what just transpired and who he actually was prior to his death and what he represented, right? We all pretty much are in alignment on that. But outside of this room, it seems like the majority of people, and I think it's signified by his histogram one from 6 million to 12 million post-mortem, are actually siding with him and saying they had a righteous method. He was a righteous man. He was a good God-fearing Christian man. He was a potential next but we're the minority, and the majority of us will seem to be crazy. I'm like, nah,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So
what is that about?
I call it out publicly. It's trash.
I don't know what you're talking about because we all doing the same thing. It's like, no,
We are.
you feel like you're the only one was kind of weird.
Well, you probably explain that. Let the boy head go.
Like extension.
She decided I'm not letting go. I don't care if it's not.
I love you, Lisa.
I'm talking about Ron. Not Lisa.
Sad that she don't feel like she can speak. So that means I'm good. I'm good.
Because we could go to hell real quick.
No, baby, we could. I'm good though. I'm just trying to be a contrarian right now.
Okay, I'm back because I have to change my favorite hobby.
Saying.
I had a debate.
No, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Hold up. Mel just got an attitude. Wait a minute, hold up. You said you about to change your thing out of music. You want to play the clip now?
No, I didn't want to play shit. I want y'all to fucking hear me, and y'all wasn't hearing me because I had my shit on music.
I can hear you, but you weren't bold enough with your speech, so
it wasn't. Yeah,
it wasn't given New York.
It wasn't bold enough, you know. I want you to stay in music mode if you got the clip.
Well, remember it was 4 clips. So
one mic on Mel empty the clip.
There we go. All right, got you right now. Let me go to the. All right. Let me go back to this. There was another guy, he walked out of his church. He said he'd been attending this church for 10 years. And after they did a moment of silence, he's out. He's like, yeah, this ain't for me. This church ain't for me no more.
Y'all gonna laugh. I got emotional yesterday. I was emotional after that. Like, yeah.
To be honest, I think
that's not even funny. Shit like that will make you upset, so you'll be emotional.
You're facts too. Because after I called him right after you did, he said something similar to that. Jim and I heard it on Wednesday night Bible study. I called him immediately afterwards and got in and told him facts. And he was like, well, you know, it's not nuance. He was a white piece of trash. He was anti-black. And the fact that you up here caping for him as a black man in front of all his parishioners, you off. Like, who raised you, partner? Where did you come from? Where were your parents? He's a young man, he's like in his 40s, so still, you don't know history. He was not Christian at all. He was anti-Christ. He was not Christian at all. Well, Mel, you dropping the clip?
Hold on, because it's 4 clips. Let me get the first one first.
No, I just want to make sure we're cutting you off.
Okay. All right, so the first one is Pastor Jamal preaching this past Sunday.
About all of these Negro preachers who've been, in fact, talking about that this man that was killed was the answer to Christ in the earth. Y'all ain't saying that they having moments of silence in black churches all over the country over a man that was racist and a white supremacist. How dare you compare him to Martin Luther King? So, if both of them was killed by a white man, after that, they got nothing else in common. I'm concerned.
So that was that Pastor Jamal from Georgia for Atlanta. For anybody that doesn't know. The next one is another pastor. I'm not sure where he does. Hold on.
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. I'm all around. Seeing the
one is the pastor from Chicago responding to both of those preachings. Hold on. So he plays a few of the clips.
Just all over the country, a man that was racist and a white supremacist.
Congressman to honor and bury a man who was an unapologetic racist. No, we cannot be silent about the idolatry and the racism that is going on in the black church. And Jamal Bryant is one of the biggest goofies behind a pulpit. Just because you sit there hooping and hollering, I say God, that don't mean it's anointed, that don't mean it's spirit filled. This is the same dude that went to the gay church with two gay men as pastors and acknowledged them as the first gentleman. How y'all still listen to this man like he led by the Spirit and everything he do go against the Bible? I'll tell you why. Because y'all put culture over kingdom and there's idolatry in the black church. Hey, my sis said it best. She said, don't be so pro-black you become anti-Christ. That is the problem. Show me the tape, Jamal. Take the tape of Charlie Kirk being racist and post it on your platform. Because y'all keep running with this narrative. Y'all got a lot to say. Show me the tape. I done looked at every video where they said this man was being racist, and I looked at the clip in context. Find the tape, Jamal. Find the tape. Post it on your page, and let's talk about it. You're a goofy, bro. You're a clown, bro. You're a wolf, and you misleading the people. And you know how you do it? Because of the hurt, because of the trauma in the black community. Yes, a lot of evil things happen. Yes, there is some racism. Yes, what happened back in the day was slavery. And through the civil rights movement, it was awful. But some of you black pastors, you making our people be victims. You teaching the opposite of what the Bible says because you the real racist. And some of y'all make money, right, by keeping our people down. And they looking and they put all their hope in the pastor. What y'all really, man? I'm sick of it, bro. Show me the tapes. Show me the tapes. Stop making the claims if you don't got the tapes.
So now Pastor Jamal responds with the tapes. Hold on.
So much has been said over the last couple of days in reference to the murder of Charlie Kirk, suggesting that this is the signal that Christendom is going forward. It is a very poor misrepresentation. We are against violence in all of its forms, but what took place in Utah was absolutely heinous. But yet, it still does not dismiss. In spite of how he died, it doesn't erase how it is that he lived. I don't want to be taken out of context, but I want to ask you, in Charlie's own words, is this the voice of Christendom and the church?
These blacks trying to go rob her, happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. Black crime is a major issue in our country. Why are we pushing criminal justice reforms? Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. And we know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Now, the southern border is, of course, the great replacement. They're trying to replace us demographically. They're trying to make the country less white. It is an anti-white agenda. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 4 years and we dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. I do think that there is a direct correlation between someone's testosterone and their politics. Young men, the lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they have today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil. But what happened? Something changed.
And that is the end. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Mel. Y'all can't thank Mel. It was, I started off with Jamal, then it was another pastor.
Yeah, I like that. He went to
After another pastor, it was the response from the third pastor, and then Jamal responded on the first recording video.
Who was the one who called Jamal Bryant a goofy? Because he was a fucking goofy. Oh, sorry, Pastor.
He is a pastor from Chicago. His name is Marcus. I'm going to tell you his name right. Marcus Rogers. Child of the King is his Instagram. But if you click on the profile, he is the pastor of Firehouse Chicago.
Is he the older
Firehouse isn't a church?
Correct.
Child, okay, somebody goofy. That's the goofiest name I ever heard for a house of worship. Fires. What the? He's a grifter, Maria?
No, Marcus Rogers. No, he is a grifter. Marcus Rogers actually killed someone. He also has mothers. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. He killed someone on a military base. I can actually post the article. He's a grifter.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, the loudest one got the thickest caseload. Kill guys and these criminals. They're everywhere. They're social activists. They're ministers. Okay, let me be quiet.
And then the second pastor that I played was Howard John Wesley. He's he's a senior pastor. That was the second pastor that I played. And then the first one was, you look at the comments, unless white people are using black PTRs and commenting, there's a lot of black people commenting on the side of this young man.
Yeah, because like
on the side that he's not racist and that he is a good person, yada yada yada.
So, is he still here, GA? GA is probably not still here. But I was listening to GA while I was talking about how, you know, they're trying to divide the right from the left. I'm all for it. You take the South, y'all right people, because you're so right. And we'll take the coast. Y'all can have that middle of nowhere all to yourself, and we'll take the coast. How about that? And then the darkies who keep talking about they agree with racism and bigotry and hatred, y'all can stay there and be their slaves, because that's what they try to get you to be in the first goddamn place. So your wish can come true. You can go back to the South and that motherfucking plantation that you always talk about, I'm on, because my house is good. I got a good house, okay? Nobody, they don't look nothing like no fucking plantation, okay? Wood floors and all-ceiling windows. Y'all can go to the South and be bitch boys and girls, and you stay right there. Because I don't want to be mixing in with you guys too much more, because I'm starting to edges over this bullshit.
What is happening? What's going on? Y'all put everything in the pot, and then y'all just be eating it up. I don't get it.
Wait, hold on for a minute. I know Matt Seed not talking to me. Matt, are you talking to me? Let's get it corrected right now. No, I'm serious right now, because I don't know.
He wasn't talking. He wasn't talking.
Okay, Matt.
Have been going on in the chat. The chat is HE double hockey sticks.
They're all
piling on.
Okay, you back in the chat. On, Matt, as my big friend that I don't like. Okay, yeah, get back on.
Can you make sure you park right, please, man? Thank you.
You heard that? Where they hit the wall to in and out.
Exactly. Hello.
Oh, screaming for his life, man.
Shut up, Jim. You didn't have to add to the song. Hey, sir.
All right. So, I don't know. Hello.
First lady, you weren't here last night, but we had a little tiff back and forth with TC and a couple other people when they were doing insinuate that we were in a celebration in regards to Kurt's passing. And they're really coming at Just for the most part.
Why did you bring up that nigga? He's not in here.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you because of what happened last night. So they were trying to blame it on Just, but it ended up getting clarified, like, the room collectively has not been celebrated. We have an opinion on his opinions, right, which we're able to do because he had opinions on us. So we definitely have opinions on his opinions, but that's a lot different than celebrating someone's death, right? And then he brought up the fact that Brooklyn had did it, and then that was clarified, like, yeah, but there was pushback to that to the point where she started saying, I'm staying in the group because I'm too volatile for the stage, right? So with that being said, you can't say that's been the collective thought or the collective conversation, right? And so that kind of went like real left for a minute, like Justin, TC got interested, but TC ended up conceding, so then there's that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad y'all found some kind of resolve. We just don't need to be fighting, y'all. This ain't the time to be fighting one another. From the beginning, when Mel first told me about this. Oh, and by the way, Mel, did the guy respond back to Jamal yet? That'd be interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna check.
Okay. But, I was just like, why are we getting in this? Why did...
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, why are the pastors getting into it?
I was about to say, are pastors supposed to have beef? Were they allowed that? Is that Christian? So
Here's a question.
They can have that beef.
Yeah, they got into it.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah.
No, I'm sure.
And Peter got into it.
So they're allowed to fight, or they just kind of smite, or how does this work?
Well, you're talking about the fight, but I'm just saying, why are they getting into the whole Kirk thing? Like, right now, this is white on white crime. Why are black people inserting themselves? That's what I'm asking.
A lot of pastors are paid all the money by white people to make sure that they keep their flocks as sheep. That's what's going on.
I was about, you beat me to it. I'm about to say this, and this is nothing against Christians or Christianity.
That's enough.
I'm son of a minister, and I am a Christian, and I do believe in the Bible, so y'all can take that for whatever's worth. But with that being said, Christians are the most gullible, by far, the most gullible group of people. Like, when predators come around, they know to go after the church people. They're going to open up their wallets, open up their hearts, open up their purse, open up their homes, open up anything you can get them to open up. They're gullible as the living fuck, right? So these pastors, when they endorse something from the pulpit, that's powerful. Very powerful, because these people have already opened up their hearts and minds and are living their life by their guidelines, right? What he says in the pulpit goes into their household, right? Becomes indoctrinated, right? So when you see those type of things happening, and they use their platform to platform him and to platform his agenda, just like my preacher yesterday. Well, that's like my preacher, the preacher's church I attended yesterday, because that's how I feel at this point, right? When you hear him say he was a righteous man and they prosecuted him for telling the truth, you instantly just co-sign every single thing this man. He didn't make any separation between, there were some things he said I didn't like, he said I didn't like, but as overall as a man, none of that. You just said he told the truth, which means you're instantly telling your entire platform what adheres to your every little word that his messages were accurate and truthful. And when you start seeing pastors do that and platform that, there needs to be some form of pushback. Otherwise, the blind, gullible church members are going to, Pastor, what's his name, said X, Y, and Z. And he said, good man, Savannah. And there you go.
Jim and I talked
that much more further.
Jim and I talked to 3 different pastors over the weekend about what you just said, giving the pushback. And the first one I talked to last week, he was like, well, there's no well. Go read. Go ask somebody older. Go just read history. The other 2 were older, and they're like, oh yeah, absolutely. This guy was trash. He was anti-black. And black pastors, I don't know about the white ones, because they already co-opted. Black pastors who follow that thread are just woefully ignorant
and or in the pocket of white identity terrorists. They're not supreme, they're terrorists, and they're pushing that slave Christian mindset. Not a Christian, but not that. That's a slave Christian. Cast down your buckets where you are. That slave nonsense. It's like, no. And there are many silly black men pastors who have no understanding of blackness here. I've heard black pastors say, I am a Christian before I'm black. I'm like, you are ignorant. Because a Jew is a Jew. A Palestinian is a Palestinian. A Chinese is a Chinese person. What are you talking about? Why are you expecting? This is the whole thread of get rid of all the blackness away from. That is one of the reasons I would submit, Gemini, why there's so few black real men in black Christian churches. But they're not going for the okie doke.
What you just said is the okie doke.
Hey, you're in the matrix though. Hey, you're calling Charlie Kirk trash, but one's trash is as treasure.
Yeah, Catalyst is walking outside of his neck.
I'm only speaking facts. So
you're not
speaking facts inside of your neck, and you have no understanding of fact.
You understand? First thing, nobody's going to put a race or a what you call that, a Christian. See, I'm not a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm not going to put a color or a creed before God. Okay, that's not going to happen. So yeah, you're on some other wavelength to get this to bounce to what you want it to be there, Catalyst. This is Seven talking.
The wavelength I'm on is I'm going to heaven, being caught up in the first resurrection. That's the wavelength I'm going on. That's where he says, blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. That's the wavelength I'm on.
Sing it.
Well, the wavelength I'm on is I put keep God first in everything I do.
Fire going on right now.
So that's what it is. So you sit there and call a guy a name, that you never even met before. Now, do I agree with anyone?
Wait.
I didn't mean George Bush.
One second. I know y'all hear me saying 1 second. Un momento. Thank you. Por favor.
Why you left?
Well, who left?
He's about to get chopped the fuck up.
Oh, I don't know. Did he leave or did somebody press him in the cool?
No, he left. We left. I understand.
No, I don't. What you mean he knew what was coming? Because I was getting ready to change the subject. So, because you didn't know what was going to say.
And Pastor wanted to say something first.
They all say the same shit.
All right. If Pastor getting ready to say, right? Pastor getting ready to say something?
Yeah, I'm going to be real quick. As a pastor, as a Christian, and I've told people this, and I'll say it again, stay out of them white people business. It's none of our business. I'm going back on mute.
That's a fact.
And that's okay. That's all I'm going to listen to.
Respectfully,
Come on, you can't be in the matrix.
You're the Matrix.
Jesus on the 30s. Oh shit. Hold on. Can you?
Yeah, you should be in the matrix because I got interrupted because Pastor wanted to say something and I still didn't get a chance to say what I wanted to say.
I thought Pastor was done. I was responding to him.
Yeah, well, I didn't say. Okay, you want to respond to Pastor? Go ahead. I'll hold.
Oh yeah, respectfully, Jesus.
I'm respecting that.
I'm gonna stop.
Jeremy, don't go ahead, Jeremy. Trust me.
No, shut up, Gemini. Go ahead. Jesus said what? Jeremy, what did Jesus say? Jesus said what now? What did Jesus say?
One mic on First Lady, Jeremy.
I love you, First Lady.
Jesus said he loves you?
No, he loves you.
He said he loves you and he's going to
Jesus loves you. That's all it says. Yep. That's all Jesus said.
Whatever.
Jesus said one mic on First Lady. Go ahead.
Jeremy, what did Jesus say? Jesus loves me.
I'm in the matrix.
I'm just doing Jeremy. One mic on First Lady.
like to be pressured. But I wanted to point out the fact that, how I heard Jamal start by saying that this is not Christian. What is it? What did he say? Christendom? Is that it?
Christianism.
No, he did not say it.
No, he said Christ. He said Christ something. You guys are saying Christian. He said Christ. Yeah. Yeah, Christdom. Yeah, I heard them.
It's not Christdom. He said Christendom.
Because when he said it just put an antenna up because I never heard it.
Okay, we can rewind the tape. We can rewind the tape. But I wanted to say that because it hit me, and we have it where there's a group of people who see Christianity in a different view. That's what's being brought to the forefront right now. See, we have another group over here that sees Christian this way, and a group over here that sees it a completely different way. So then when you have one group say, oh, this is not Christian, yeah, to those that see it the same way that you see it, they see that that's not Christian-like. But the people who follow that idea or ideology of Christian or Christendom or whatever you want to call it, that's how they see it. Have you ever thought about that before? I'm not saying that one is right or the other. I'm just saying, like, this is where we are. We're in a crux because people literally, even when it comes down to the truth, what the truth is constantly being questioned. How we used to see things and how we at least communicated with one another, we kind of saw things eye to eye. But now it's not happening like that. There's a whole new reality that's being created. Can y'all see that or no?
No, because this has always been a thing. I've seen this for decades. Like, I mean, I can go down the list. Even
what are you saying no to, sir? Be precise. What are you saying no?
You just laid out something.
I asked a question. I said these people see Christianity one way and another group sees Christianity another way. You said no. Okay, precisely describe why I'm not. Well, that's my question.
Wait. What I'm saying, this is not new. This is not a new thing. This has been something that's been going on for decades. I've always seen this, even as a person who's not even religious. I've been seeing this. Like none of this is new. You have a great faction of Black Christians who believe in the conservative movement, even when they're not conservative, meaning that they are not that they're not for gay rights, trans rights. And you can go down the list of the things that you'll see progressive Christians will go for. It is a pure split line fraction, and I've seen them both, even in New York. Such as across the street from each other, like that. It's not new. Like Pastor Manny.
Okay, so Robert, good afternoon. Good day to you, Mr. Supreme Dupreme. Yeah, no, so we're talking about Pastor Jamal Bryant and these other two pastors. I don't know these other people's names. But Jamal and the other gentleman, they commented on what has been happening in regards to Charlie Kirk and how some people are responding. Jamal was simply saying that the only thing that Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King have in common is that they were killed by a white man. That's what he said. So I assumed that there was conversation about what he was referencing to is the fact that people were trying to compare him to Martin Luther King. And he was standing up for that.
Wow. So, may I make a comment?
Yeah, but the overall arching question that I have is regarding, because how Jamal started out was talking or referencing
Christianity, right? And saying that this guy is not a person to represent, Christendom.
That was not Jamal that said that. You know that, right?
Okay, who was it?
That was the Chicago pastor that's bashing Jamal and the other pastor.
Okay. Okay, that's what I was trying to get clarity on.
Let me hear Jamal again.
Yeah, can you run for that again? Because I missed some of it.
Yeah, I'm ready to comment once this get clarified.
Okay, all right.
Okay, brother Dupree.
Peace, brother. How you doing, man? I need you, man. What's good? You alright?
Yes, sir. Monday. Somebody making motivated Monday.
No doubt. Let me let them have this dialogue so I can comment, because I do have a
Motivated Monday. I thought it was Money Monday.
All right.
No money. Don't say money shit.
I'm playing it now.
Oh, Mel, you behaving today? Are you limiting your vulgarity today, Mel? Thank you for separating.
Negro preachers who've been in fact talking about that this man that was killed was the answer to Christ in the earth. Y'all ain't saying that they having moments of silence in black churches all over the country over a man that was racist and a white supremacist. How dare you compare him to Martin Luther King? The only thing that Charlie Chris and Martin Luther King got in common is both of them was killed by a white man. After that, they got nothing else in common. I'm concerned about all.
That was it from Jamal.
Okay.
Thanks for separating it. That makes sense.
So that all Jamal.
That's all Jamal.
That was Jamal right now.
What happened?
That was Jamal?
Yes, that was Jamal.
Yeah. So I got it. Okay, so
Hold up. So wait a minute. The next pastor, what is his name? I keep forgetting.
The next pastor is one moment.
there's two more.
Hold on. Is Pastor
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated.
HJW is his abbreviation.
But I'm overwhelmed. Seeing the flags of the United States of America and half staff calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land. And hearing people with selective rage who are mad about Charlie Kirk but didn't give a damn about Melissa Hortman and her husband when they were shot down in their home. Tell me I ought to have compassion for the death of a man who had no respect for my own life. I am sorry, but there's nowhere in Bible where we are taught to honor evil. And how you die does not redeem how you lived. You do not become a hero in your death when you are a weapon of the enemy in your life. I can abhor the violence that took your life, but I don't have to celebrate how you chose to live. I am overwhelmed.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
Okay, so wait a minute. This is W. That was the W.
Yeah, HJW. His name is I'm gonna take right now.
This is from Pastor AW. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now we got the Chicago pastor.
He's the one that posted both of their videos and is going in on them.
Okay.
I will play that one. So remember, he plays
racist and a white supremacist.
He paid both of their like the little second fee.
No, we cannot be silent about the idolatry and the racism that is going on in the black church. And Jamal Bryant is one of the biggest goofies behind the pulpit. Just because you sit there hooping and hollering, that don't mean it's anointed. That don't mean it's spirit filled. This is the same dude that went to the gay church with 2 gay men as pastors and acknowledged them as a first gentleman. How y'all still listen to this man like he led by the Spirit and everything he do go against the Bible? I'll tell you why. Because y'all put culture over kingdom and there's idolatry in the black church. Hey, my sis said it best. She said, don't be so pro-black you become anti-Christ. That is the problem. Show me the tape, Jamal. Take the tape of Charlie Kirk being racist and post it on your platform. Because y'all keep running with this narrative. Y'all got a lot to say. Show me the tape. I done looked at every video where they said this man was goofy, bro. You a clown, bro. You a wolf and you misleading the people. And you know how you do it? Because of the hurt, because of the trauma in the black community. Yes, a lot of evil things happen. Yes, there is some racism. Yes, what happened back in the day was slavery. And through the civil rights movement, it was awful. But some of you black pastors, you making our people be victims. You teaching the opposite of what the Bible says because you the real racist. And some of y'all make money, right, by keeping our people down. And they looking and they put all their hope in the pastor. What y'all really, man? I'm sick of it, bro. Show me the tapes. Show me the tapes. Stop making the claims if you don't got the tapes.
All right. Thank you for that perspective.
Wait a minute, 1 second.
Oh, damn.
This is the last one. So number 4 would be Jamal responding back to him.
Y'all so official. Thank you for this breakdown.
So much has been said over the last couple of days in reference to the murder of Charlie Kirk, suggesting that this is the signal that Christendom is going forward. It is a very poor misrepresentation.
Christendom
are against violence in all of its forms. But what took place in Utah was absolutely heinous. But yet, it still does not dismiss. In spite of how he died, it doesn't erase how it is that he lived. I don't want to be taken out of context, but I want to ask you, in Charlie's own words, is this the voice of Christendom and the church?
These blacks trying to go rob her, happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. Black crime is a major issue in our country. Why are we pushing criminal justice reform? Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. And we know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Now, the southern border is, of course, the great replacement. They're trying to replace us demographically. They're trying to make the country less white. It is an anti-white agenda. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years and we dropped our foreign percentage to its lowest level. I do think that there is a direct correlation between someone's testosterone and their politics. Young men, the lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they have today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil. But what happened? Something changed.
All right, so let the record show it is Christendom. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and let you respond because you've done so well with staying off of the mic. But I think you're going to say something.
That word?
Yeah, I only need 2 minutes. Yeah, I only need about 2 minutes.
You only need 2 minutes.
Maybe not.
Can you answer the definition of that word?
No, I'm going to look it up now.
Go ahead. While Robert is talking on his 15-minute soliloquy, I'm looking at I'm talking about what the other guy said, First Lady, before Robert gets started, because I'll probably be home by the time he's done.
I'm gonna show you how much they exaggerate. Okay, so 435, all right? So first of all, oh man, I think that we black folks, right? We gotta we don't be baited, be bigger, be better. This attempt that Bag is making to just have us in a perpetual state of defending this, defending that, they are masterful at their strategy. And I'm going to suggest that you guys take a look at the propaganda machinery used by Adolf Hitler, right? And his architect of that propaganda agenda. And you'll find this, it's 436. You'll find so many similarities that once you realize those similarities are there, you'll have the tools that you need to understand why we are experiencing what we are experiencing here in the United States. Y'all better wake way the fuck up. Wake all the way the fuck up. That's all I'm gonna say. And that's it, 437 out.
Oh, Robert, you get. So I just want to say, so the Christendom part, Lisa. My question was, because before he plays the clip, he asked a specific question: does this represent Christendom? Does it represent Christendom? So we listen to what he said, and I'm asking everyone. Is that Christ-like? His speech that we just heard, there were different clips. Is that Christ-like? Is that how you see Christianity? I want to know. Not me, but I have been out of the church for a minute because of my own personal reasons. But those are some of them. It's like, this is not. And then, do you remember the man? Okay, the man said something about whoever that was that left, said he was Christ something. He didn't say Christian, so I thought you were referring to that. Then, before he could speak, he said shit. And I'm like, these goddamn Christians, whatever. You guys are ruining it for me, this religious shit. It only has to do with me. It don't have to do with nobody else. It's my journey. No, it doesn't sound like, to answer your question again, no. For me, it's a no.
Which part are you talking about? Which part sound like Christ?
So
I think she's on my child.
Yes, Jamal. So obviously we just heard all the clips, right? The guy from Chicago said, "Where the clips at? Where the clips at, Jamal?" So Jamal comes back and he then plays the clip. Before he plays the clip, he asked. He said, "Is this is this how you see Christendom?"
Yeah, Charlie Kirk started off as an atheist. He just got on that wave, and I'll just say this real quick. A lot of people, when they talk about Christianity or being Christ-like, they refer to the Bible, but they never refer to Jesus Christ, which was his name, actual words. So I would, just implore people that use the Bible as a talking point or as a reference. Show me what Christ said, because a lot of times y'all show me what someone else said, but Christ's words are usually in red in the Bible, and a lot of his words and beliefs differ from what y'all portray as Christian.
So I just read this in the chat. It says, "This is why the Democrat Party has the lowest approval rating in the political history, is because they base all their arguments on falsehoods. They lie on everyone, you, me, even the deceased. So who is told a lie? Because I'm telling y'all now, do not smear my name. I promise you, I'm not the one.
I am not lying on anyone. Period. No one has told a lie on anyone. We're just playing clips and we're going back through the clips. If you don't like it and you can't handle it and you're too immature for the conversation, please just go ahead and hit the leave quiet button. There's no need for you to be here. I understand. This is a very sensitive topic. And because it is sensitive, you have to understand how you feel. And I want everybody to check their temperature. If your temperature is too hot, then you need to go. Maybe you can go cool off, and then you can come back once your temperature has dropped. But if your temperature shall not drop, then you should stay away because you are feverish. And your feverish attitude and behavior is contagious. So go ahead and find yourself some ice and go sit your ass on it. Because I'm not dealing with it.
He hot in the ass.
They hot in the ass. Somebody's hot in the ass.
That's why I said he. I said he hot in the ass. Whoa, that's wow. Feverish and hot in the ass is wow.
Yeah, they got that fever running through their veins.
Man, this look so the veins. Because what Christ said specifically according to the Bible, right? He said, love thy neighbors like thyself. Every message that I seen directly for him, he said, you should love your neighbor as yourself. Everything I ever heard directly to him, he hung with prostitutes, flipped over tables. Yeah, love your enemies, and things of that nature. I'm not quoting, these are paraphrases, but these are his words, right? This, matter of fact, not only his words, but he deemed it as a core Christian principle. And with that being said, what I heard from Mr. Charlie was hate and division, right? It was don't be empathetic, don't, very critical of African Americans and spreading mistruths and putting out fear-mongering tactics as far as, blacks like to, they congregate and prowl looking for white prey, like we're just looking to harm white people, and that's our MO, and this is a daily thing, right? Like this is a ritual in the black community, like we just go prowling. I forget exactly how he said it, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he was implying, right? So when you hear somebody that is spreading hate and division, and we know every Christ quote has been love and unity, then we know it's directly the polar opposite of everything that Christianity is supposed to represent, right? Now, I'm not condoning violence. I'm against violence of all sorts. I'm not sitting here saying this is why he had to die. I'm not saying that. So nobody can misquote me on that. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I am saying that the principles that Christianity is based on is the opposite of what he stood for when he was here on this planet. And that's a fact.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone, your comments will not be tolerated. They will no longer be even asked for you to advise or explain what you're saying. If I deem it as unnecessary or rude or ignorant or belligerent, I won't ask. I'll just remove. Okay? Thank you. However, before I go on, I do want to say Christians don't use those swear words. Well, first of all, what does a Christian look like to you? See, a lot of y'all got religion and Christianity fucked up. And I'm going to say it just like that, with the curse words. Because religion got y'all thinking one way, whereas in Christ had a whole different message. The first message of Christ was that you shall love your neighbors. Hello? Hello, somebody. See, if you really want to get into it, see, the problem is, y'all, a lot of people claim to be Christians and don't know nothing about the Bible. But you know everything about playing church. You know everything about going to the church, doing mass, doing communion, putting a little offering in, some people doing the praise and worship, all of that. But guess what? Your heart is nasty. Your ways are nasty. How you speak to one another is nasty. None of which is of God.
None of which is why Jesus died on the cross. If in fact you believe about people and talk about race and say these kind of things like that, no, that's not of God. That's not of love. If I'm putting a target on your back, so please, again, be careful. Anybody else like to speak?
Good evening, First Lady. How you doing? This is JC. How y'all doing today?
Hey, how you feeling?
I'm good. Trying to get my house together, man. Moving to another task. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna bounce. I'm the Simon Peter of the Christian. I'm an unchurched Christian. I don't follow the Christian religion, but I do read and follow Christian ideologies, right? I also follow Buddhism and a couple other, philosophical, quote-unquote, religions. And I try to pull the best out of all of it because I believe the whitewashed Christianity that was taught to us here in the United States is nowhere near what Jesus Christ would have us do. I'm the Simon Peter of the apostles. I'm the guy that when you come to me, I'm gonna cut your ear off. I don't proclaim to be peaceful. I'm all about war. Right? I did 23 years in the military because of that. I'm all about fighting, cutting ears off, cutting heads off. I don't hate nobody until you hate me. I believe that racists, people who push white nationalism, or any you don't deserve.
I think somebody's calling him.
Somebody says cutting ears off. Did I hear that? Did someone say something about cutting the ears off?
Yeah, he said he did 23 years in the military.
No, cutting ears off.
He mentioned that after mentioning the military. He's all about that.
Ears. Oh, okay. That sounds painful. I'm going back on mute.
But I think he's on the phone because it cut out.
He was simply the disciple. Cut the soldiers.
I think he's still talking, y'all. I think he's just in the matrix.
He going in right now. Yeah, he going in. We can't hear you, bro. He going in right now. I see he's off his mic.
JC, if you hear us, we can't hear you.
Yeah, he going in. See, he been speaking for. He gonna come back.
God said.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember the first enslaved Africans came over here.
Your mic is really broke. It's really broke.
Yeah. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. The first enslaved Africans came on a ship called the good ship Jesus. That was the first, the first ship that Robert. It's the truth.
We believe you. It's just the time. Just trust.
Okay.
All right. Christ came for the sinners, as well as to, and this is coming from Robert Brookins. He came to transform the renewing of their minds. Repentance means to change your mind. And that is not change your mind today and stay the same today as tomorrow. Every day your mind has to be renewed. Renewed in the spirit of love. Renewed in the spirit of joy. Renewed in the spirit of empathy. So some people ask, well, how can you show empathy? Because I know what I am required to do. I will not, again, this is for people who subscribe to Christianity. If you don't subscribe to Christianity, I'm not speaking to you. But those that subscribe to Christianity, when me showing empathy does not mean that I agree with your viewpoints, with anything about your life. Empathy just simply means like, wow, I know if I was in this situation and this happened to me, I could definitely see how this person could be in pain, right? And I'm looking at his kids, I'm looking at his wife,
And, even the people that followed him. So for that, I could just say, you know what? I'm sorry for your loss. I'm not asking nobody else to say it, but I think it's crazy when people start questioning other people about how they feel. If I don't question you about how you feel, and even though your viewpoints might be different than mine, then that's okay. Hey, that's you, that's me. But the moment that we begin to try to, tell somebody else that they're wrong for doing what they do, then I think this is where we're going to constantly bump heads. So just going back to the pastor situation, that whole Christian thing, I just want to know, is this how y'all view Christianity? Because I think that sometimes people think that, they did all these other things right, but they don't really understand that you trying to point out somebody else's flaws is part of you not doing what is right. Because the woman that sat there and got called out and she was a hoe and it was all ready to stone her. And Jesus said, he who is without sin, go ahead and cast the first stone. Go ahead, get your rocks. Go ahead, get them. But they couldn't because they weren't without sin. I am not here to judge anybody. I don't have the power to judge. And neither do you. But a lot of y'all go around judging people day in and day out. Oh, this person is this, and they doing this in that bedroom and doing that. Why do you care? If God is going to get them, God will get them. It ain't for you to do it. You don't have a hell or a heaven to put them in. When you go around trying to make other people hate them, and then you want to say that is of God? Is this what y'all call Christianity? I'm just trying to understand. Y'all let me know.
So let me take this first off. Just Christian nationalists, any sector or denomination of Christianity that teaches hate is wrong. And God, Jesus, every form of it makes that clear. You can argue about whether you believe in the Holy Trinity. You can argue about whether we should go to church on Saturday or Sunday. All that stuff I won't argue with you about because that's your personal belief. But if you're telling me that God told you to hate people, then I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with somebody saying like, well, we don't believe that this should be okay. Okay, cool. That's what you believe in. That's not what I rock with. It's not what I rock with. But when you say God said hate this person, God said kill this person, that's not the God that I do. That's when I feel like you have false doctrine when you believe that. And so clearly, if you really listen to what he was saying, a person who was an atheist, keep in mind, this man started as atheist when his company first started, Turning Point. And then they shifted when the funding started coming through. And that's provable. You can look that up easily. But the bottom line is he shifted because he realized there was an opportunity. The same way Trump did. I can latch on to them, and even though it doesn't match up to my lifestyle, and I don't match up to theirs, it'll be fine. That was the first thing. And then going back to, I don't know if pastors even, he is in the room still. I was going to say more to the point that was earlier, and there was a lot of discussion between. I like going to a church where the pastor talks about current events. I think that's important. I think that's taking what's in the past and making it relevant to the current events is critical for me. I don't want to be in a church that's disconnected, so I don't think it's as easy to just say like, leave that for them. That's just for white folks because we got to deal with it day to day. This is affecting us. While I was listening to you guys, I was dropping my daughter back off at school. She came home for lunch. She likes to put there, and I was dropping her back off at school. That's all she wanted to talk about. So I got to know what's going on. And she was talking about how one of her favorite Christian influencers is on board with this supporting this white supremacist. And she's like, I don't think I can fool with her no more. And I didn't tell her she had to, but I was like, does it make you still feel comfortable listening to her? She's like, no, I don't. So then maybe you should kind of.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to know. Go ahead. You're breaking up, babe.
No, I was saying this is the they say for us. Oh shit! Hold on, let me get Wi-Fi.
Oh, now you sound better.
Hello? Okay, I'm back on Wi-Fi. I said this is our new reality telling us to stay out of it. It's hard to stay out of people when you
a green seat to this. When you see your people, it's really hard to stay out of it. So you just stay quiet and not have an opinion and let everybody rock out? Or they standing on it, then we have to stand on something. Or we fall for everything, right?
And let's
So it's like, no, we're not okay with this.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so but what are you not okay with? We're not okay with this person being praised and he had an ugly heart. I don't know where he's at right now, but on earth, he had an ugly heart. And there's footage, there's recordings that you cannot delete. It's there. And he has said things that is not okay. Christian don't want to divide. If we're going to be divided, then I don't want to be a part of Christianity, right? Okay. Well, because I'm not about division. Walk me slow. So your thing is the pushback is because the people should not. I'm trying to focus. People that look like him should not be commenting on Black people. Okay. If you want to allow people to speak on people, let Black people speak on Black people. Especially when you are a fucking internet, whatever you call these motherfuckers. Oh, so the guy that was from Chicago, he's not Black? No. We're speaking on the guy that passed away.
Charlie Kirk.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. It's not even.
So I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
So once again, if I'm not okay with what he said, I'm not okay with the pastor standing by him. And once again, if you go underneath the comments, you're going to see a lot of Black and brown also siding with that pastor. And the Black and brown are also bashing Jamal and the other pastor. So to know that that's what we are around, our own people siding with this man, I'm not going to stay quiet. Whether it's a family, a friend, clubhouse, I'm not going to stay quiet. They're not staying quiet, so why should we? So I'm going to state my opinion. I don't have to put a post up to state my opinion. But we have a voice on Clubhouse, and we will use our voice if needed. And guess what? If you don't want to speak on it, you also have that right to not say anything.
Right. Some people can't post. Some people can't talk on here. Some people can only post. Some people can only talk on here. So it's like we got mobilize.
But it's like, what is next? What is next?
That's the fact.
So who's next? So we're gonna wait for another white man to pass away, for them to put the flags down, for them to praise him, for them to accuse, and then how many Black and brown die and they don't do a motherfucking thing? Oh yeah, just another tombstone. Well, okay, but wait a minute. What is wrong with them wanting to praise him if this is how they view him? I just have a problem if somebody's telling me that I have to do it. I have a problem with that. But if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. Okay, so they can do that, and we could also have an opinion on what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, so Mel, the danger is that you actually give him more power by speaking about him more. The most powerful thing to do would be to act like you don't exist anymore because you don't. So, indifference would be the number one.
CEO, ABC, you just came in. We're speaking on the pastors right now. Just so happens the pastors are referring to this young man, but we definitely speaking on the pastors because now it ain't about this guy. It's about the pastors that are preaching this type of sermon. Now that's who I have a problem with. So we're speaking on the pastors. That was just the sermon they were speaking on, so that's what I was speaking on that.
To me, it's just the exhaustion of Christian, why are we always responsible to we just gotta be the moral backbone of everything. I just don't understand. Everybody gotta tell, and then when we look at people sideways for seeing, it's like, no, you gotta let them live. Yeah, no, I don't really agree with that because that shit comes back to bite us all the time. It always comes back to bite us, whether it's a law, whether it's some type of reaction, just like we seen the other day. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, they don't want us to say nothing. So it's like I don't really.
Well, we're talking about. I said, what is okay? Because this is where I think is happening. Again, I think it's a lot of communication. I've heard people come into this space. I've heard, numerous of people say, "Oh, people are celebrating," and then it's like, well, where do you see a celebration? Then when we break it down, it's not a celebration at all. But because this is what they think they hear, it continues going on. But then in the midst of that becomes a fight. So now it makes it seem like people are fighting to want to have something to say when it all is mixed up because of how somebody starts the conversation. Does that make sense in what I'm saying or not?
It makes sense, but what I'm telling you and what I've been saying is that's how it was planned out in the beginning. It's always to plan to be on a hair trigger, so that whatever we do, it's a balancing beam, but it's flat surface for them. Can't say things about events. You can't speak on how you feel about it. If you do, it has to be a certain way that lines up. That's new in my lifetime.
Okay.
And it's
even if it was before, it doesn't mean that it was cool. It's tiring.
So when we do it, we get fired. Not me personally, but just what we have heard. So when our side does it, we get fired, blocked. The young lady just got kicked out of Texas Tech University. So all these things happen. But they have been in the comments and doing videos and mocking multiple people that have died on our side. And nothing happens. Nobody loses their job. They don't get their page shut down.
Some people have. Not all, but some people.
I'm gonna be like that guy telling Jamal. Post it.
I'm talking about in the past that people have gotten in trouble for saying certain things, and stuff like that. I'm not talking about this specific event. I'm just saying in the past.
I don't think nothing like this though, lady.
Like Joe, I'm talking like
I'll bring it right to you. Gladys, the Harvard lady. These people got fired because they were sitting there trying to take both sides between Israel and Palestine. Did y'all forget?
I don't want to talk about Israel and Palestine. I want to talk about the black community.
No. You asked me to give you an example.
No, I want to speak about the black community.
No, we're not talking about that.
She is black.
I'm not talking about that.
When you're speaking on, they was talking about Israel. We already know when you talk about Israel, you get shut down automatically.
What my point is that it has happened before. Other people have gotten fired for saying something or doing whatever that didn't, add up to, saying what they want us to say or not want us to say. It's not the first time. That's all I'm saying. It's not the first time. It's happened.
So first lady, I was gonna say most of the time when it's happening.
Yo, hold on. I feel like this is not the same, right? Because of the things that this guy had said, and then people being able to respond. Now, I don't agree with people saying like he should have died or Trump is next. I've seen those stupid ass comments. I think people are crazy because now that's a terroristic threat. That's illegal. But this hasn't happened. Not people saying like some of the people when it came to the military thing, that shit got kicked back, right? And I know that for a fact because we've been talking about that at work. That shit got kicked back because they made statements like he had divisive language, or they might have liked a fucking post. That's how fucking, and they pretty much was like, where in the Department of Defense, any type of regulation is it that we are not allowed to make these comments? They're not making those type of comments. The people that, because these have been senior leaders that actually did this, so they pretty much did exactly what Charles Q. Brown did, and people are looking at them like, oh, they're being fucking woke or whatever. But that shit went away. But this shit that's going on right now with these people reporting this and that this ain't the same.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say anything is the same. That's not the point here. I'm saying that these
Let me
things.
finish.
Okay.
This is nothing the same. This is nobody nobody has gotten fired for fucking stating a simple opinion. The terroristic threats, got it. Those people that got fired were people that may have said niggers, called little black kids niggas, did crazy shit like little kids selling fucking waters outside trying to get the kid arrested. Those people have gotten fired. Or fucking said something that was really egregious. This shit is not egregious. This is the truth. When do you get fired for fucking stating facts? This is crazy. Facts. Now, if we're getting fired, if people are going to get fired for facts, whoever yesterday said something about look at your goddamn handbook and sue the fucking company. If I were y'all, I'd sue that fucking company. I wouldn't even go back.
Were y'all talking about the LGBTQ at all?
Hmm?
Okay, I was just wondering, like Q and Pure Blood was talking, two straight men were talking about LGBTQ things, and nobody was talking about that.
We like you, Jess. I think you want to say something, babe. Go ahead.
No, I don't have nothing to say because again, I'm not. Somebody asked me a question, I answered. I'm not saying that they're the same, by no means necessary. I'm not going to argue about this. I'm just not. I don't want to argue. I'm trying to get us away from arguing. So I'm not going to add to something that will cause an argument. I said what I said. I mean, I don't see, when Jamal asked the question, is this how we see Christendom? And I don't see it being that way. I don't see that those type of words or rhetoric and dividing people, causing other people to hate one another is something that is of God, period. Whatever faith you follow, whether that be Muslim, whether that be Hindu, whatever, and all different faiths, none of that is taught. None. So all that dividing and wanting somebody else to dislike somebody and speaking such words, it is not of God. And from my point of view. So I was just asking other people how they feel about that. Is that how you see, Christendom?
I think
That was the question.
So I think that I guess passion that you feel about it is because it's just unfair. And so even if there is a side to be spoken for on the other side, it's so lopsided. And I think people are just so tired of seeing, this shit be unfair. And so even if you're not trying to make a case, when you bring up something from the other side, these it seems that way, even if it's not, and especially in the heat of the moment and like what's going on right now, people get passionate about that. So I don't think it's going to be an argument. I just think that people are like very I think people are like super sensitive, especially because now, it's almost like, damn, we can't even like talk. We can't, we already under kind of like a regime or administration that we don't really care for. And now it's like we can't even speak about it. And it didn't just start with Charlie Kirk. It was leading up to that. And now the Charlie Kirk thing is like, they're like putting their foot down and like, it's wild. And then we gotta watch shit like J.D. Vance get up on stage and say he never said that about black women. Nigga, we watched it. So it's frustrating.
Wait a minute. Thank you for that. who was getting ready to speak? Who was?
No, I was.
Brian. Where is Mr. Brian?
No, I was saying the same thing. I was saying we can pull it up online. We're not stupid. Like that's the part that makes me mad is when you play in our face like we can't pull this up.
Right. Thank you for that piece of it leading up to, because that's what I was trying to say. This has been leading up to this and is going to continuously lead up to something else. So for me, just what I'm
position, and for some people, you know, like their life or their livelihood or their future may depend on what happens, or they may see it that way, or you know, whatever the case may be. So, or people like me, I guess you could just call me like a pro-blacker. Like it like irritates me that black people just get treated. Not even just black people, everybody else gets treated a certain way, and you know, white people that agree with us get treated a different way. It's like, come on, bro. Like, if y'all got the presidency, you knew people wasn't gonna like you. You know what I'm saying? We gotta live through it. We've accepted that. Nobody took over nothing. Nobody did anything wild. So, but y'all did. So it's like ever since, because y'all acted up, y'all want to pin something on this side so bad. We are chilling. We don't like you, but we're chilling. Nobody's doing anything. So it's like, it's just a lot of tension. And if you know what I'm saying, if that's not your position all the way, then you may be able to see it from a different position or be calmer about it. That's what I think.
Okay. I mean, and I'm okay with you being that way. I don't understand why y'all be getting mad with me because I am who I am. I don't understand that, Trust. Tell me why I can accept you for who you are, but you can't accept me for who I am.
It's like when you trying to talk to somebody why they mad. It's not that. It's just like you trying to say, have you ever been mad at somebody like, no, but just calm down and try to, and you like, bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Like, I don't want to calm down. That's just like, that's how it is. And then you come back and you be like, I'm sorry, I just hadn't eaten or whatever. So you like, it's just like that. It's like nobody is really. Only time it makes me mad at other black people is when they do the whole like Omari thing. Like they try to like do this like whole look. If I don't like somebody, I'm allowed to not like somebody. If I said I don't want the man shot, I feel that way too. People are allowed. Don't try to define me or you know put your shit on me. So it's just like I think people. It's just like a heightened emotion. I don't think really you could rock out. You could be Gandhi. We cool. You just asked me.
Not I can be Gandhi. No. Who's that trying to get in? We can get some breaking news. I just want to welcome a few people to the stage. First of all, let me just give some honorable mentions. Ray has been doing a great job. He must be asleep. I haven't heard a word from him. Welcome, Brian. You came to class again too late. I don't understand why you keep coming into class late.
I'm on the West Coast.
I blame it on the rain. Aleph, thank you for joining. You have joined the stage several times a day. You can't keep still. Your ADHD continues to act up. Mr. Q is on the stage. He has been lighting up the chat. Before you speak, I need to pray because I need to make sure that you do not set the stage on fire. Thank you. Scott, I don't know.
I got baptism for anybody that wants to set the stage on fire. I'm right beside you. My hand is on your back. And I'm ready for you. I'm ready. I got the blanket in my hand and all. I'm ready for you.
Tira, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce your name, but welcome to the stage. I see you have no followers. I'm assuming that you possibly could be a burner or something else. I'm not sure. But Gemini, you have breaking news from Mike on you.
Yeah, real quick. I don't know if it's already been discussed. If so, stop it. But Trump just signed in the Memphis Safe Task Force for Crime Crackdown today. He signed a memorandum to establish a task force. This is framed as a part of a broader strategy to reduce urban violence, modeled after a federal crime plans to send the National Guard to Memphis. He described the city as, quote unquote, deeply troubled, and said the move was part of the administration's efforts to address violent urban crime. The Tennessee governor, Bill Lee, a Republican, reportedly supports the move. Memphis Mayor Paul Young, a Democrat, has expressed concern and said he did not ask for the National Guard deployment and doubts it's the best approach.
Do y'all agree with that, or do y'all have solutions if y'all don't agree with it? I think usually people disagree with them got solutions.
Better policing.
I think we need to understand what the memo is. Now, if you understand what is in the memo or know what the memo is about, like, has anybody read the memo?
No, just got the news.
Or just not.
I don't know why this dude asks us how we feel about it. Like, I think he's just baiting an argument.
No,
Exactly.
No, because I've already read about the news, is what I'm saying.
I'm not.
Okay, well, enlighten us.
I said it earlier. I read it earlier too. Not read it. I seen it earlier too. I seen it when he did it live on TV.
Yeah, he did it live. It was a live press conference.
Oh yeah, First Lady. I'm going all the way back to DC when he did this. He did this in DC.
We're not talking about DC. We're talking about the Memphis memo. You keep bringing up DC. I don't want nobody in this room to bring up the district. The district has a totally different set of rules. We're talking about a fucking state.
But Memphis, I'm gonna solve somebody's intelligence if you don't know what they read.
State that have the Constitution. Each of these states have their own Constitution. So maybe we need to investigate this memo first before we go commenting on some stupid shit.
Well, you said you read it, so enlighten us then.
I didn't say I read the memo.
You said you're knowledgeable about it, so don't talk
I
to us like
watched
we
the
ignorant.
news too when it got signed. Since you read it, why don't you tell us what it says?
You said you. Yeah,
I didn't say I read it. I didn't say one time.
I'm just saying Gemini just brought it up, so let's not silence what he said. We'll have a conversation or not.
We're not silencing. What I'm saying is you trying to ask us like if it's a bad thing, good thing. I don't know. Gemini, do you know?
Speaking for the I looked for the memorandum and they said it hasn't been published yet.
So what are we gonna comment on those guys? Other than
That's the reason why I think it was a little tricky, Scott, because.
Well, no, First Lady, like I said.
I found so far, y'all. Y'all tell me if it sounds fucked up, right? It says the task force is to use hypervigilant policing, aggressive prosecution, complex investigations, financial enforcement, and large-scale saturation of besieged neighborhoods among its strategies. The Secretary of War is authorized to request that the governor of Tennessee make National Guard units available. It just says request. So Excess can request, say, hey, homie, doesn't say he has to force it. They can request that the governor of Tennessee makes National Guard units available, which we know who the governor of Tennessee is. Also, to coordinate mobilization with other states if needed. It explicitly states it is not meant to create enforceable legal rights or benefits for individuals against the U.S., its departments, etc. So,
who does he have to request? You said the governor?
Right.
So they have to ask Bill Lee, who's a Republican, who's already on board.
Right, pretty much. He's going to say, yeah. So the mayor can cry and be upset, but guess what? If the governor is on board, man, shit, you can do it.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, the governor is already on board. He's surfing, so, like, if he gets requested, it's going to be pretty much a guaranteed yes.
And this ain't even the memo. This is just bits and pieces of what they say the memo is about. So, like, I don't know if people be trying to trick us into these arguments or something, but I don't get honest.
I just want to know that breaking news from Gemini, because I didn't know that till you said it.
Yeah, I just found it interesting because I watched it happen. He's going to go from, and that's one of the things he did state in the press conference is that he intends to do it.
Try Chicago, but fail, right? He wasn't going to try Chicago.
No, he's still saying that. He said that in the press conference today. He said he still intends on addressing Chicago.
Kind of different. That's why I hate when people bring up DC because, like, even with DC, it's like we can't even have the same argument of what's going on.
I was literally reading when I brought up DC.
It did come up about California, right? and then that judge had said it was illegal, so they had to pull the National Guard back. But then they granted a stay. So
yeah, I'm about to say they never retracted the troops, even though the judge said that everything went on business.
That's because they appealed, and when they appealed, they granted a stay. So until it sees the higher courts, right now they're like that's really weird too. Like, if it is possibly illegal, I don't know why the grant of stay is allowing them to still conduct operations. And I think one of the arguments that has been presented has something to do with the executive branch being like the head of the country. So they're just trying to appease the executive branch. I still think this is that's a terrible move.
I agree. Let me ask y'all this. All right, like, just to put this completely in the context and we get that step back. We don't have a memorandum. We had the live press conference that he had and the statements that were derived from that. But if you're looking at the big picture, in my opinion, let me qualify with that first. In my opinion, it seems like a pattern that he's trying to establish of big government, like government overriding local government. And right now, I think he chose Memphis because he knows he has a Bill Lee there that's a Republican that's going to not give him the same pushback that a Gavin did, right? So he can pretty much do this same play without going through the court system, even though the court system only temporarily stalled him over here anyway. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of concerned, not just for Memphis, in the fact that they're saying urban, which means black in my mind. Like, when I hear urban, we're going after this urban violence, going after niggas, that's what I hear. And when you start doing that, I really feel like that's going to be a pattern that's going to be spread even further in his weird power grab that he's doing. Right? I feel like it's a pattern. That's all I'm trying to say.
I agree. When I heard the urban part, I was like, wait a minute, huh? What's going on? So, what that mean?
I mean, what she described was stop and frisk the National Guard going in. It sounds like it's gonna be. I mean, it probably will work, but they're going to put everybody in jail for every little fucking thing.
So then I would not want to see that.
So they're targeting black cities and red states, it looks like, or Republican governors, urban cities and red states.
I mean, I guess the states that will has the most ease getting in.
Exactly, that's what I was trying to say.
Tennessee was probably really easy.
So I found something else that actually breaks it down. So they were talking about the hypervigilant policing. And it says how the memo's language connects. The hypervigilant policing is going to be surveillance and proactive stops in targeted areas. The large-scale saturation means more officers, more patrols. The aggressive prosecution and complex investigation is it points towards charging strategies, gang-related or conspiracies type cases, not financial enforcement, aimed at cutting off funding streams for gangs, cartels, more like RICO or anti-money laundering than street stops. So, I don't know.
It's important to know that the National Guard cannot arrest anyone. They will not be stopping and frisking you. That's not true. They don't have the power.
We're not talking about the National Guard. We're not talking about the National Guard.
Actually,
so it's not police already there. Like, what's the difference?
Heightened police presence, surveillance.
Exactly. And we did it in New York. We're from New York, so we know, we've seen where.
Yeah, those are cold words, but
now, like, we're from New York. Now, there was a time when they fucking had police on every fucking corner. You couldn't walk, you couldn't turn a corner and not see a police officer.
No, exactly. I understand. I get it. I got that.
And on top of that, I got a lot of family in New York. They were talking about the jump out boys. They had the people that would just jump out. No.
You jump out the cans, jump out the vans.
Yeah, run down on shit.
Throwing you on the floor, the car, the freaking wall.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie though.
We know in our communities we bring these drugs over here. So if y'all brought them over here, which we know from the high rate country matter, we know that. It's
documented fact. They need to come help get them out of our communities. They're devastating our communities, so they need to come help get them out. I mean, at the end of the day, you brought them over here, right? We didn't have laboratories to cook up crack. We didn't have AKs and all the time. Somebody brought that. It's been documented. This happened. So if y'all brought this over here, then help us get it out because we can know we do need
People have laboratories to cook up crack.
We didn't have the recipe.
What do you mean, regular citizens?
I don't know what's going on here.
Lord, I didn't pray for God in the name of Jesus.
Yeah,
God, this conversation.
Let's do this for the next slide real quick because now we're going into hotel territory.
Yeah, I was trying to stick to the facts. That's why I just read the facts.
One way or another, these urban centers need help. I mean, the people who live there. Last time I was in Memphis, somebody died in the house next door. Memphis is off the chain. You haven't been there. Just stay about 2-3 days, and you realize they definitely need some help. I don't know if this is the total answer, but we can't go and do social programs.
They need help, but they don't need the government to get involved. They could do this locally, man.
So I think about local and
There's no precedent for what you're saying. There's no precedent for what you're saying. It hasn't been done. Memphis has got progressively worse and worse and worse and worse.
I thought they said they had a 44% crime decrease this year. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what they said.
Yeah, I mean, but going from 1,000% to 500, I mean, it's still terrible.
You know, I'm all
something's working. You gotta remember that a lot of people are born in fucking Memphis too, so something's working, right? So like, why can't we take our wins and go with our wins? Now that's one thing I'm gonna jump on lady both with. Why we can't take our wins, look at what's working, and maybe just keep working towards it better. Like the policing thing, I don't know, y'all.
So the people who live there will tell you it's not working. Y'all can pull numbers all you want to it and use, extrinsic data, but at the end of the day, the people who live there are suffering. Really, really suffering.
I'm looking at this, right? I'm sitting here feeling no feelings on roll out right now, bro. I'm just looking at stats and facts, right? And it says that there's been a significant decrease in crime in Memphis in 2025 compared to prior years. Here are the key points. 25-year low in major crime categories. The Memphis Police Department reports for the first 8 months of 2025, overall crime is down to its lowest level in 25 years across many major categories, including robbery, burglary, and larceny. Violent crimes down, including homicide down to a 6-year low, aggravated assault down to a 5-year low, sexual assault down to a 20-year low. Year-over-year drops compared to the same period in 2024. Crime incidents are roughly down 23% in 2025 as of August. Compared to 2023, crime is down about 37% in the same time period. So they're doing something right, bro. Like
I can tell you what they're doing. Well, I can tell you what they're doing because I do this work, right? In our neighborhood in West Las Vegas, we had a park right next to our church, right? In this church, black women's bodies was being dumped inside of the park. What the police chief did was call them suicides. We knew that there was bad dope on the street, so we went to Fox 5 and we raised holy hell to say these black women are dying, right? These are murders. Exactly what they are. What they do is they miscategorize crime to get these numbers down. And then we sit here, instead of dealing with people who really live there, we just use, empirical data as if things are getting better, and they're not. All they're doing is miscategorize the crimes, especially when it comes to
We need solution.
Ray woke up. Ray woke up.
Those people are getting murdered.
Yeah.
We know that.
yeah, you're not.
Okay, I got a question.
Go ahead, Ray.
What would you categorize a drug overdose as? You would categorize a drug overdose as a murder?
Well, when you know you're giving it to somebody on purpose, which is not suicide. Absolutely. I was just using a bad dope as an example.
Let's stop right there. That's got to be a bad example because the worst you could be charged with if you were to provide bad dope is not murder. That's not murder. That would be involuntary manslaughter or manslaughter.
And that's the problem.
So you're not being accurate with the numbers. And they said murder is down. It's at a 6-year low.
So
that's a problem.
And you say sexual assault.
You believe these white folks stats and you don't believe they miscategorize in urban areas? They miscategorize.
They would love to make urban areas sound worse, not better.
So
no, again, not true. They want it to sound better so they can get reelected.
And also so they can not stand and
look better.
Okay, so they can also not place the numbers so
they do not have to send resources. You guys understand that? So I agree with some and half 50-50 of what's being said, because the numbers have been found to be fudged when it's dealing with urban areas. And then two is everybody's perception of their crime in their neighborhood. And you're not going to be able to change people's perception if they don't feel safe.
I just think this conversation is you sir, you start always start with this empirical data, and then when I start pressing you, you don't have it. So what you're saying is okay, sir, please, I'm really trying. Alright, so you hear all these things, bad, dope, Are you interested in doing anything about the causes of these things? Or are you just bitch, if you don't shut the fuck up,
You just asked me a question.
shut up! I'm not done. Shut up. The fuck is wrong? You bitch, you a big girl. I'm a little girl and you're a big girl. Now do you want to do this, bitch? You already know how I give it up. Stop playing with me, big bitch.
I know how you give it up. You've been right over.
Alright, so shut the fuck up, bitch. You're from Vegas. A corny ass bitch anyway. So alright, so tell Big Face to leave me alone. Alright, so let me get
Leave them alone.
Alright, so you keep saying all of this stuff about empirical data. What I'm talking about is changing the environment, changing the resources, the access. So maybe you don't raise little drug dealers. Maybe because drug dealing is something that people usually do to get resources because they are desperate. But you're not talking about that. And this is what I hate about black people. Y'all come in here, y'all want to shit on other black people, but talk about no solutions about lifting them up. You just want to punish all the black people. They're doing this. However, so then what the fuck gonna happen to the next generation that's raised up in the same type of environment without the same resources? You just gonna get another crop of fucking criminals. Y'all niggas don't care. You just hate yourself.
Let's address that. About to respond. I started off by saying, in my neighborhood, right? It's my hood that I personally serve. The average median income in my neighborhood, because we've tried to establish several businesses there. One being a UPS store is $23,000 for a family of 4 or 5 for the black community. So we out here doing the work. We got that. We have the real empirical data, and we understand the environment that causes crime to flourish. What I'm saying is we can't bring all these social programs where there is no safety. When I have to do a funeral as a pastor, and I got to stop the bloods from coming up to shoot up the funeral in the cribs, and I got to get the Black Panthers to stay on the corner, we really out here doing this work. And I just don't want y'all to forget, you can read all the numbers that you want, but people are still people.
But you using your empirical data.
That's all I'm saying.
Also, where you held the Black Panthers and the Bloods off, because you just got that from a movie. I would love for you to fuck that out. Do you think if a pastor went outside and kept the Black Panthers, no, for real, y'all, if the Black Panthers was at one end of the block, it's a funeral home or a church in the middle, and the Bloods and the Crips is at the other. Do y'all not think that wouldn't have been on CNN? Or some fucking thing? Y'all gotta come on. I just want my people to wise up and notice the snakes. I appreciate you for putting that out there. I hate
We don't do it for that. That's not what it's about. But these things are really going on. These things are really going on in the neighborhood. I come from East Baltimore, where the kids are already hooked on heroin and everything else. We can't forget the people. You can read the numbers all you want.
Okay, so good. So, and this is conversation. I had a little spaz out. I just got off work. Just give me a second. So look, you said East Baltimore, right? So explain. So you from East Baltimore, you know that. So then you know that the black mayor, the young black mayor, has gone there, and they have crime rates lower than they've been ever since they started recording crime. So there are things that are working without the intervention of government, but they're using common sense and people from the community that know how the community works to solve crime, to to bring in resources. You haven't said anything about that. This y'all get me like this because y'all be saying, oh, I want black people and all this other stuff. You don't talk about that. If you're from Baltimore, you should know about that, right?
Ray, do you live in Memphis? Do you operate in Memphis?
Yeah, I operate out of California with the Bloods and Crips out of Baltimore and
don't forget Georgia, because he said last time.
So why is he speaking on Memphis like he knows more than us? Like, I don't get it.
It's too many people talking. First of all, Tiffany came on stage to speak. When Q was talking, I heard him mention Vegas. He never said anything about Memphis. If I'm
He just mentioned it right now.
Okay.
Said when I was there, I had a young man die.
And then he didn't know anything about it.
And then last time you was here, you was claiming Georgia. So we just getting everything straight on every city and county.
So you fuck that up.
The man about time.
Be on the block. You be on the block.
Right. So let me ask you this.
You all can understand. I have an organization called Hope for the Hood. We go to every urban area in the city.
Okay, all right.
They got after you could head over to Mississippi because they just hung a young man on a tree. So the link up on top so you can send your organization over to Mississippi. Thank you.
So you're telling me, well, give me 1 second, Q. So you're telling me that I just read all the stats and facts that they had as far as domestic crimes and the current rates in comparison in context to the past rates. You're telling me that you visited, so you know more than the rates.
Absolutely.
I just need to hear you say that's the shit. That's all.
Can I explain why? Can I answer the question? The reason why, I'm part of a network. I'm part of a network that calls on us all the time. We can't do anything. But hold on. The pastors and leaders in Memphis, they are begging for help. They are calling for help. So yes, I would know because I have a very strong network. As a matter of fact, the headquarters of my denomination is out of Memphis, and it's been there for almost 100 years.
All right, so
He's been to Memphis too.
So Q, if you could mic down, we're gonna allow Tiffany to speak, if that's okay with you. Okay, thank you.
Hey y'all, thanks for giving me a chance to speak. So, a lot of what he was saying is very frustrating because one of the things that people need to know is that you can come to Memphis and you can leave and nothing will ever happen to you. I have lived here 44 years, so I've never had anything. Here one time, that was 50 years ago, and somebody bust my windows out. That was too much longer than that. But some stats, since Q has all the stats, let me just go ahead and give y'all this. We're number 4 in women in tech. We're the number 1 logistics leader, and that's 4 years in a row. We have the number 1 chamber in the U.S. this year. We have increased our gross regional product by $100 billion, and that's a 14% growth from 21 to 23. Just FYI, Nashville is at 200, so it ain't like we all over here poor and broke. The federal that comes here is what keeps everyone else moving, because in case you didn't know, FedEx is here. We have so many ports that essentially almost every package that comes through the southeast of the U.S. has to come through here.
Great points.
Yes, our crime is down 16% this year to date. It's down 12.3% in 2024. It was in a historic low in 2023. So just what you need to know is Memphis has traditionally had a black man Democratic mayor. Crime was the worst in the 8 years that we had white male Republican mayor, and it's because he cut projects.
It's just like it feels good to like I'm excited to go somewhere now. You know what I mean? Like I can dress up in a good outfit. I'm excited about life.
And that feeling will go away, and then you'll just be sitting in your very expensive depreciating asset, staring at yourself in the mirror. But this depreciating is not an asset.
It's true, Kevin's right. It all depreciates. Wisdom is the only gold and treasure you should
right. Wait, does an asset definition, like, you can't have a depreciating asset?
You extend it out accounting wise. Yeah.
It's not considered an asset.
It's a contra asset account. It's a contra asset.
Oh. park it in the garage, or is it outside?
I have too much shit in my garage.
Oh, Dan, you gotta clean it up so you can get it parked in there. You gotta park it up front so that way the poor people can drive by it. Yeah, I did a little bit of portfolio rebalancing today, and I'm very upset. You can blame Powell. I decided to take Vanguard's advice and go from 80-20 U.S. international to 60-40. It was painful. It hurts. When you got TPS, it hurts every day.
Is Powell going to blue ball us again with rate cuts?
I don't know. I mean, now that inflation's picking up, I think he'd be an idiot to cut rates. God bless him.
Man
wants the orange man must get. Oh, that's what he wants. That's what he wants. He wants to juice up the economy like he did before COVID when there was no reason to do so. Wait, did you say to juice?
That was a great
mind your relaxation. Life's really awesome when you're injecting tons of money into the already hot economy. Yeah, that's real good fiscal policy there.
Well, some of us bought assets.
Yeah, some of us bought depreciating. Yeah. Some assets they're still depreciating. I think John's right. The only thing that doesn't depreciate
the United States spend monthly on education. The answer is $88 billion.
And John's still retarded.
Taxes, gentlemen. Your home shouldn't have to pay a property tax just to exist. That's true depreciation.
Property tax. How are you supposed to fund you might be the next congressman? Yeah, you gotta fund your municipal government. Don't be a fucking what do you call it? Like
taxes go to teachers. And remember these teachers, Kevin, they're not teachers. Cultural Marxist indoctrinators teaching their children nothing. Only 30% of the children can read, Kevin. 30%, that's not education, Kevin. It's just housing.
Yes, I'm sure I'm getting rid of the Department of Education and reducing the budget.
It's a waste of money, Kevin. We're all getting suckered here.
McMahon is going to get rid of the I know. There's no more education department. It's great. Everything's great. What's her background that made her qualified to the education? Well, you see, she's the wife of a man that had a sex slave and would poop on the sex slave, and that's why she's qualified. Look it up. It's true.
It's not very nice.
It's true. Look up what Vince McMahon did. That was overwhelming. She ran for governor of Connecticut or senator? I forget.
Kevin, why has Maxine Waters been the chair of the finance committee for 10 years?
No, I don't know.
I'm the majority of the Federal Reserve. Explain it, little Kevin. How did Maxine Waters become the head of oversight for the Federal Reserve for 10 years?
She's probably more qualified than Linda McMahon. I'll give you that. We're the 22-year-old that was appointed to lead the counterterrorism, whatever. What about big balls? Most qualified, yeah. Well, this is clearly you guys are in a position to be throwing shade about qualifications. Fucking Cash Patel, this is like the first time we've had
Kevin, when did your schmeckle dry off
the first time we've had an FBI director
in your vagina?
The first time we've had an FBI director was
moist down there, little Kevin.
This is the first time we've had an FBI director that hasn't been an FBI agent. William Barr in his book said it would be absolutely ridiculous if Ray was replaced with Patel, this guy that's never been an FBI agent, has no respect within the agency. Clearly grossly incompetent, shows up to Senate hearings without having done the readings.
He was an FBI agent, stupid, and he exploded Russiagate.
You guys are so so funny. You're so funny, John. How can I donate to your congressional campaign?
Put the link in the chat, little Kevin.
And if he wins, I'll do you a favor. Yes, I know.
Reducing tariffs and imports for you and your family, David.
I want John to at least win his primaries because there's no way he'd win a general.
Maybe he'll name like a street after you, Kevin.
Yes, can you do that?
Schmackle Way. That's what I'll call it. Little Schmackle Way. He's got a little schmackle, ladies and gentlemen. He hooked up with a guy at a party once, isn't that right?
It was just a little kiss. And he asked nicely, you know. You ask nicely, you never know what can happen,
It
John.
doesn't make you gay if you're curious, right, Kevin?
Well, I don't know, John. If you ask nicely, we'll see what happens, you know.
I'm about to do yoga in the sunshine in my Villa Burquin bathing suit. Tune into YouTube for all my YouTube videos so you can watch how to do yoga and get a hip stretch, hip rotation, hamstring pull. Breathe a little, fat boy. I hope you all do know that Rabbi McDickerson is a world-class schmuck, a complete and total troll, a total idiot, and he's wasting his time. Just like all of you here on Clownhouse right now. Congratulations, you've done it again.
But we have moderator status.
Think that gets you into the cool club on a Friday night with a perfect 10? You think that gets you into the gym with a good body, fat boy?
There's two types of people. People in the part of Rabbi Randall McDickerson's organization, and people who want to be part of the
There's
organization.
only two types of people, Charlie Kirk and faggots that dress up as furries and shoot at people with high-powered rifles. Good versus evil. That's it. Good versus evil. That's all there is, and that's all there ever will be. Faggots and losers versus winners and heroes.
I'm telling you, I haven't seen quality content.
Look over the course of history. Some of us were just born to take the vaccines.
So, John, are you running independent, left, right?
As a Republican candidate against a rhinoceros vaccine. Darren Little in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Illinois, 16th District.
Are you going to add more truck stops in Peoria?
No, I have no plans to add more truck stops to Peoria. Just want to lower their property taxes, lower their income taxes, lower their personal and public debt. It would be an amazing goal if some politician happened to have that type of attitude.
Woman,
Betas don't just have to end the room. Betas also kick people from the room.
It's truly the Indian takeover of the white fragility. When I look around my eye, I look for the wisest, most intelligent, most successful guys around. I see Labubu, SpongeBob, S500, myself. It's a higher level. It's whiter than white. We are whiteness. We are the highest heights. Of your white wants and needs and fantasies, we personify that whiteness.
Pointing out that,
It's a world where brown is.
Well, Dick, there's no such thing as these colors. Those mean nothing. It's really intelligence. That's it. Intelligence. And if you're intelligent, you don't get angry on a social media chat. Child, you don't get angry over anything because you're intelligent. Anger is weakness. Power doesn't get angry. Power gets more intelligent.
Yeah, the cry comes from the weak cuck. Like Mr. Anderson and Q, these guys in the room. It's so fun. I want the best of the whites to battle. And their white fragility makes them just lose it.
John, why do you always come in with your anonymous account? Like, why do you need two phone?
Because obviously I'm a filmmaker, content creator, an actor, producer, director. I record what I do. I don't just waste my time not recording what I do as if what I do is meaningless.
It's a good answer, though. But, keep it down like a memoir. Make these moments remembered.
Yeah, he's implying that by anonymously recording his interactions with strangers, these interactions are no longer meaning.
Well, I mean, he's still there. That's the thing. Someone kicking.
What if he becomes the congressman?
Oh, that'd be amazing.
You think that I'm not 10 steps above what's already there? Give me a break. They're all just a bunch of criminals and low IQ racial identity politicians. They're nothing. They're just content creators.
Anything's possible. You just get a 1 or 3% chance. It's phenomenal. Upside's entirely there. There's no downside.
Exactly. The thing is, I'm doing a lot of mass media. I'm being attacked not just on this app, but on X as well. And the truth is, negative publicity is better than no publicity. because I can just invert everything they attack me. Most communication's all projection. So, I wish I had more money for advertising, but really getting these signatures, we're doing really good right now. And I have no doubt that we're going to get on the March 17th ballot. And if we do, that will cause chaos for Darren Loda. He's hoping he'll be able to be the sole incumbent on the ballot with no challenger. But if we get on, it's just going to cause some.
How many others are likely to get on the ballot?
I would say that probably all the Democrats will get on, and there's one other Republican candidate. I have not been in communication with him, so I don't know if he's actually getting signatures or not. So it's possible that if I don't get on, then it's possible it's just the incumbent Darren versus, let's say, 3 Democrats. I don't know who's the strongest contender. Democrats have given all equal space. One of them is a college professor, so maybe he has the most credibility. Clown world stuff. It's very amateurish, and I'm being attacked, online on X by the people that I've given my time to do podcasts with, and it's just amazing. But a lot of people are fat, jealous people in this world, unhealthy, unhappy, highly vaccinated. They claim they're Republicans, but they're not fiscally Republicans. Democrat, you can go straight to the people to address the issues of the people. You don't need to go to the party. Everyone says, oh, you got to have the party's permission. You got to have the party's blessing. No, go straight to the people. Every petition that we get filled out, which is 10 signatures, on the back, we ask, what would your priorities be if you were in office? And we're taking note of what everybody is saying, and we're putting it, in an Excel spreadsheet. But the point is, compliance, taxation, mass vaccination, never-ending wars, $2 trillion a year in deficits, $37 trillion in unfunded debt. Enough is enough. We can't let Congress and the Senate keep getting away with it. People in office have to speak up and document the fraud, waste, and abuse. We need a balanced budget act. This is absurd. Trump is the president, so we want to help Trump so much because we love him so much. But government is very boring if there's no excessive spending. But the truth is, government should be boring. Government should be exciting. Government should be the source of an economy. Government should not be the source of all the net income across the S&P 500. It's a problem. Borrowing and spending by the government, by any government historically, is a problem. You have to fight back and have a balanced budget because that's how you and I live our lives. That's the way I want our government to live their lives. It should mirror our own personal responsibility and self-governance. Who here does not agree? here. Supposedly, we should go within to find you and communicate with you, but here you are, Damon.
Sorry, I was ordering a sandwich, guys. John, did you say Marshall was running for office?
He can't even run physically. He's an inebriated slob with meth breath.
Who was that? Marshall Rankin. He seems pretty politically savvy, Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, he's got experience. First-hand experience. He's been in the White House. I think he worked under the Bush administration. But regardless, he's a spineless, feckless little cunt, and he doesn't know how to have a conversation. He just talks and interrupts when he gets that green bean so he can get his dopamine. He's a fool.
So you're saying he didn't contribute to your campaign?
David, nothing would slander and defame me every single chance he gets at this because he's a low IQ fool. Anybody who slanders me will discuss the issue.
I pledge $150, under $50 if you could make the signatures, John.
That will get us 100 signatures. So
if you can make the signature cutoff, I'll send the 150.
I understand. Yeah, we will make that signature cutoff. We have till October 27th, and right now we're at 150 signatures. We need about 800.
I would love to see John.
I know you're gonna fuck them up in the debates. Who?
Are these debates going to be broadcast anywhere, like live stream?
It'll be live streamed, and usually it's about like a local newspaper.
Yeah, John is an incredibly strong debater. I would love to watch those debates.
So you're saying he's a master debater?
No, but he's strong.
He's gonna do the Vivek Ramaswamy and go scorched earth and not give a fuck. So that's I think you may. I don't know what technique you're gonna take, John. I think
Experience tells me that being a gentleman and being polite, but also just being accurate in my diagnosis is all it takes.
Maybe throw a little trash on the other candidates, hit the weak spots. Or are you going to take the high road?
That's all the questions.
Yeah, do a little due diligence. Do a little due diligence on your competitors. Ask around the community. Okay, get a little bit of dirt on them just in case. Just in case.
I have to get to Peoria, Illinois, where Darren Hood lives and where his primary office is, and I'm going to do a Charlie Kirk style event outside of his office in the public space. Just put up a couple signs, plastic table, and we're just going to roast Darren Hood for probably like 3 days straight and gather as much gossip as we can. Because whenever I say to somebody, hey, do you have 10 seconds to sign a petition to get Darren LaHood out of Congress? People grab the clipboard from me and they sign right away. A lot of people have a lot of built-up anger against this guy because he rubs people the wrong way. Just in the same way that I rub a lot of people the wrong way.
John, you rub me the right way, but I need to ask you position on
harvest voters and harvest minds. I think how people want to have orgasms in their private homes is completely up to them. I don't care what words people use. I don't think the word gay means what people think it means. I think it means happy. I think faggots means sticks. So if you want to play the semantic word game or Hegelian political dialectic, we can do it all day long. It's not about how I feel about how people have orgasms. It's about power.
Are you okay with trans indoctrination in schools?
Absolutely not. It should be forbidden.
Do you think Trump should have implemented the Muslim ban?
Absolutely. If only to make the point that Muslim sensitivities don't override national security priority.
You're running as a Republican, right? Or are you going to be independent?
No, I'm running as a Republican.
Are you going to go hard on the youth, the young crime?
Let me be big on.
Are you going to be going hard on the youth, YOUF, regards to the urban crime problem?
100%. I live in Chicago. I want the National Guard here now. I want them deployed on the blue line, the red line, Michigan Avenue, South Side, Gold Coast. Anywhere there's a crime problem, I want the National Guard there in the streets with an M16A4.
Are you a veteran?
I'm an Army National Guard veteran from 2002 to 2006.
Thank you for your service.
Don't thank me. Think thousands of dead young men and women who died serving you and me, who am alive right now.
Hey, Richard, your wife is moderately decent looking. Anyways, let's carry on.
Sorry, dog, I just changed my PTR. Sorry.
So, John, has a Republican ever won from this district before?
Absolutely. Illinois is Abraham Lincoln Party. Lincoln Party is the Republican Party. It has a long history. The district that I'm running in is the same circuit that Abraham Lincoln rose through in the legal circuits all the way to the presidency. It's a Republican territory of Illinois. It's the center and the core of Illinois, not these fringe liberal Democrats and these cucks and these trans terrorist liars and these Marxist, socialist, Democrat, fascist terror.
So they do a runoff vote, or what's the strategy, or what's the rules of the game?
And he has to get his signatures too. So it's just a straight primary. Whoever has the most votes is the party's nominee.
What do you do for work, John?
May of this past 5 years, I've worked at the IRS, the Treasury Department, in program management, project management, facilities management. Prior to that, same thing at the Department of Commerce. And prior to that, I worked at Google and Microsoft, Cox Communications. And I'm an artist, and a creator, and a filmmaker, a musician.
That's a lot of things.
Just drink vodka and come on here and slur and drool all night long, David.
So you're like semi-retired now?
I do have 2 ADHDs.
do, Dave. Let's do a quick diagnostic. What is 233 times 1,000? Anyone?
That's right.
What is going on in the room, guys? David's had about 6 cocktails.
Oh, dude, David is always drunk.
Fake news.
So nobody's gonna talk.
So, Richard, what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 1968 Mustang.
That's your daily driver?
Daily driver.
Well, come on, guys. We're interviewing John for Congress. What are you talking about?
What was that?
Well, the good thing about running for Congress is, when I interview him, he doesn't vote for him.
This room is being live streamed.
This is being live streamed on YouTube right now.
It is.
We put the thing in the chat for all of you. And if you have other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
There's currently,
David actually say anything useful or intelligent on staff.
There's currently 1,400 people watching.
I've never heard you say anything intelligent ever, David.
David is the people.
Yeah, he's funny. Don't get me wrong, I think he's very funny, but
I mean, you haven't heard me debate philosophy.
That's the meaning of life, David.
Well, I wasn't a philosophy major, so I can't answer that question. The meaning of life is to procreate. Yes, it's
John, do you have any comments on the beheading of the Indian motel owner that took place in Texas?
This is a terrible tragedy. Do you have more detail?
Why did you mention that he's Indian?
Holy fucking shit, it is on YouTube, bro.
It was a racially motivated attack, David.
I was in the Bloomington this week at the hotel room, so I said, Karunam Suche. He says, how do you know this? I said, oh, because I went to school with a ton of Indians, and my best friends are all Indians. I said, do you want to be the first signature in Bloomington? He says, yes, sir. So he signed. Then he got his hotel employee to take a sheet and go out and get 10 more signatures.
You know, my high school, there was about like 5 hotels, a lot of Indians in my high school.
You know what, guys? Like, if you're really trying to get some views, like on YouTube and shit, I feel like we better spice this room up. So, I don't know, maybe changing the title into a little bit something more controversial.
I mean, we're not cloud chasing here. We were just trying to interview John for Congress. It's a pretty big deal.
You know, Richard, before you came into the room, you should have heard what Lulu said about you.
Lulu? Who? That doesn't matter, man. I don't care. Oh well, he's out.
My good friend Yali is here. She's such an intelligent, beautiful woman. Ask you, if you were to get into Congress, what would your 3 priorities be for we the people?
say for me, the number one priority would be bringing the perpetrators of 9/11 to justice.
Whatever contact last Texas ticket we had anything, it's just like meeting between this. It's not Texas, Dallas.
Well, it's good to know self-defense. That's one thing. It's probably good to carry your arms if you're in a high-risk field. And it's probably good not to hire criminals in this case.
Why do I speak like this? Because I was one lady like that, and I know the facts, especially if you know the facts. Some of the truths and the facts that it become anything much more. Kids said you all things, your eyes become blind, your ears don't listen, your peanuts become small, everything become old.
Saying, I haven't been in the Middle East, I've been to Israel and Jordan. I would say that they're nearly identical on both sides of the river. Everybody's extremely self-centered. Everybody lives in their little bubbles. Everybody's got their racism, their bigotry, their hatred. Very rarely will you meet an individual who is not completely and utterly bigoted. Intelligence really is what separates us in terms of these bigotries and these tropes and everything else. But also people are so political in everything. And, I'm not a violent person. I don't want to have to do any of the killing. Just like you all, I want to have a good life. And I don't want to live by the sword, nor do I want to die by the sword. I want to live in peace. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, they view their entire life as being a war. And that just seems to be pretty, standard, status quo. But I would suggest that is not the way to live your life. The way to live your life is strategically. And if you want to win the war, don't die.
All in here is a Zionist. Oh my God. Zionists. That suffer.
What's wrong with Zionists?
Is everything wrong with Zionists?
I disagree.
David. One day your eyes will open.
Who here is a jihadist?
I'm not a jihadist.
Well, I'd rather take a Zionist than a jihadist any day.
I think the entire meaning of jihad kind of shifted. I just need you guys to actually Google jihad and research what it is.
It's battle.
Inner struggle, specifically.
It means people blowing themselves up in public.
Not necessarily.
And trying to kill as many people as they can.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily, but it includes that as well, right?
No, it doesn't include suicide bombing. Suicide, first off, is haram. So, why?
Yeah, I agree with I disagree with Nachigeta. It's not necessarily like someone blowing themselves up in public. Because remember, when jihad originated, they had swords and knives right? They didn't have bombs back then. So they used using the sword, right?
And also jihad could be simply me writing a protest song. Jihad could simply be me fighting my own evils within me, my own jealousies, struggles, and stuff. Jihad, it's a very complex thing.
Yeah, we get it. The discovery of self. Wow, Basil. Truly revelatory.
I mean, if they want to kill people, I mean, that's not good. You can simply say that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, aren't Zionists killing people?
No.
I don't know about that, David.
They're killing terrorists.
This is what I mean about Zionists. The truth is always negotiable with Zionists. Like with Western societies and like Zionists, the truth is literally always negotiable.
So you're saying you're pro-Hamas?
I'm not saying I'm pro-Hamas.
So then, if Israel's killing terrorists, isn't that a good thing?
I mean, are children terrorists?
Some might be.
Have you met any black kids?
See what I mean? Like, truth is always negotiable.
Basil, I hate to tell you this, you'll never find any satisfaction until you become a philosopher. Many Muslim jihadists will never become philosophers. But I would like to break your mind virus and your conditioning and programming with a beautiful song dedicated to betas who end Rabbi's Room. This is by creator and musician, politician, John Kitover.
I don't know. I'm a pretty happy person. Turn this shit off, bro. Turn it off. Turn this shit off.
Basil, are you a woman or a man?
I don't even know you, first off. Who are you?
That's what I'm asking. Are you a woman or a man?
I don't want to get to know you. Can you not ask me questions?
I generally can't tell.
Boo-boo, you need to stop hanging out with Zionists, man.
Nothing wrong with that.
Who is a Zionist? God, I'm learning new things every day. Oh my goodness.
I'm so sorry over it, right? That's incredible.
I mean, there's never a good solution to like two extremes, and I'm just saying, I think people want
The one solution, stupid, that's strength.
I think honestly people want to prolong
solution.
people just want to prolong human suffering.
Yeah, I mean, you're prolonging it right now from.
Basil, you have to decide which side you are. Man cannot exist in both positions. Either you are for or against terrorism, and you are either for or against the law.
John, this is a generation that hates their parents and refuses to have children because they hate children. They don't give a shit about anything. Honestly, it's always a cause they should have all been born in.
I don't know why you're creating assumptions because I love my family and I would like to have children one day. Right?
I hope your children are recruited into Hamas and killed by the IDF.
You wish. You know what?
Yeah, I don't think that was the right thing to say, Ellie.
It's okay. That's how I felt at the moment.
Wow.
Well, if you're wondering why people don't like Israelis,
That's okay.
or the Jews, I mean,
Jacob,
might
it
be
is like this
because-
before. It might be. It's okay.
might be because of what you just said there. I don't know.
I haven't said anything mean, or I don't know.
No, it's good to feel.
Basil, you said you support the people that murdered my family. You said a lot wrong.
I never said that. When did I say that? I never said that. Why are you lying? See, you're obviously a miserable person. You're
support Hamas. Do you support Hamas?
No, I
You said you support Hamas.
I know. If you would have listened to what I said earlier, two extremes don't make a solution. So, I mean, I'm just saying.
Why don't you support Hamas though?
I mean, because they're terrorists, bro. So, you know, like, why would I support any type of violence? I don't care if they're trying to defend themselves. I don't care if Israel's trying to defend themselves. I mean, the whole thing is stupid. Like, at this point, it's stupid. It's been going on for like 60, 70 years. Like, it's dumb, bro.
Yeah,
It's retarded.
how they just get along and hold hands. It's so weird.
Yeah, like, literally.
I don't understand why they can't just have peace. It's so weird. I just don't know what's hindering it.
I mean, obviously,
What she's trying to say is that perhaps the Jews are more intellectual and developed than you give them credit for, and the Muslim terrorists are actually reprobate medieval anarchists devoted to polygamy, child rape, and political
I mean, there's cases of IDF women and
No, there's actually not any cases of IDF kidnapping.
Yeah,
children out of their beds and then raping them and then murdering
and then there's like
parading their dead and then parading their bodies around the streets of Tel Aviv while spitting on their bodies. No, there's actually no cases of this. So shocking. I know it is shocking, but there are no cases of this.
No, for sure. Like I said,
Yeah,
truth
for
is
sure.
negotiable.
For sure. How old are you? Roughly, you don't have to give me an exact age, but like an age range.
I don't.
18
Yeah,
to 25.
yeah.
25.
Listen, I don't want to get to know you. Okay, I have no
I
interest
just
in
want to
knowing.
figure it out. You want to know why? Because I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that she doesn't turn out to be a tranny or an anti-Zio. So I think I can't decide whether or not you're a tranny, but you're definitely an anti-Zio, and I'm trying to figure out how I can make sure that my daughter doesn't end up like you. It's a real fear for me as a parent. Your parents fucked up, and I don't want to make the same mistakes. You're in the Matrix.
Rico! Yeah, what kind of car do you drive?
Toyota Highlander, what?
That's just making conversation.
Reliable.
David B.
No.
Dude, I talked to Steve-O today. It's pretty cool.
You still think that DJ Silly Kid is Steve-O?
That
He's
is
like the Jackass guy?
Have you ever met him? Yeah, Jackass guy. Have you ever met Silly Guy? That's 100% Steve-O.
Because he sounds like him? Oh, okay.
Like, if you understood Steve-O as well as I do, that's Steve-O.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but that was awesome. He was really cool. And now my life sucks because I can't talk to him right now, so.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's like no more aura farming, you know? I can't farm his aura anymore. Which stinks. Yeah, I hate my life, guys.
You try to read the book instead of coming on here and complaining all the time. Change your communication. That's all I'm saying.
You should be grateful, bro. Don't hate. I mean, everybody hates their life sometimes, you know. But
John, what is it? All communication is. I forgot.
Hypnosis.
Hypnosis. Thank you.
Proven in conditioning. It's called suggestion.
Communication is a form of control. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, have you ever been hypnotized?
No.
Well, the professional hypnotist, I can put you into a trance state immediately.
I'm scared. I'm like too scared.
Wait, are you gonna turn Jacob trance?
Scaring me now, dude.
Deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. And say, I am reaching critical mass.
I'm reaching critical mass.
I'm like space.
I'm like space.
Free.
I'm free.
I'm a flower.
I'm a flower.
I'm fresh.
I'm fresh.
I am a mountain.
I am a mountain.
I am strong.
I am strong.
I am solid.
I am solid.
I am balanced.
I am balanced.
I am at peace.
I am at peace.
How do you feel versus the way you felt 30 seconds ago?
Scared. Scared if I got hypnotized, but thanks, John. That was nice. Appreciate that. Thank you. I love you. What am I doing? What am I doing on here? I'm like preventing loneliness.
You're on my YouTube channel. I'm live streaming you.
anybody here love driving? I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
Where are you driving to?
I'm going to pick up some food for my family.
That's nice.
Oh my gosh, that's a buttercup.
It's a Mediterranean restaurant.
Are you Lebanese?
She will cry all the time.
You go to the gym, Yelly?
That's a good example of healthy projection.
I haven't been to the gym in a while.
It's good. It's good for mental health.
Yeah. You mean going or not going?
Going.
Okay, it's felt good for me not going.
Actually, do a hike today. So I don't know if I want to start, but something. And outside. Jacob, you really scared me today. I woke up in the room and you were the only one there and you were breathing very heavily.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't want to scare you. I wanted to feel like I was your protect. No, I wasn't. I wanted to feel like I was your protector.
Okay, thank you.
It was so cute when you woke up.
Okay.
Yep, you're like,
I was like, this is awesome.
Passed away. Was awake all last night.
Well, hopefully you felt comfortable in your sleep today.
I did, thanks.
Where are you from, Yoli?
Canada.
Oh, may I ask where?
Vancouver.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
It's right above 2 hours from Seattle.
Oh. So, like, the other side of the country.
Pacific Northwest, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, like, literally the exact opposite end of the country as me. How funny is that? Because I'm in Massachusetts. We're on the opposite ends of the continent, which is pretty funny.
Funny at all. There's no humor in that statement whatsoever. Perhaps there is something wrong with you.
Did you grow up in Vancouver your whole life?
Vancouver.
Did you say yeah? She gone?
Vancouver. So, Jacob, when do you think your penis fell off and your vagina grew in?
It didn't.
Then how did you become such an effeminate person? Such a beta cuck?
I don't think I am, man.
Oh, you cutesy girl in a dress and meets you. Come here and you tell us your life is miserable. That sounds pretty big. Why do you have what your purpose is? You got no objective. You're asking every day. You live.
It still feels
When
like
did your penis fall off and your vagina grow in?
I gotta start asking God what to do again, I guess. I don't know.
Ask God what to do. You need to read a book, you dummy.
I read a lot of things.
Go ahead and read something good for the next 10 minutes.
My heart feels like I'm gonna get heart palpitations or something soon.
Don't worry about it. Press on until you get a big, hard, stiff dick.
I already do that so much.
Welcome back to the book club, everybody, where nobody reads books anymore. But we only have one rule in our book club. You read for 10 minutes, and then that's it. That's the whole rule. You read a book to somebody for 10 minutes in my book club.
Like,
You
I
only
wish
have
that
one rule. You read for 10 minutes, and that's it. Go ahead, Jim.
I wish life was that easy where you could just read for 10 minutes a day, go to bed, sleep for the whole day, 23 hours and 50 minutes, wake up, read for 10 minutes, and that's it. And you do that your whole life.
Book club. That's our number one rule, Jake. Do you have a good book to read, or are you going to sit here and moan like a little girl?
I hate being awake.
What about days depressed?
I don't like how my eyes are working. I'm not depressed. More like I feel like I'm just, well, maybe I am depressed, you're right, but like I feel like I'm just like scared of a lot of things. And it's affecting.
Just read books. That's it. 10 minutes. Do you have a good book to read?
Oh my god. No, I don't got a good book. I do, but I don't want to reach it.
Okay, that's the reason why you're depressed. You're not reading anything. You're just coming out here and talking, wasting time and energy. No focused attention, no goal, no objective. Not reading from a script, not doing any new reconditioning of programming.
Dude,
Just a woman with a vagina, moisture in between her legs. That's okay, Jacob. One day you'll become a man and join my book club.
I've been learning so much. I'm done. I don't want to learn anymore. I'm done.
Baby, I'm done. I don't want to work anymore.
Literally. Am I just going through the stages of grief right now with Charlie Kirk? Shield. Oh, God. I need acceptance.
everybody. Hope you enjoyed the show. Z2 Live is coming to an end. We're going to jump back into Patty's Politically Correct, where we have created a new room called African American versus Charlie Kirk. Hashtag Democrat. Hashtag liberal. Hashtag LGBTQ. Live here on Clubhouse. Hope you're enjoying the show. Lou, you should have joined the campaign. We could have used you. Instead, you chose the coward's way out. But I'm sure that's normal for you. You're used to being a coward, running from your fears. Could have been big in the political racket. Lou, you could have made it big off my campaign. Could have gone somewhere, done something with your life as an AI campaign strategist. Instead, all you do is listen to T-Rob say the N-word. What a life. God, how did your father raise you, Lou? What happened to you?
I'm not telling you this here, but I'm not telling you where it is. It's in a place that nobody would ever look. And they'll have telephonic get down in Oakland. I had never seen no shit like this.
You know where I am.
No, I'm saying
So Brian,
telephonic get down in Oakland.
we're the top car theft city in the entire state. I think they said it was like there's like.
No, tell them how you park your car in Oakland if you want to come back to it.
It's called bipping. It's called bipping, right? So in Oakland, when you do the thing. No, not at all. When you keep the question, you got it.
Okay,
No. I'm serious. I don't know about where you can park your car safely in Oakland.
That's not what I'm talking. So now I know a left really does not.
That's why I was cutting in right there.
No, you can't, because when I first got here, I was wondering why is everybody's motherfucking windows down?
Everybody.
As the sun went down, hold on, baby. As the sun went down, people were leaving all their fucking windows down, and some people have their trunks open. So I asked myself, what is going on? They said they're leaving their windows down to show that there's nothing in the car, and the trunk is open, so don't even bother going to the trunk. I have never even. Am I correct or no?
You're correct, and also cars get stolen in Oakland, So.
This is some crazy.
We've been in Atlanta for forever. So
I think Oakland will go for it, though.
Yeah, if you live in Atlanta, everybody knows you either roll. Well, we don't roll our windows all the way down. What you do is you crack them so they can see you. You can put your hand in there, there's nothing in there, and they'll just leave your car alone. Everybody, that's especially when I stay in Midtown. Yeah, I never lock my door. I make sure, and if I do lock my door, I go and make sure I unlock it and crack my windows halfway. Well, I was trying to tell Lisa earlier, it's called bipping. They got a name for it. It's called bipping, right? Right. Bipping is when they pull up on a parking lot and they want to hit almost every car that look like it's worth of shit in that parking lot. And they do it quick as fuck. They break the windows, they rummage through the car. There's another car there. It's always with another car. They don't do no bikes, don't do it on nothing else. They have for the car pull up. And then one person pops out, and then they break out the windows real quick. They run through the car and grab everything they can grab. And they'll do a whole parking lot. And people will be outside watching, and they don't care because they strapped. So they
Here's something else.
Right. But they we don't run through this shit no matter what. And that's not just Oakland. Yeah, they got the thing to break the window real quick. But this is the thing. It's not even military. You can buy them on Amazon right now. They got a million devices that do that. Like that busted. A lot of the knives have it on the edge of the knife where you just turn the knife to the handle and you hit it at the car window, and it also has a seatbelt thing on them. A lot of knives have that. But here's the thing. That's not just Oakland. That's the Bay Area. That's Oakland. That's San Francisco. That's Vallejo. That's San Jose. That's the whole Bay Area. That's not Oakland. That is
There's a little budget way though that people do in Oakland, right? They go to the parking lot with their Bluetooth, right? And then they see if you got like a Apple computer or a computer in your car while they're walking around.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too. Yeah.
Yeah, if you leave your Bluetooth on, there's a scanner. You show it from the vehicle.
Anybody leaving their money in their car, Lisa, it's crazy as hell. Like you are asking for it.
I'm telling you guys, you'll never find it. I'm
That's
telling
what they all say.
No,
He said, I thought that too. And I woke up one morning, I was living in Dallas, and it was like, see, 250. Oh, Kroger, $5.90. I'm like, what the hell? And you, I don't know if y'all got like debit or credit cards where it show you like in real time when you. So I'm getting these notifications. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It took me a second. I went downstairs. These motherfuckers got within my car. Found my little hiding space. I got my little, extra debit card, my little cash stash. You better stop that shit. They gonna find it.
Let me tell you guys a funny story. There's a guy, it's San Leandro, which is basically Oakland, but San Leandro, like the east side of San Leandro, guy's car got broken into. So he recorded it on Instagram and said, y'all are stupid, you didn't look under the seat. Look at the money that was under the seat that you didn't get. And he put it on Instagram. Then the same night, it could have been the same person, but somebody came back to get it and he shot them while in his car. So he set them up to think there was going to be more money in the car. They were stupid to follow up on it. Yeah. I was in San Leandro.
Well, let's see how this goes. It's not a lot of money if they're going to do it, but it's going to be hard to find. It took me a year. And this is something I'm telling you guys. They're placing in your car that people who are breaking into it will never fucking look. So. All right, but let be clear. Is it more than $20? First lady, it's in case, I don't know.
Yeah, is it more than 20?
No, never mind, y'all. Have you ever left your house and forgot? Okay, I'm gonna let you guys know that. But it's just because I know me, and I know that there could be an emergency situation. When towers went down and ATM wasn't working, there was no electricity. I was the only one who had cash, and I had literally friends coming to exchange for cash and write me IOUs and shit. So I always have something, not a lot, but enough to, buy food or gas or whatever I need, maybe barter or some shit like that. I don't know.
Lisa, I really want to apologize for not having you on my list.
No, for real, Lisa.
Take that shovel out your hand and get out that hole, sir.
That's good to have, bro. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know.
I almost suggest, I decided it was going to be two guys, me and one other.
We're on Clubhouse, and this idiot, Henry.
Stan, we had that. I was outraged, Steve. Don't do that. You point out that it's happened in the past time, and you're exactly right. But don't suggest that there was no outrage. I don't know where you get that. There's no outrage. There's plenty of outrage over it.
But there's a point here. We're acting like this is a novel thing that's
nobody's saying that it's novel. We're talking about what's happening contemporarily. If tomorrow there's a Democratic president and a Democratic president tries to impede the First Amendment rights of Americans, we will talk about that as well. We're not cherry picking here.
Okay, well, my point is just this. It's not theoretical about whether someone's going to go after someone else for free speech. The last administration done it.
And every time, I would agree, I'm sure. But anytime any administration does it,
It's well that we could speak up the way we are today against it. Absolutely. And the fact that it happened in previous administrations certainly does not indemnify this administration for its transgression. But I see people that kind of disagree that seem to have forgotten the salient point here. And let's not forget, too, that during that administration, there was this Christian nationalist thing, which is the boogeyman of some kind, that they had the FBI field office in Roanoke, Virginia, go investigate Catholics for going to Mass. So, you know, the idea that somehow the government and Donald Trump is unique in this, I don't think so. And how short our memory is about what has previously been done that touches to the foundation, heart of the very point that we're talking about. I'm out. Well, nobody said it was unique. This discussion is not, this has never occurred in the history of the United States. This is unprecedented. It was never said in 2 hours of discussion. So you are raising and making an argument based on something that was never said. And had that been said, I would have been the first one to jump in and correct the speaker as your moderator. Hope we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
No evidence of foul play.
Always. That's the go-to. That is the go-to, is they hung themselves. Like, it's so weird.
Y'all remember those twins that were found in the mountains on their way to the airport? They were
In Georgia, yeah.
And they ended up completely saying that they both committed suicide together in the car. One shot one and then shot himself. I mean, I still don't believe that story. Not at all.
I still was waiting for some type of update. The only thing I did hear is they arrested some firefighter for releasing pictures, but other than that, he was a white man, but they never clarified what his relation was to the subject or anything, and there's no clarity on how they died, why they died, if it was truly suicide, if there's an ongoing criminal investigation, nothing. They've given no clarity on that. That's always been a big question mark.
Yeah, because they didn't even talk about if they bagged their hands, like, you know, if he shot his brother or whatever, wouldn't there be new gun owners? Wouldn't there be some type of residue on
GSR? There's always GSR when you fire a weapon and it's on you, so it's gonna be on your clothes, on your body, gunshot residue. That's all always.
Yeah, that's suspicious.
So, this is a little bit of a change of direction, but I wanted to still bring it up. So, tonight's the last game of the week for the NFL, which is the Raiders and the Chargers. Only 5 games have not done a moment of silence for this jackass. And so, they're getting backlash, because, you know, the NFL is really split, right? Because the majority of their workforce is black, but a lot of their fans are white. So, they're getting backlash on both sides about whether they did do a moment of silence or whether they didn't.
Why do football fans have to be for people? Why do they have to be on one side or the other?
Yeah, but do you want to work for a place that's recognizing a racist person? Plain and simple. And their union should be speaking up for it. The NBA wouldn't go for that.
They can't even kneel for the national. It's just ridiculous. They got all these rules.
I agree.
That's why that's the biggest plantation is football shit.
I agree. And the NBA would be like, the NBA is different.
I still want to say?
I already said I'm going wherever you go first week. Oh, let's be honest. You know the drill. All right, boys.
Do anybody have any properties outside of the U.S. already that you have, like right now?
Yep. Kiana, you've been wagon.
I do too now.
Yeah,
I do in Honduras, but I don't know how that's gonna work.
I go to Panama for my grandparents.
Yeah, Honduras and Tegucigalpa.
Oh, I got property in Guyana.
I have property in Panama.
Wait a minute, is that South America?
I got DR, and them DR will probably be up, so I don't even know.
Is that South America? Yeah, and it's black people there, so they call it the Caribbean. But it's next to Mexico. Yeah, that might be the place.
See, you ain't got nowhere to go. You just making it. You still figuring it out.
I never said that I had things figured out. Sorry? What?
Well, lady said, wherever the
wind takes me.
If the wind floats me to the west, I'll be in the west.
It looked like this is next week we're both going with me. Yeah, I mean, Tina, what am I done with, sir?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing, ma'am.
You always tell me.
There's no smoke,
I
ma'am.
don't appreciate it, sir.
There's no smoke, ma'am.
You know, I know. Thank you very much, sir.
Why she gonna put a knife to my throat twice today? Like, I don't.
I don't own any weapons. Thank you, sir. I only own a butter knife. You could do a lot with the butter knife. See, this is why we can put a knife in the long period. You gotta stay on one side. I'm just saying. See, making it a trade where they can only take like 1 or 2 items with them, you can do a lot with a butter knife. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's still good. But nobody had to see it that way because I was trying to make it too. It was so friendly. You sense it.
They definitely gonna be fighting on the island.
I said turn it that way. You stupid source photo, that's what I was saying.
Did you guys talk about Kirk's wife saying she wanted the funeral to be bigger than what's that girl's name?
Princess Diana.
She has concerts. I don't watch. Who's
Taylor Swift?
She wanted to make Taylor Swift's concert look like nothing for her husband's funeral.
She's an idiot. This is ridiculous. What the hell? You learn about the crowd size.
That's what I said.
This is getting, you know, have you listened to her? And I'm sure you guys have in here, y'all listen to her talk about things are going to be bigger and better. I don't understand what is on. I would be in so much grief, but she wants to have a stadium full of people for a funeral. What are we doing right here? Trying to show that she has.
She might have people in her ears. She might have people in her ears because they see the political benefit and really having heavy, high exposure on everything that's happening with him, so they can turn him into the martyr they need him to be for their political gain. So there are going to be people in her ears saying, "We're going to do this, we're going to do that." Like J.D. Vance hosting his podcast today. Like, there's going to be a lot of people trying to leverage who he was and leverage his followers and platform right now, and I think she might be listening to them. I don't know.
And remember, she's a reality show star. She was on Summer House. So, yeah, she was on Summer House. And so, you know, yeah, she was on Summer House. So she knows, she's a reality star. So she knows that, she knows clout, and she knows what she got to do with that social media.
Now, if I'm her, I'm telling him I want to be vice president.
Wait a minute, what season? Summer House.
It was like season 3. She was dating one of the guys on Summer House.
Oh, shut up.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, that's why I look at her name. She was so lonely.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I gotta go back and see that.
But the point, you know, you guys, her spouse was unaligned, a week ago? I'm sorry. I don't think I'll be sitting up here.
It happened on Wednesday.
Yeah, so if knowing that I love my husband so deeply, I cannot see myself sitting up here behaving whatever. But people grieve how they gonna grieve. I'm just leave it like that. People grieve the way they want to grieve, and it's none of my business. So go ahead, sis, do your thing.
She got JD Vance up under her. Watch out. What's her name? Ursula, Usher, whatever her name is. She got careful.
That's a part of grieving. That's a part of grieving when you're really angry, and I hope they just like don't take it. Well, they're gonna take advantage of that phase when she's really angry, and I think that's what they're doing. I agree with Jim. I think that she got a lot of people in her ear, like making her, pushing her for revenge.
If y'all ever saw True Blood, her whole little speech reminded me so much of the pastor's wife. What was her name? The Newlands. It reminded me so much of her when her husband got stuck. What the fuck am I watching?
But my thing is, who is she getting revenge on? There's only one person responsible for what happened to CK. Who is she trying to elicit revenge on? I didn't do nothing.
The radical left.
Who are they? Because you gotta have a T-shirt or something, or some ID. I mean, you don't know who. It's just wow. This place is upside down. I'm angry. There's one person who did this. He is now in custody, and charges will be applied to him tomorrow. Then he will go to court. He will have a trial, and then he will be sentenced. So I don't even know what's all this about. This sounds like you're trying to build on and create something that doesn't exist. But go ahead, you got it, lady. I don't know what's happening, but I know it ain't gonna include me.
It's probably pretty empowering to have the president, the vice president, and millions of people grieving with you and vowing revenge for your husband's death. Like, that's probably an empowering moment.
But does God speak about revenge? I thought we were talking about Chris. So that's why I stay confused. I guess everybody doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing makes sense. The world is upside down. Christians are looking for revenge. Have staying for me.
And why is Taylor so? Oh wait, I remember why. Because she said she was a cat lady. But like, you wanting to have more people at your husband's funeral than at Taylor Swift's Eras tour is just really sad. You shouldn't have did that because it's probably not going to be that. They're gonna have to AI fill the audience like how Trump did at his rallies. Like,
did you pull it up and read the article? Because that was this morning when I read that.
Nope, but I'm about to because I can't believe she said that shit.
That's it. We moving. What we doing? No, I'm talking to them. Everybody's quiet.
Time to shine. Okay.
Wake up. So you see more and more people. Everybody in the room, I'm gonna post a video in the chat. Take it to your notes and check it out whenever you get a chance. This is in regards to and I guess we'll discuss it another day. This is in regards to Mr. Charlie and somebody putting out. There's no way that he had this certain gun. Yeah, so you gotta look at it so you could. Hold on. I don't know how long it is, but it's a YouTube video, so. It says nothing makes sense. Is the FBI lying about Charlie Kirk's assassin? Hold on, let me see how long it is. Basically, more and more people are coming up and having this. It's actually not that long. It's only 24 minutes. So, if y'all want to check that out, that's the link in the chat. Hopefully, you guys hear me because it's really quiet in here. I don't know. Maybe my phone's acting up. Nah, everybody went to sleep. Okay, guys, just a little warning. I'm gonna open my room in a minute. I'm gonna put that link in the chat, so. Okay, I'm tired. Y'all seen his show? I haven't seen him the whole thing in y'all's room. Yes, no? I haven't seen him. Wow, that's unusual. Let me call him on the back channel. Make sure he's okay. And I haven't seen Debbie Pooh either. Let's see what I seen Deborah. She was here. Oh, okay. All right. Let me call. I'll drop the link in a minute. All right. Thank you. Please. Patty. What you doing? Okay, I want you to look at the put it in like your notes or in a text message. No, it's I'm gonna send it to your back channel. Okay. Yes. I need those links where you did the minister thing. They're all in the 420 chat. They are? Yeah. If you look at the last 4 Instagram links I posted, you're gonna see them. That's all 4 of them there. I did that. That was good work. All right. Let's see if I can get those cool. All right. I gotta brush my teeth first and then I'll open up. And Patty, I put the YouTube link in your back channel. It's 24 minutes. I want you to tell me what you think. Oh, yeah. They're speaking about the weapon and, you know. They believe it's a setup, basically. That's what they use. When they say they killed him? Yeah.
Well, they do a full breakdown on why there's so many irregularities that point to this was set up. Like, there's no way, pretty much, they're saying that this person could have had the rifle they claim was used. You understand? And then a lot of other things that just do not make sense.
Okay, I get it. Oh my God. same person that took off Trump ear is the same person that shot Charlie Kirk.
One thing, you cannot underestimate these people. They're willing to do anything that they believe will get them the outcome that they deserve, that they want.
Is Lisa opening up?
Yeah, she said she was opening up, that she was gonna brush her teeth, and then she was gonna open up. Oh, child. Cassie. Oh, I made spring rolls. Let me send you my picture. It's my first time, so it was hard rolling them, but I guess I'll try again.
I do now. The more you do it, the easier it gets. I could do lumpia. I could do the spring rolls because it is hard when you first learn.
Yeah, I never done it before.
It's the wrapping part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But I'll send you a photo. Tell me what you think.
They're pretty good. They're good even if you don't wrap them right. The only problem is
Yeah.
they look good. Lisa, you opened? Because I see your name. You're in the bottom.
No, send me a picture.
All right. Who's that, Sandra?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing I can do, I don't like doing it. I'll do it when my mom comes because it's a lot of work. Because, with the meat, freaking. Because my mom does it like, how people buy because we don't eat pork, people might buy processed meat or whatever. She's pretty much cutting all that meat up. We're processing it in a grinder. We're grinding that shit. And she does a lot of meat. So we have to wrap all those rolls and freeze them. She'll make like 100, have us make 100 rolls. So we can have it for the year. Or, well, it doesn't even have to the year, but for a couple of months. She would get the puppies. And my mom made a whole bunch of Who's that speaking?
No, that was me calling Cassie. She can't hear me. But she could come and eat.
She gonna love them spring rolls. Does she like egg rolls and stuff like that?
Yeah. That's what I usually make. I just never done these. Hey, go sit down.
She said, Mexican girl.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, she's a hot mess. She'd be like, I'm Puerto Rican, you Mexican. That's what she be telling her sisters. Get out of here, you Mexican. I'm like, this is not good. I didn't even think you heard her.
Oh, girl, I know she is crazy. It's so cute when they're little. So they just be saying random shit. You be like, where the fuck you get that shit from? You know they got it from you.
You want me to try to spit it out?
When my daughter was little, I taught her about slaves, but I didn't tell her the meaning piece, right? We were just talking about slaves. But she heard somebody say the word slave or something. So I taught her like a little bit. You just teach them enough because they're too young. She's like 3 years old. And she said, she's a slave. Slave. I was like, where'd she learn that word? So I was like trying to teach her slave. So I went on YouTube to show her like little videos, right? And then explain it to her. And I think even with the videos, in her mind, it pretty much meant you do what I tell you to do, right?
I'm going to put the door open. Hold on, let me get the light.
Okay. Let me see.
Remove that.
Did she put it in Telegram?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
All right, everybody, take the link up on top.
Get out of here. Time to go.
You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell up out of here.
top.
Get out, Ron. Michael, click the link. I know you ain't fell asleep on stage. Coney.
Ron, let's go. Let's go, Ron.
Tiffany, click the link on top. That's gonna take care of. Ray, Coach D. Come on, y'all, Lord. See,
That's great.
That's great. You know you're supposed to be on the other side.
Snickerdoodle, let's go.
Owen, go.
Anonymous, you staying here too? Oh, don't let that anonymous with the glasses. That's Mr. YouTuber. He just acts like him.
No, I gotta start playing music in the background. MJ, click the link up top. Y'all get out. Mimi, click the link on top.
All right, I'm close. Y'all not moving fast enough. Welcome to the 420, guys. Ping your friends in. I'm trying to ping in people. This will be our last song. Longest song.
From down the night, baby, I'm back. Oh my, I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Did you look for me? I walked in the room, I saw and I don't smoke that loud. Did you check on me? Did you check on? Did you notice me?
Ping at least 5 people, y'all.
Could you have buried inside my grave? Inside my grave. Did you see people? to kick off. First, I hope that somebody checked on you guys. You know what I'm saying? We don't check on each other. And these are some rough times here. And we should check on somebody that we ain't seen or heard for. And that's what I'm getting ready to do as we speak, is check on one of our 420 people that I haven't seen or heard of today, heard from today. So please keep that in mind. You don't know until you ask what people are going through. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna do breaking news. You guys got any breaking news that you want to share before I start digging through?
Yes, I have some breaking news.
Yes, sir.
I'm enjoying the glass of white, and I feel good. So that's the breaking news. I got it. Going back to you. What up?
Ooh, yeah, I wish it was me.
This is Christine. Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Christine.
Hey, Lisa. Yes, I have breaking news. I am here in Memphis, and President Trump signed the order for the National Guards to come here in Memphis. They haven't set the exact date, but the order has been set. Signed. And so I'm excited about it, but you won't believe that a lot of people here in Memphis are against it. And, we are the number one, we are number one in the whole nation, United States, with the most crimes so far, besides Chicago. So I'm excited about it. I hope it makes I'm sure it will make a difference because he developed some type of let me see what I want to call it. Well, anyway, they started in D.C. and they made a great difference. And there hasn't been any crimes or killing or murders in the last 2 weeks. So they are very excited about that, and they are very pleased with the national troops there. So I'm excited about them coming to Memphis. That's my news. Thank you.
Anybody want to respond?
Yeah, I gotta say something.
So the memorandum he signed is just we haven't read the full memorandum yet. That's what was signed on live TV. Now your governor has approved of activating the National Guard. You're in a red state, so.
Yeah, that's the thing though, Patty. I'm in Memphis too, but Mr. Mayor Young, he actually stated that he did not agree with what Trump.
Yeah, but that's the mayor and the governor has oversight over the National Guard. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On the other hand, Mayor Young stated that the crime has been the lowest it has ever been in the past 25 years. So why is the National Guard coming here going to help anything?
That's not true. The crime has not been lower than the last 5 years. You are really stressing it with Christine. That's really high.
This is what Mayor Young stated.
No, I don't think that is. So crime can be bad. It's still going to be bad in a lot of these cities, but it has gotten lower across the United States. So there is data that supports that, but outside of that, it's just not low enough for you, right? So then even there's got to be other avenues than just strict policing. There's other things that affect Memphis and a lot of these urban cities when it comes to crime, right? There's poverty, there's mental health, there's children that grow up in violence, there's drugs. There's a lot of shit that affect these cities, and that's why investing in the community is a thing. Health care, where you can job placement, job training. There's a lot of things that can be done with funding, and a lot of this not being done in these cities. Or they are doing, but it's just not enough.
I agree with you totally, Patty, but I've been a Memphian all my life, and I know for a fact. I haven't done the research, but I will do it. But I really don't believe if anybody can prove me wrong, please put it in the chat. Memphis crime has not been lower than it has been in the last 25 years. I know that for a fact. research because I'm going to do the research myself. I really don't believe it's been lower than in the last 20.
So I actually looked this up because they were talking about it. And it actually
I don't live in, and I just don't believe it.